Oh, shit.
Zoot, are you at 15.2% body fat as of yet?
I've got it. I'm gonna track it every month. So,
Doug, you better check it every 15 minutes. I want updates.
that's impossible to do.
It is absolutely not impossible to do.
It's not impossible, but it's fucking. I don't have the tech to do it.
Yeah, you do. You have a scale, don't you?
I have the scale, but I don't have the scale.
You don't need it, dude. You just need your height and your weight. So if you know your height, which is like 5'10", and your weight is like some stupid ass kilogram amount, then you just do the BMI calculation.
My weight is 16. Well, yesterday it was 67.9.
All right, are you ready to play mini golf?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm sending
Here's
you.
the thing, right? I think my body fat might actually be lower than the scales, and I'll tell you why.
Please tell me all about it.
I had clothes on.
Oh,
I had
that's
shorts and a t-shirt on.
dude. That makes a big difference.
It's like, does it?
Big time. You're probably less than 15% now. All right, be right back. I got to use the restroom, but I'm still playing against you, and I'm going to beat you. Fuck you, Zoot. You tried to fuck me, and you didn't. So did you know that you're down 3 games to none? Or 3 holes to none? Zoot, were you aware that you're down 3 holes to 0? What the fuck was that, Zoot? Zoot, I'm gonna try to make the shot. Bullshit. Zoot, so do you think you're under 15% body fat now?
I think I'm at 15.1.
I think you're under.
Why do you say that?
Because you had clothes on before. Are you fucking
Well,
serious?
so that was just that I could have put on weight. I could have put on weight.
Do you think you're gonna be able to make this shot?
I've had some dietary. I mean, I've had some dietary changes, so I don't know if I think that's going to make me put on weight or lose weight.
Do you think those dietary changes have affected how shitty you are at mini golf?
Yes.
Okay, so you think you're more shitty because of those diet changes, or the same amount of shitty? Because I don't see any improvement from you.
More shitty because they had a lot of sugar. I didn't have a lot, but I had sugar caffeine, and I have not had much sugar and caffeine intake for the last month.
Okay, well, just hit my ball and that'll be cool. You ready for the most amazing shot you've ever seen? Get there. Oh, Zoo, F you, man. That was really good.
What do you think would happen if I just went to McDonald's and just ate McDonald's from there?
But you just probably would. Depends what you eat. Get there. Hit that fucking tree. Dude, what is that? What's up with me not hitting that tree, dude? Hit my ball, Zoo. There you go, big dog. Hit my ball. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck is this shit? Zoo, you suck at this shot, though.
Yeah.
You always leave it short.
That's
You leave it short every time. And I go for the goal. And I fucking always make it. Perfect shots. Perfect shots. What the fuck was that? I've won 5 straight holes on you. I had a perfect game, Zoo.
I'll have a perfect game.
Zoo, you're gonna get your ass kicked, and you know it. Are you proud of that shot? Oh, Zoo, fuck you, man. Look at this shot, Zoo. Are you serious that didn't go in? I could fuck you right now. And I did. Bye-bye. Short. Uh-oh, Zoo. I took a risk. Let's see if it pays off. Zoo, it did pay off. Did you like that?
Yeah.
Good. I would have liked it as well. I'm not good at this one. Stop. Perfect shot. Almost. I mean, pretty much. That fucking cow's in the way. Don't hit my ball. That was garbage. Oh. That's going in the water, son. Told ya. Dude, I've won 6 holes straight against you. 7 holes straight against you. Do you think the lower your body fat, the shittier you get at this game?
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
So
what
you're saying,
What are your thoughts on this
you're
shot?
saying you should go to McDonald's. What you're saying you should go to McDonald's with the best of all the hard work I've put in over the last 4 years to get better and you don't.
Perhaps.
I mean, I would say to their credit, they wear it as a badge of honor, and then to their shame, they wear it as a badge of honor, right? Which is, if they're doing the right thing,
Get
then
there.
they are justifiably proud of themselves for standing up under pressure. But it also means that they can't respond to legitimate criticism, and
Terrible shot.
they're obviously terrible at that now.
Zoot, you lost
As I recall, he
8
went straight to
straight
the CEO
holes.
of
Not even
National Springer,
tied. You've straight up
Insider,
lost
and
8 straight holes.
I happen to know the
is
CEO.
so
I think he's quite
bad.
a big deal, but what is a good example is the CEO of Axel Springer run his own company, right? Well, there's a fascinating thing playing out right now, but not to dwell on these fires. It's a case you see the pressure reveals things, right? And so if you've been watching what's happening with the LA Times recently, so this guy, biotech entrepreneur, buys the LA Times 8 years ago. It is just the most radical social revolutionary thing you can possibly imagine. It endorses every crazy left-wing radical you can imagine. It endorses Karen Bass. It endorses Gavin Newsom. It's just like a litany of all the people who are currently burning the city to the ground. It's just endorsed every single bad person every step of the way. He's owned it the entire time. He put his foot down right before, for the first time, I think, put his foot down right before the November said, we're not. We're getting. He said we're going to get out of this thing where we just always endorse Democrat. And we said we're not endorsing. I think he said we're not endorsing for the presidency, and the paper flipped out. Our billionaire backer hands, but he must be burning paper out of his pocket to keep this thing running. Paid $500 million for it.
Finally, dude. Amazing. Good job.
Businesses. And he's probably burned another $500 million over the last decade of running. And he burned probably another $50 or $100 million a year. And the journalists at the LA Times him with the fury of 1,000 suns. They just absolutely freaking despise him. And they have been attacking him. And the ones that can get jobs elsewhere quit and do it. And the rest just stay and say the worst, most horrible things about him. And they want to constantly run these stories attacking him. And so he has had this reaction that a lot of people in LA are having right now to this fire and to this just incredibly vivid collapse of leadership. And all these people that his paper had endorsed are just disasters. And he's on this.
I'm just going to prevent you from
scoring. He's decided to be the boy who says the emperor has no clothes, but he's doing it to his own newspaper. Very smart guy. He's on a press tour and he's basically saying, yeah, we did all that and we endorsed all these people and it was a huge mistake and we're going to completely change. And his paper is, in a complete internal revolt. But I go through it, which is, okay, now we have a very interesting question, which is who runs the LA Times? Because for the last 8 years, it hasn't been him. It's been the reporters. Now, for the first time, the owner is showing up saying, oh, no, I'm actually in charge. And the reporters are saying, no, you're not. And it is freaking on. And so, again, if the Machiavellian's mindset on this is okay, how is power actually exercised here? Can a guy who's even super rich and super powerful, who even owns his own newspaper, can he stand to a full-scale assault, not only by his own reporters, but by every other journalism outlet who also now thinks he's the Antichrist?
And he is trying to exercise power by speaking out publicly, and so that's the game of power there.
And firing people, and you know, he has removed people, and he has set new rules. I mean, he is now, I think he's saying he's now at long last actually exercising prerogatives of an owner of the business, which is decide on the policies and staffing of the business. There are certain other owners of these publications that are doing similar things right now. He's the one I don't know, so he's the one I can talk about. But there are others that are going through the same thing right now. And I think it's a really interesting open question. Like, you know, in a fight between the employees and the employer, like it's not crystal clear that the employer wins that one.
And just to stay on journalism for a second, we mentioned Bill Ackman. I just want to say, put him in the category we mentioned before of a really courageous person. I don't think I've ever seen anybody so fearless in going after, you know, and following what he believes
Dude, you've lost
publicly. That's courage. That
a bunch of games in a row.
Several things he's done publicly has been really inspiring. Just
That's
being
2
courageous.
games.
What do you think is like the most impressive example?
Where he went after.
But you don't think is a phrase. You don't think 2 in a
is
row is
to,
a
like,
phrase.
I
You don't
mean,
think
it's,
1 in a row is a
it's
phrase.
like
You only
sticking
think
your,
3 in a
like,
row is a
kicking
phrase.
the beehive or whatever. You
It's
know what's going to
asinine.
follow. And to do that, I mean, that's why it's difficult to challenge journalistic organizations. Because they're going to, you know, there's just so many mechanisms they use, including like writing articles and get cited by Wikipedia. They drive the narrative, and then they can get you fired. All this kind of stuff.
Get
Bill
it.
Ackman, like,
Get it. Get it. These are the 2 best shots we've ever had on these holes.
If
If
he
you would-
goes after them,
That's the move.
legally
That's the
and
move.
also in the public eye, and just I don't know. That was truly inspiring. There's not many people like
Yeah, it
that
is.
out in public. And hopefully that inspires not just me, but many others to be courageous themselves.
That's
Did you
the
know of him
best
before
either of
he
us have
started
ever
doing this in
had.
public?
I knew of Neri,
Good job,
his wife, who's a brilliant researcher and scientist, and so I admire her, look up to her. I think she's amazing.
All
Well,
right.
the reason I ask if you knew about Bill is because a lot of people had not heard of him before, especially like before October 7th and before some of the campaigns he's been running since in
All
public,
right.
but and with Harvard and so forth. But
All right.
he was
Remember
very well
when your
known in the
shot
investment world before that.
was
So
just
he was a
it?
famous, he's a so-called activist investor for, you know, very, very successful and very widely respected for probably 30 years before.
Dude, I just made it.
before now.
Not only did I
And I
make
bring it
it,
because
I made
it
it
turns
in a
out
sexy way.
they weren't, for the most part, battles that happened in kind of full public view. They
I
weren't
showed
national
it. I
stories, but in
played
the
it as
business and
efficiently as
investing world,
possible.
the
Dude,
activist
that was
investor is
just
a very,
pure
it's like in
sex.
the movie Taken, it's a very specific set of skills. Um,
Yeah.
on how to like
Dude, are you ready
really
for this?
take control of situations and how to wreck the people who you're going up against. And there's been controversy over the years of this topic, and
Oh,
there's
fuck
too much
you,
detail to
dude.
go into. But the defense of activist investing, which I think is valid, is you know, these are the guys who basically go in and take stakes in companies that are being poorly managed or under optimized, and then generally what that means is, at least the theory is, that means the existing management has become entrenched and
Oh, dude, I
lazy,
had a bad
mediocre,
shot.
you know, whatever, not
So did
responding
you.
to the needs of the shareholders, often not responding to the customers. And the activists basically go in with a minority position, and then they rally support among other investors who are not activists, and then they basically show up and they force change. But they are the aggressive version of this, and I've been involved in companies that have been on the receiving end of these, where it is amazing how much somebody like that can exert pressure on situations. What happens is, the effective analysts, a large amount of the time, they end up taking over control of companies, even though they never own more than like 5% of the stock. And so anyway, so it turns out with Bill's, it's such a fascinating case because he has that like complete skill set. And he has now decided to bring it to bear in areas that are not just companies. And 2 interesting things for that. One is, you know, some of these places, you know, and some of these battles are still ongoing. But number one, like a lot of people who run universities or newspapers are not used to being up against somebody like this.
No way.
And by the way, also now with infinitely deep pockets and lots of experience,
you're terrible at this
all the
one.
things that kind of go with that. But the other is, through example, he is teaching a lot.
You are. You always go that long way.
The activist playbook,
You always
like
hit
in
the
real time.
cow.
And so the Liam Neeson skill set is getting more broadly diffused just by being able to watch and learn from him. So I think he's having I would put him up there with Elon in terms of somebody who's really affecting how all this is playing out.
But even skill set aside, just courage.
Yes, including, by the way, courage to go outside of his own zone.
Yeah.
Right. You know, because like he hasn't. I'll give you an example. Like my firm,
I guess you could have
we
hit
have
it
LPs.
backwardly.
There are things that I feel like I can't do or say because I feel like I would be bringing embarrassment or other consequences to our LPs. he has investors also where he worries about that.
You could,
And so a couple of things.
You
One is
coulda
his
hit it
willingness to go
in
out a
the-
bit and
in the
risk his
sand
relationship with his own
by
investors.
the trees.
But I will tell you the other thing, which is his investors I know this for a fact, his investors have been remarkably
There's no
supportive
way.
of him
It's
doing
over.
that.
Zoot, you're done.
As it turns out, a lot of them actually agree with
So
him.
you lost 3 games in a
and
row,
so-
son.
It's the same thing he does in his activism campaigns. He is able to be the tip of the spear on something that actually a lot more people agree with.
Squid Game it.
Yeah, it turns out if you have truth behind you.
Do.
And
Zoot,
just again,
Squid Game.
how I started is a lot of people are just fed up.
You've been spending a bunch of time in Mar-a-Lago and Palm
That was
Beach,
a
helping
dog
in the
shit
administration
shot.
in many ways, including interviewing people who might join. So, what's your general
Right about
sense
that,
about
son.
the talent?
Look at
about
this
the
shot,
people who
though.
are coming in?
Look how
in the
sexy this
administration?
shot is.
So I should start by saying I'm not a member of the new administration. I'm not in the room when a lot of these people are being selected.
I believe you
That was
said
a good
unpaid
shot.
intern.
I'm an unpaid intern. So I'm a volunteer, and when helpful, but I'm not making the decisions, nor am I in a position to speak for the administration. I don't want to say anything that would cause people to think I'm doing that. It's a very unusual situation, right, where you had an incumbent president, and then you had a 4-year gap where he's out of office, and then you have him coming back, right? And as you'll recall, there was a fair amount of controversy over the end of the first term.
Yeah.
The specific concern was, the first Trump administration.
Thank you, baby.
They will all say this is
Dude,
like
I've
they
won
didn't come
3
in with a
games
team,
in a
right?
row.
So they didn't come into the team, and most of the sort of institutional base of the Republican Party were Bush Republicans, and many of them had become never Trumpers, and so they had a hard time putting a team together. And then, by the way, they had a hard time getting.
I came up with that method
so
long before
if you
you
talk to
ever
people
had
who
it.
were there in the first term, it took them 2 to 3 years to kind of even get the government in place. And then they basically only had the government in place for basically like 18 months, and then COVID hit. And then sort of the aftermath and
hole's in a
everything, all the
different
whole
spot.
drama and headlines and everything. And so the concern, including from some very smart people in the last 2 years, has been, boy, if Trump gets a second term,
I might have fucked
is he going to be
myself.
able to get a team that is
Not
as good
as
as the
bad
team he
as
had last
you
time,
fucked
or a team
yourself,
that's not as good? Because maybe people got burned out, maybe they're more cynical now, maybe they're not willing to go through the drama. By the way, a lot of people
you can
in the
make
first
this.
term came under their own withering legal assaults.
So
And,
you're
some
down
went
2
prison,
holes
and,
to
like,
none.
a lot of stuff happened. Lots of investigations, lots of legal fees, lots of bad press. Lots of debanking, by the way. A lot of the officials in the first Trump term got debanked, including the president's wife and son.
Yeah,
Dude,
tell
I'm
that story. It's
now
insane.
shutting off
It's just
your thing.
insane.
In the wake of the first term, yes, we now take out spouses and children with our ring of power. And so there's like this legitimate question as to like whether, okay, but what will the team for the second term look like? And at least what I've seen and what you're seeing with the appointments is it looks much, much better.
No.
First of all, it just looks better than the
That's
first
right
term,
on.
and not because the people in the first term were not necessarily good, but just you just have this like influx of like incredibly capable people that have shown up that want to be part of this. And
Take
you
out
just
that
didn't
chicken.
have that the first time. And so they're just drawing on a much deeper, richer talent pool than they had the first time. And they're drawing on people who know what the game
Really
is.
tough
Like
shot
they're
here.
drawing on people now who know
Oh,
what is
stop.
going to happen, and they're still willing to do it. And so they're going to get, I think, some of the best people from the first term, but they're bringing in a lot of people who they couldn't get the first time around. And then second is there's a bunch of people, including people in the first term, where they're just 10 years older. And so they went through the first
Dude,
term
make
and they
your
just
shot.
learned how everything works. Or they're young people who just had a different point of view, and now they're 10 years older and they're ready to go serve in government. And so there's a generational shift happening. And actually, one of the interesting things about the team that's forming up is it's remarkably young. Some of the cabinet members and then many of the second and
very
third level
cool.
people are like in their 30s and 40s, which is a big change from the gerontocracy that we've been under for the last 30 years. And so I think the caliber has been outstanding. We could sit here and list tons and tons of people, but the people who are running,
But I
it's
chat
everything
with
from
some
the
people.
people who are running all the
Sue,
different departments at HHS. It's the
did
people
you
running,
know that this
the
is
number
my
2 at
best
the Pentagon
hole?
is
And
Steve
you
Feinberg,
haven't
who's just,
beaten
like,
me on this
incredible
hole
legend of private equity, incredible
like
capable guy.
30 times.
We've got two of my partners are going in, who I both think are amazing. Yeah, like many parts of the government, the people are like really impressive.
Well, I think one of the concerns is actually that given the human being of Donald Trump, that there would be more tendency towards, let's say, favoritism versus meritocracy.
So you know it's your shot?
Those kind of circles of sycophancy that form, and if you're be able to be loyal,
So did you know it's your shot?
and never oppose and just be basically suck up to the president, that you'll get a position.
Yep.
So that's one of the concerns, and I think you're in a good position to speak
Did you
to
know?
the degree that's happening
I know.
versus hiring based on merit and just getting great teams.
Zoot,
Yeah,
did
so
you
look,
know
just
that
start
I
by
just
saying
took
any
the lead?
leader at that level, by the way, any CEO, there's always some risk of that, right? So there's always some, it's like a natural reality warps around powerful leaders. And so
I've beaten
there's
you
always some risk of that. Of course, the good
games in
powerful
a row.
leaders are very aware of that. Trump at this point in his life, I think, is highly aware of that. At least in my interactions with him, like he definitely seems very aware of that. So so that's one thing. I would just say that I think the way to look at that, I mean, look, like I said, I don't want to predict what's going to happen once this whole thing starts unfolding, but I would just say that, again, the caliber of the people who are showing up and getting the jobs, and then the fact that these are some of the most accomplished people in the business world, and in the medical field. I just, Jay Bhattacharya coming in to run NIH. So I was actually I was part of the interview team for a lot of the HHS folks.
Nice. Jay's amazing. Oh, I was so happy to see that.
Dude, I literally
got to the transition office for one of the days of the HHS interviews, and I was on one of the interview teams, and they gave us. I didn't know who the candidates were.
Did you know that I won 4 games in a row?
I clicked on the sheet, and I saw Jay's name, and I almost physically fell out of my chair.
Yeah.
And I was just like. And I happen to know Jay. And I respect him enormously.
Did you know that
I've
won 4 games in a row?
Talk about a guy who proved himself under extraordinary pressure over the last 5 years,
and then go radical under the pressure. He maintained balance and thoughtfulness.
You got so fortunate.
Very serious, very analytical, very applied, and yes, 100% tested under pressure. Came out like the more people look back at what he said and did, and he's not. None of us are perfect, but overwhelmingly insightful throughout that whole period. And we would all be much better off today had he been in charge of the response. And so just like an incredibly capable guy. And look, and then he learned from all that, right? He learned a lot in the last 5 years. And so the idea that somebody like that could be head of NIH as compared to the people we've had is just like breathtaking.
Amazing shot,
upgrade.
10 out of 10.
And then Marty Macri coming in.
I don't even know how you did that.
The guy coming to run CDC.
Dude, that was such a high IQ shot.
I mean, I've been spending time with Dr. Oz.
I'm going to clap for you.
I'm not on these teams. I'm not in the room, but I've spent enough time trying to help that
without a doubt
into the healthcare
the best shot you've had today.
Astounding. And it comes from being a guy who's been in the middle of the whole thing,
aside from maybe that
people about this stuff and working on it and serving as a doctor himself and in medical systems for his entire life. And it's just he's like a walking encyclopedia on these things.
I can't believe you did
very
that.
Dynamic,
That was such a good
very
shot.
Charismatic, very smart, organized, effective. So to have somebody like that in there, and so anyway, they're just. I have 30 of these stories now across all these different positions. And so I'd be quite honest. You do the compare and contrast to the last 4 years, and not even these people are not in the same ballpark. They're just wildly better. And so pound for pound, this may be the best team.
Dude, I'm pound for pound the best mini golf player of all time.
Maybe the 90s, maybe the 30s, maybe the 50s.
Dude, I thought you couldn't
Eisenhower
lose your lead
or something, but there's a lot of really good people in there now.
Yeah, the potential for change is certainly extremely high. Well, can you speak to Doge?
Dude, some chicks talking.
Wildly successful next 2 years for Doge. Can you imagine? Maybe also, can you think about the trajectory that's the most likely, and what kind of challenges would it be facing?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying again, I'm not on Doge. I'm not a member of Doge.
Fuck yeah,
just say there's about 10 lawyers in the room. They're staring. I'm just kidding.
Both the angels and the devils on my shoulder.
Dude, it's your turn.
Yeah, so I'm not speaking for Doge. I'm part of Doge. Yeah. Those guys are doing it.
Dude, it's your turn.
I'm volunteering to help as much as I can, and I'm 100% supportive. So look, I think the way to think of, the basic outlines are in public, right? Which is it's a time limited, basically commission. It's not a formal government agency. It's a time limited 18-month. It'll in terms of implementation, it will advise the executive branch, right? And so the implementation will happen through the White House.
Done?
And the president has total latitude on what he wants to implement. And then basically what I think about it is the 3 kind of streams, kind of target sets, and they're related but different. So money, people, and regulations. And so the headline number, the $2 trillion number, and there's disputes over that and whatever. There's a whole question there. But then there's the people thing, and the people thing is interesting because you get into these very fascinating questions. And I've been doing this. I won't do this for you as a pop quiz, but I do this for people in government as a pop quiz, and I can stump them every time. Which is, how many federal agencies are there? And the answer is somewhere between 450 and 520, and nobody's quite sure. And then the other is how many people work for the federal government. And the answer is, something on the order, I forget, but like 4 million full-time employees and maybe up to 20 million contractors, and nobody's quite sure. And so there's a large people component to this. And then, by the way, there's a related component to that, which is how many of them are actually in the office. And the answer is not many. Most of the federal buildings are still empty, right? And then there's questions of like, are people, working from home, or are we actually working from home? So there's the people dimension. And of course, the money and the people are connected. And then there's the third, which is the regulation thing, right? And I described earlier how basically our system of government is much more now based on regulations than legislation, right? Most of the rules that we all live under are not from a bill that went through Congress. They're from an agency that created a regulation. That turns out to be very, very important. So one is, Elon have already described, we want to do, the DOJ wants to do broad-based regulatory relief, and Trump has talked about this, and basically get the government off people's backs and liberate the American people to be able to do things again. So that's part of it. But there's also something else that's happened, which is very interesting, which was there were a set of Supreme Court decisions about 2 years ago that went directly after the idea that the executive branch can create regulatory agencies and issue regulations and enforce those regulations without corresponding congressional legislation. And most of the federal government that exists today, including most of the departments and most of the rules and most of the money and most of the people, most of it is not enforcing laws that Congress passed. Most of it is regulation. And the Supreme Court basically said large parts, large to maybe all of that regulation that did not directly result from a bill that went through Congress the way that the cartoon said that it should, that may not actually be legal. Now, the previous White House, of course, was super in favor of big government. They had no desire to act. They did nothing based on this. They didn't, pull it back in. But the new regime, if they choose to, could say, look, the thing that we're doing here is not, challenging the laws. We're actually complying with the Supreme Court decision that basically says we have to unwind a lot of this. And we have to unwind the regulations, which are no longer legal, constitutional. We have to unwind the spend, and we have to unwind the people. And that's how you get from basically you connect the thread from the regulation part back to the money part, back to the people part. They have work going on all three of these threads. They have, I would say, incredibly creative ideas on how to deal with this. I know lots of former government people who 100% of them are super cynical on this topic, and they're like, "This is impossible. This could never possibly work." And I'm like, "Well, I can't tell you what the secret plans are, but like blow my mind." And all three of those, they have ideas that are really quite amazing, as you'd expect from the people involved. And so over the course of the next few months, that'll start to become visible. And the thing I would say is this is going to be very different than attempts like this. There have been other programs like this in the past. The Clinton-Gore administration had one, and then there were others before that. Reagan had one. The difference is this time there's social media. Mm-hmm. And so there has never been. It's interesting. One of the reasons people in Washington are so cynical is because they know all the bullshit. They know all the bad spending and all the bad rules and all the look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days right now, and that's compounding, and it's now passing the size of the Defense Department budget, and it's compounding, and it's pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days, and then if this doesn't get fixed at some point, we enter a hyperinflationary spiral, and we become Argentina or Brazil, and kablooey, right? And so everybody in DC knows that something has to be done, and then everybody in DC knows for a fact that it's impossible to do anything. Right, they know all the problems, and they also know the sheer impossibility of fixing it. But I think what they're not taking into account, what the critics are not taking into account, is these guys can do this in the full light of day, and they can do it on social media. They can completely bypass the press. They can completely bypass the cynicism. They can expose any element of unconstitutional or silly government spending. They can run victory laps every single day on what they're doing. They can bring the people into the process. And again, if you think about it, this goes back to our Machiavellian structure, which is, if you think about, again, you've got democracy, oligarchy, monarchy, rule of the many, rule of the few, rule of the one. You could think about what's happening here as a little bit of a sandwich, right? Which is we don't have a monarch, but we have a president, rule of the one with some power. And then we have the people who can't organize, but they can be informed and they can be aware and they can express themselves through voting and polling, right? And so there's a sandwich happening right now, is the way to think about it, which is you've got basically monarchy. You've got rule of one combining with rule of many. Right, and rule of many is they do get to vote, right? The people do get to vote. basically, and then essentially Congress and the sort of permanent bureaucratic class in Washington as the oligarchy in the middle. And so the White House plus the people, I think, have the power to do all kinds of things here. And I think that would be the way I would watch it.
The transparency. I mean, Elon just by who he is incentivized to be transparent and show the bullshit in the system and to celebrate the victories. So it's going to be so exciting. I mean, honestly, it just makes government more exciting, which is a win for everybody.
These people are spending our money.
Yeah.
These people have enormous contempt for the taxpayer. Okay, here's the thing you hear in Washington. Here's one of the things. So the first thing you hear is this is impossible. They'll be able to do nothing. And then I walk them through this, and they're like, it starts to dawn on them that this is a new kind of thing. And then they're like, well, it doesn't matter because all the money is in entitlements and the debt and the military. And so, like, yeah, you've got like this silly whatever, NPR funding or whatever, and like it's a rounding error and it doesn't matter. And you look it up in the budget, it's like whatever, $500 million or $5 billion, or it's the charging stations that don't exist. It's the $40 billion of charge stations, and they build 8 charging stations, or it's the broadband internet plan that delivered broadband to nobody, right, and cost you $30 billion. Like, so these boondoggles, and what everybody in Washington says is that $30 billion is a rounding error on the federal budget. It doesn't matter. Who cares if they make it go away? And of course, any taxpayer is like, what the?
What do you mean?
It's $30 billion. Right, and then the experts are like, and the press is in on this too. Then the experts are like, well, it doesn't matter because it's a rounding error. No, it's $30 billion. And if you're this cavalier about $30 billion, imagine how cavalier you are about the $3 trillion.
Yeah.
Okay, then there's $30 billion. Is $30 billion a lot of the federal budget in percentage? No, it's not. But $30 billion divided by do the math. $30 billion divided by, let's say, 300 million taxpayers, right? Like, what's that? Math expert?
$100.
$100 per tax per year. Okay, so $100 to an ordinary person working hard every day to make money to provide for their kids. $100 is a meal out. It's a trip to the amusement park. It's the ability to, buy additional educational materials. It's the ability to have a babysitter, to be able to have a romantic relationship with your wife. There's like 100 things that person can do with $100 that they're not doing because it's going to some bullshit program that is being basically where the money's being looted out in the form of just like ridiculousness and graft. And so the idea that $30 billion program is not something that is like a very important thing to go after is just like the level of contempt for the taxpayer is just off the charts. And then that's just one of those programs. And there's like 100 of those programs. And they're all just like that. Like, it's not like any of this stuff is running well. Like the one thing we know is that none of this stuff is running well. Like, we know that for sure. Right, and we know these people aren't showing up to work, and like we know that all this crazy stuff is happening, right? Do you remember Elon's story of the? Do you remember Elon's story of what got the Amish to turn out to vote in Pennsylvania? Oh, okay, so like Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is like a wonderful state, great history. It has these cities like Philadelphia that have descended like other cities into just like complete chaos, violent madness, and death, right? And the federal government has just like let it happen. These incredibly violent places. And so the Biden administration decided that the big pressing law enforcement thing they needed to do in Pennsylvania was that they needed to start raiding Amish farms to prevent them from selling raw milk with armed raids. Right. And it turns out it really pissed off the Amish. And it turns out they weren't willing to drive to the polling places because they don't have cars. But if you came and got them, they would go and they would vote. And that's one of the reasons why Trump won. Anyway, so like, the law enforcement agencies are off working on like crazy things. Like the system's not working, and so you add up, pick $130 billion programs. All right, now you're okay, math major. 100 times 100, $10,000. Okay, $10,000 per taxpayer per year.
And but it's also not just about money. That's really obviously money is a hugely important thing, but it's the cavalier attitude that then in the ripple effect of that. It makes it so nobody wants to work in government and be productive. It makes it so that it breeds corruption. It breeds laziness. It breeds secrecy because you don't want to be transparent about having done nothing all year, all this kind of stuff. And you want to reverse that so that it would be exciting for the future to work in government. Because the amazing thing, if you're the steelman government, is you can do shit at scale. You have money and you can directly impact people's lives in a positive sense at scale. It's super exciting. As long as there's no bureaucracy that slows you down, or not huge amounts of bureaucracy that slows you down significantly.
Yeah. So here's the trick. This blew my mind because I was, once you open the hell mouth of looking into the federal budget, you learn all kinds of things. So there is a term of art in government called impoundment.
Mm-hmm.
And so you if you're like me, you learn this the hard way when your car has been impounded. The government meaning of impoundment, the federal budget meaning is a different meaning. Impoundment is as follows. The Constitution requires Congress to authorize money to be spent by the executive branch, right? So the executive branch goes to Congress, says we need money X. Congress does their thing. They come back and they say you can have money Y. The money is appropriated from Congress. The executive branch spends it on the military or whatever they spend it on, or on roads to nowhere, or stations to nowhere, or whatever. And what's in the Constitution is the Congress appropriates the money. Over the last 60 years, there has been an additional interpretation of appropriations applied by the courts and by the system, which is the executive branch not only needs Congress to appropriate X amount of money, the executive branch is not allowed to underspend.
I'm aware of this.
And so there's this thing that happens in Washington at the end of every year, which is September 30th, and it's the great budget flush. And any remaining money that's in the system that they don't know how to productively spend, they deliberately spend it unproductively. To the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. A president that doesn't want to spend the money can't not spend it. Yeah. That's not what's in the Constitution. And there's actually quite a good Wikipedia page that goes through the great debate on this. It's played out in the legal world over the last 60 years. And basically, if you look at this with anything resembling, I think, an open mind, you're like, all right, this is not what the founders meant. And then number two, again, we go back to this thing of contempt. Can you imagine showing up and running the government like that and thinking that you're doing the right thing and not going home at night and thinking that you've sold your soul, right? I actually think you sort of had a really good point, which is it's even unfair to the people who have to execute this.
Yeah.
Right, because it makes them bad people, and they didn't start out wanting to be bad people, and so there is stuff like this, everywhere. And so we'll see how far these guys get. I am extremely encouraged what I've seen so far.
It seems like a lot of people will try to slow them down, but yeah,
for sure,
to get far.
Yeah.
Another difficult topic: immigration. What's your take on the let's say heated H-1B visa debate that's going on online and legal immigration in general?
Yeah, so to start by saying I am not involved in any aspect of government policy on this. I am not planning to be. This is not an issue that I'm working on or that I'm going to work on. We're not. This is not part of the agenda of what the firm is doing. So, my firm is doing. So, I'm not in this in the new administration of the government. I'm not planning to be. So, purely just personal opinion. So, I would describe it as a complex or nuanced, hopefully nuanced view on this issue that's maybe a little bit different than what a lot of my peers have. And I think, and I kind of thought about this, I didn't say anything about it all the way through the big kind of debate over Christmas, but I thought about it a lot, read everything. I think what I realized is that I just have a very different perspective on some of these things. And the reason is because of the combination of where I came from and then where I ended up. And so, let's start with this. Where I ended up in Silicon Valley. So, and I have made the pro high skill immigration argument many, many times, the H-1B argument many times. In past lives, I've been in DC many times arguing with prior administrations about this, always on the side of trying to get more H-1Bs and trying to get more high skilled immigration. And, I think that argument is very strong and very solid and very, has paid off for the U.S. in many, many ways. And we can go through it, but I think it's the argument everybody already knows, right? It's like the stock. You take any Silicon Valley person, you press the button, and they tell you why we need to brain drain the world and get more H-1Bs, right? So everybody kind of gets that argument.
So it's basically, just to summarize, it's a mechanism by which you can get super smart people from the rest of the world, import them in, keep them here to increase the productivity of the U.S. companies.
Yeah, and then it's not just good for them, and it's not just good for Silicon Valley or the tech industry. It's good for the country because they then create new companies and create new technologies and create new industries that then create many more jobs for Americans, native-born Americans, than would have previously existed. And so it's a positive sum flywheel thing where everybody wins. Everybody wins. There are no trade-offs. It's all absolutely glorious in all directions. There cannot possibly be a moral argument against it under any circumstances. Anybody who argues against it is obviously doing so from a position of racism. Is probably a fascist and a Nazi, right? Right. I mean, that's the thing. And like I said, I've made that argument many times. I'm very comfortable with that argument. And then I'd also say, look, I would say, number one, I believe a lot of it. I'll talk about the parts I don't believe, but I believe a lot of it. And then the other part is, look, I benefit every day. I always describe it as I work in the United Nations. my own firm and our founders and our companies and the industry and my friends, are just this like amazing, panoply cornucopia of people from all over the world. And I don't know, at this point we're people from, it's got to be, 80 countries or something. And hopefully over time it'll be, the rest as well. And, it's been amazing. And they've done many of the most important things in my industry, and it's been really remarkable. So that's all good. And then, there's just the practical version of the argument, which is we are the main place these people get educated anyway, right? The best and the brightest tend to come here to get educated. And so, this is the old kind of Mitt Romney staple a green card to every, at least, maybe not every university degree.
Where in the fuck were you, son?
Degree. Maybe the sociology.
From your sister? Did you tell your sister I said what's up? Did you tell your sister I said what's up? Cool. Did you know that I've beaten you 5 straight games? Were you aware of this? Do you think I could do it 10 straight games? Yo, dog, I've sent you the invite like 1,000 fucking times. Are you not getting an invite? Yo, dog, your shit sucks. Are you proud of that shot? Because you should be. It's a great shot. Look how sick my shot was, though. Pretty much a little bit better. Sexiness is just off the chain. Zoo, you've got a really important shot right now. And you just fucked it up majorly. Dude, I'm up 1 hole to none on you. Zoo, I'm up 2 holes to none on you. I hate this hole. Fuck this hole, dog. I suck at it. Oh, look at this shot. Zoo, are you serious?
Biologists we could quibble about, but the roboticists for sure, we can all agree that.
At least I
What
won
a
your
fucking
heart.
shot, dude.
Well, no, I'm exaggerating for effect. So,
and I
Dude,
lost you. I
you've
had
lost
you.
I haven't
six straight
gotten,
games.
I haven't gotten to the other side of the argument yet.
Okay, thank you.
So surely we can all agree that
I hate
we
this
need
whole-
to staple green
The
cards.
roller coaster is going up.
The roller coaster is rationing slowly up. So, so surely we can all agree that the roboticists should all get green cards. And again, there's a lot of merit to that. Obviously, look, we want the U.S. to be the world leader in robotics. What's step one to being the world leader in robotics? Is have all the great robotics people, right? Very unlike the underpants. No, it's like a very straightforward formula, right? All right, that's all well and good. All right, but it gets a little bit more complicated because there is a kind of argument that's sort of right underneath that you also hear from these same people, and I have made this argument myself many times, which is we need to do this because we don't have enough people in the U.S. who can do it otherwise.
WTF, yo?
Right? We have all these unfilled jobs. We've got all these companies that wouldn't exist. We don't have enough good founders. We don't have enough engineers. We don't have enough scientists. Or then the next version of the argument below that is our education system is not good enough to generate those people, and which is a weird argument, by the way, because our education system is good enough for foreigners to be able to come here preferentially in a very large number of cases, but somehow not good enough to educate our own native born people. So there's these little cracks in the matrix that you can kind of stick your fingernail into. Which is, we know native born people in the country aren't, don't work hard enough and spend too much time watching TV and TikTok and don't spend enough time studying differential equations. And again, it's all right, there's a fair amount to that. There's a lot of American culture that there's a lot of frivolity. There's a lot of, we have well-documented social issues on many fronts, many things that cut against having a culture of just straightforward high achievement and effort and striving. But anyway, those are the basic arguments. But then I have this kind of other side of my, kind of personality and thought process, which is, I grew up in a small farming town of rural Wisconsin, the rural Midwest. And, it's interesting. There's not a lot of people who make it from rural Wisconsin to, high tech. And so it's all right, why is that exactly? Right. And then I know I'm an aberration. I was the only one from anybody I ever knew who ever did this, right? I know what an aberration I am, and I know exactly how that aberration happened, and it's a very unusual set of steps, including many that were. But there is in no sense a talent from rural Wisconsin into high tech at all. In no sense a talent flow from the rest of the Midwest into high tech. There is no talent flow from the South into high tech. There is no flow from the Sun Belt into high tech. There's no flow from the Deep South into high tech. Literally, it's the blank spot. There's this whole section of the country that just where the people just for some reason don't enter the tech. Now, that's a little bit strange. These are the people who put a man on the moon. These are the people who built the World War II machine. These are the people, at least their ancestors, are the people who built the Second Industrial Revolution and built the railroads and built the telephone network, built logistics and transportation in the auto industry. The auto industry was built in Cleveland and Detroit. And so at least these people's parents and grandparents and great-grandparents somehow had the wherewithal to build all of this amazing things, invent all these things. And then there's many, 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 many stories in the history of American invention and innovation and capitalism where you had people who grew up in the middle of nowhere, Philo Farnsworth who invented the television, and just tons and tons of others, endless stories like this. Now you have a puzzle, right? And the conundrum, which is what is happening on the blank spot of the map? And then of course you also can't help noticing that the blank spot on the map, the Midwest, the South, you've also just defined Trump country, the Trump voter base, right? It's that's interesting. How did that happen? Right. And so either you really, really, really have to believe the very, very strong version of the Vivek thesis or something where you have to believe that that basically culture, the whole sort of civilization in the middle of the country and the south of the country is so deeply flawed, either inherently flawed or culturally flawed, such that for whatever reason they are not able to do the things that their parents and grandparents were able to do and that their peers are able to do, or something else is happening. Would you care to guess on what else is happening?
I mean, what, affirmative action?
Affirmative action. Okay, this is very entertaining, right? What are the three things that we know about affirmative action? It is absolutely 100% necessary. However, it cannot explain the success of any one individual.
Right.
Nor does it have any victims at all.
They could explain maybe disproportionate, but like it surely doesn't explain why you're probably the only person in Silicon Valley from Wisconsin.
What educational institution in the last 60 years has wanted farm boys from Wisconsin?
But what institution rejected farm boys from Wisconsin?
All of them.
All of them.
Of course. Okay, so we know this. We know this. The reason we know this is because of the Harvard and UNC Supreme Court cases. So this was like 3 years ago. These were big court cases. And, because the idea of affirmative action has been litigated for many, many, many years and through many court cases. And the Supreme Court repeatedly in the past had upheld that it was a completely legitimate thing to do. And a lot of these, and there's basically two categories of affirmative action that like really matter, right? The one is the admissions into educational institutions, and then the other is jobs, right? Getting hired. Like those are the two biggest areas. The education one is like super potent, has been a super potent political issue for a very long time. For all, people have written and talked about this for many decades. I don't need to go through it. There's many arguments for why it's important. There's many arguments as to how it can backfire. It's been this thing, but the Supreme Court upheld it for a very long time. The most recent ruling, I'm not a lawyer, I don't have the exact reference in my head, but there was a case in 2003 that said that Senator Day O'Connor famously wrote that, although it had been 30 years of affirmative action and although it was not working remotely as it had been intended, she said that, basically we need to try it for another 25 years. But she said basically as a message to future Supreme Court justices, if it hasn't resolved basically the issues it's intended to resolve within 25 years, then we should probably call it off. By the way, we're coming up on the 25 years. It's a couple years away. The Supreme Court just had these cases. There's a Harvard case and I think a University of North Carolina case. And what's interesting about those cases is the lawyers in those cases put a tremendous amount of evidence into the record of how the admissions decisions actually happen at Harvard and happen at UNC. And it is like every bit as cartoonishly garish and racist as you could possibly imagine, because it's a ring of power. And if you're an admissions officer at a private university or an administrator, you have unlimited power to do what you want, and you can justify any of it under any of these rules or systems. And up until these cases, it had been a black box where you didn't have to explain yourself and show your work. And what the Harvard and USC cases did is they basically required showing the work. And so there was like all kinds of like phenomenal detail. I mean, number one is there were text messages in there that will just curl your hair of students being spoken of and just like crude racial stereotypes that would just make you want to jump out the window. It's horrible stuff. But also there was statistical information. And of course, the big statistical kicker to the whole thing is that at top institutions, it's common for different ethnic groups to have different cutoffs for SAT that are as wide as 400 points. Right, so different groups. So specifically, Asians need to perform at 400 SAT points higher than the other ethnicities in order to actually get.
How are you, madam?
I'm good. Just tired. Ready to play my 2 games. Gonna go to bed.
You got it, girl.
Where's Addie?
I don't know.
Okay, here you go. Oh, Lord, that's slow. Now, y'all know y'all wrong for now. Y'all real wrong for this.
Get it, girl. You've got these three. No doubt, no doubt.
Wow, that's just close.
Did you go?
Yeah. Look, I missed that.
I have my.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, look at you. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Get
You got
it.
this one.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Nope. Okay, Rabbi, you got this. Now go.
No doubt. Ooh. All right. Tough split. Oh, okay. I'll take one. I didn't even mean to get that one, but that's okay. I'll take it.
Around. Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
Got it. Blue. Tough shot.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yay!
Ooh, God. Get this.
Nope. You got it. You win it. Very.
That's what I'm talking about. Ooh.
You win, I win.
That's right, Miss Aquarius. You and I.
Yeah.
You got this one. 5 strikes in a row. Oh, what was that?
Oh, that is just knock him down. Knock him down. Come on, Rabbi. Good job.
Thank you.
Yay!
Nice strike.
Thank you. Okay, I do another one.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. Get it.
Yay!
Oh, girl. Amazing.
There we go.
3 in a row.
And this side, this side.
Get it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, man. Oh, no. I was going for a record. Oh, Miss Aquarius, this is the best you've ever done. This is going to be a record for you. Get this.
No.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Miss Aquarius, you got a record for you. 85? That's amazing.
Yay!
That's what I'm talking about. Oh, no.
You win it,
Get it. Knock that down. 106.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Great job.
It doesn't matter. You win, I win. So
That's
I
right.
still win.
You got a personal best. Good on you.
Yeah. Okay, I see you in the morning.
Excellent. Sweet dreams.
All right, sweet dreams.
I mean, it's not even about. I mean, white people are a part of this, but like Asians are like a very big part of this. And actually, the Harvard case was actually brought by an activist on behalf of actually the Asian students who were being turned away. And it's basically, I mean, it's the cliche now in the Valley and in the medical community, which is like, if you want a super genius, you hire an Asian from Harvard, because they are guaranteed to be freaking Einstein. Because if they weren't, they were never going to get admitted. Right? Almost all the qualified Asians get turned away. So they've been running this. It's a very, very explicit, very, very clear program. This, of course, has been a third rail of things that people are not supposed to discuss under any circumstances. The thing that has really changed the tenor on this is, I think, two things. Number one, those Supreme Court cases, the Supreme Court ruled that they can no longer do that. I will tell you, I don't believe there's a single educational institution in America that is conforming with the Supreme Court ruling. I think they're all flagrantly ignoring it. And we could talk about that.
Mostly because of momentum, probably, or what?
They are trying to make the world a better place. They are trying to solve all these social problems. They are trying to have diverse student populations. They are trying to live up to the expectations of their donors. They are trying to make their faculty happy. They are trying to have their friends and family think that they're good people.
Right.
They're trying to have the press write nice things about them. It's nearly impossible for them. And to be clear, like, nobody has been fired from an admissions office for 25 years of prior what the Supreme Court now has ruled to be illegality. And so they're all the same people under the exact same pressures. And so the numbers are moving a little bit, but I don't know anybody in the system who thinks that they're complying with the Supreme Court. Like, who's in charge? In the rank ordering of who rules who, the universities rule the Supreme Court way more than the Supreme Court rules the universities. Right. Well, another example of that is, I think is that every sitting member of the Supreme Court right now went to either Harvard or Yale. Right. Like the level of incestuousness here is anyway. So there's that. And so this has been running for a very long time. So one is the Harvard and UNC cases kind of gave up the game, number one, or at least showed what the mechanism was. And then number two, the other thing is obviously the aftermath of October 7th, right? And what we discovered was happening with Jewish applicants. And what was happening at all the top institutions for Jewish applicants was they were being managed down. They were being actively managed down as a percentage of the base. But I've heard reports of like extremely explicit, basically plans to manage the Jewish admissions down to their representative percentage of the U.S. population, which is 2%. And there's a whole backstory here, which is 100 years ago, Jews were not admitted into a lot of these institutions, and then there was a big campaign to get them in. Once they could get in, they immediately became 30% of these institutions because there's so many smart, talented Jews. So it went from 0% to 30%, and then the most recent generation of leadership has been trying to get it down to 2%. And a lot of Jewish people, at least a lot of Jewish people I know, they kind of knew this was happening, but they discovered it the hard way after October 7th, right? And so all of a sudden, so basically the Supreme Court case meant that you could address this in terms of the Asian victims. The October 7th meant that you could address it in terms of the Jewish victims. And for sure, both of those groups are being systematically excluded, right? And then, of course, there's the thing that you basically can't talk about, which is all the white people are being excluded. And then it turns out it's also happening to Black people. And this is the thing that blew my freaking mind when I found out about it. So I just assumed that this was great news for American Blacks, because obviously if whites, Asians, and Jews are being excluded, then the whole point of this in the beginning was to get the black population up, and so this must be great for American Blacks. So then I discovered this New York Times article from 2004 called "Blacks Are Being Admitted into Top Schools at Greater Numbers, but Which Ones?" And again, and by the way, this is in the New York Times. This is not in whatever National Review. This is New York Times, 2004. And the two authorities that were quoted in the story are Henry Louis Gates, who's the dean of the African American Studies, community in the United States, super brilliant guy, and then Lani Guinier, who was a potential Supreme Court appointee under, I think, she was a close friend of Hillary Clinton, and there was for a long time she was on the short list for Supreme Court. So one of the top, jurists, lawyers in the country, both Black. Was sort of legendarily successful in the academic and legal worlds, and Black, and they are quoted as the authorities in this story. And the story that they tell is actually very, It's amazing. And by the way, it's happening today in education institutions, and it's happening in companies, and you can see it all over the place, and the government. Which is, at least at that time, the number was half of the black admits into a place like Harvard were not American-born blacks. They were foreign-born blacks. Specifically, Northern African, generally Nigerian, or West Indian. Right. And by the way, many Nigerians and Northern Africans have come to the U.S. and been very successful. Nigerian Americans as a group, like, way outperformed. They're, this is a super smart cohort of people. And then West Indian blacks in the U.S. are incredibly successful. Most recently, by the way, Kamala Harris, as well as Colin Powell, like, just two sort of examples of that. And so basically what Henry Louis Gates and Lonnie Grenier said in the story is Harvard is basically struggling to either, whatever it was, identify, recruit, make successful, whatever it was, American-born native blacks. And so therefore they were using high school immigration as an escape hatch to go get blacks from other countries. And then this was 2004 when you could discuss such things. Obviously that is a topic that nobody has discussed since. It has sailed on. All of the DEI programs of the last 20 years have had this exact characteristic. There's large numbers of black people in America who are fully aware of this and are like, it's obviously not us that are getting these slots. We're literally competing with people who are being imported. And if you believe in the basis of affirmative action, you are trying to make up for historical injustice of American black slavery. And so the idea that you import somebody from, Nigeria that never experienced that, is like tremendously insulting to black Americans. Anyway, so you can see where I'm heading with this. We have been in a 60-year social engineering experiment to exclude native-born people from the educational slots and jobs that high-skill immigration has been funneling foreigners into, right? And so it turns out it's not a victim-free thing. There's like 100% there's victims, because why? There's only so many, for sure, there's only so many education slots, and then for sure there's only so many of these jobs, right? Google only hires so many, whatever level 7 engineers, right? And so that's the other side of it, right? And so you're a farm boy in Wisconsin, right? Or a, black American whose ancestors arrived here, on a slave ship 300 years ago in Louisiana, or a, Cambodian immigrant in, the Bronx, and your kid, or a Jewish immigrant, or from a very successful Jewish family, and, your entire, for 3 generations, you and your parents and grandparents went to Harvard. And what all of those groups know is the system that has been created is not for them. Right, it's designed specifically to exclude them. And then what happens is all of these tech people show up in public and say, yeah, let's bring in more foreigners. Right. And so anyway, so the short version of it is you can't anymore, I don't think, just have the quote high skill immigration conversation for either education or for employment without also having the DEI conversation. And then underneath, and then DEI is just another word for affirmative action. So it's the affirmative action conversation. And you need to actually deal with this at substance and to see what's actually happening to the people you need to join these topics. And I think it is much harder to make the moral claim for high school immigration given the extent to which DEI took over both the education process and the hiring process.
Okay, so first of all, that was brilliantly laid out, the nuance of it. So just to understand, it's not so much a criticism of H-1B, high school immigration. It's that there needs to be more people saying, yay, we need more born hires.
So I spent the entire Christmas holiday reading every message on this and not saying anything. And what I was, which you know me well enough to know that's a serious
Yeah, that's very zen.
Yes, thank you. No, it wasn't. There was tremendous rage on the other side of it, but
sure.
I suppressed it. So I was waiting for the dog that didn't bark, right? And the dog that didn't bark was I did not, and even if you saw one, I did not see a single example of somebody pounding the table for more high school immigration who was also pounding the table to go get more smart kids who are already here into these educational institutions and into these jobs. I didn't see a single one.
That's true. I think I agree with that. There really was a divide.
But it was like, literally, it was like the proponents of high school immigration. And again, this was me for a very long time. And I kind of took myself by surprise on this because I was on, I had the much, say, simpler version of this story for a very long time. Like I said, I've been in Washington many times under past presidents lobbying for this. By the way, no progress, which we can talk about. Like, it never actually worked. I've been on the other side of this one. But I was literally sitting there being like, all right, which of these like super geniuses, who, many of whom, by the way, are very, successful high school immigrants or children of high school immigrants, which of these super geniuses are going to like say, actually, we have this like incredible talent source here in the country, which again, to be clear, I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about native born Americans, whites, Asians, Jews, blacks, for sure. Those four groups.
But also
Yes.
white people.
Yeah. And also white people.
People that are making the case for American-born hires are usually not also supporting H-1B. It's an extreme divide, and those people that are making that case are often not making it in a way that's like making it in quite a radical way.
Yeah.
Let's put it this
Yeah.
way.
But you have this interesting thing. You have a split between the sides that I've noticed, which is one side has all of the experts. Right. And I'm using scare quote for people listening to audio. I'm making quotes in the air with my fingers as vigorously as I can.
Yep.
One side has all the certified experts. The other side just has a bunch of people who are like, they know that something is wrong and they don't quite know how to explain it. And what was so unusual about the Harvard UNC cases, by the way, in front of the Supreme Court, is they actually had sophisticated lawyers for the first time in a long time actually put all this evidence together and actually put it in the public record. They actually had experts, which is just really rare. Generally, what you get is because if you don't have experts, what do you have? You know something is wrong, and you have primarily an emotional response. You feel it, but can you put it in the words and tables and charts, that a certified expert can? And no, you can't. Like that's not who you are. That doesn't mean that you're wrong, and it also doesn't mean that you have less of a moral stance. And so it's just like, all right. Now, by the way, look, I think there are ways to square the circle. I think there's a way to have our cake and eat it too. Like I think there'd be many ways to resolve this. I think the way to do it is to look at these issues combined. Look at DEI combined with high school immigration. It so happens that DEI is under much more scrutiny today than it has been for probably 20 years. Affirmative action is. The Supreme Court did just rule that it is not legal for universities to do that. They are still doing it, but they should stop. And then there are more and more, you've seen more companies now also ditching their DEI programs. In part, that's happening for a bunch of reasons, but it's happening in part because a lot of corporate lawyers will tell you that the Supreme Court rulings in education either already apply to businesses or it just is a clear foreshadowing the Supreme Court will rule on new cases that will ban in businesses. And so there is a moment here to be able to look at this on both sides. Let me add one more nuance to it that makes it even more complicated.
Yeah.
So the cliche is we're going to brain drain the world, right? You've heard that? We're going to take all the smart people from all over the world. We're going to bring them here. We're going to educate them, and then we're going to keep them, and then they're going to raise their families here, create businesses here, create jobs here, right?
In the cliche, that's a super positive thing.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens to the rest of the world?
They lose.
Well, how fungible are people? How many highly ambitious, highly conscientious, highly energetic, high achieving, high IQ super geniuses are there in the world? And if there's a lot, that's great. But if there just aren't that many, and they all come here, and they all aren't where they would be otherwise, what happens to all those other places? So it's almost impossible for us here to have that conversation, in part because we become incredibly uncomfortable as a society talking about the fact that people aren't just simply all the same, which is a whole thing we could talk about. But also, we are purely the beneficiary of this effect, right? We are brain draining the world, not the other way around. There's only 4. So if you look at the flow of high skill immigration over time, there's only 4 permanent sinks of high skill immigration places people go. It's the U.S., Canada, the U.K., and Australia. It's
Australia.
It's 4 of the five eyes. It's the major Anglosphere countries, and so for those countries, this seems like a no lose proposition. It's all the other countries that basically what we 4 countries have been doing is draining all the smart people out. It's actually much easier for people in Europe to talk about this, I've discovered, because the Eurozone is 28 countries, and within the Eurozone, the high skilled people over time have been migrating to originally the UK, but also specifically, I think it's the Netherlands, Germany, and France. But specifically, they've been migrating out of the peripheral Eurozone countries. And the one where this really hit the fan was in Greece, right? So, Greece falls into chaos, disaster, and then, you're running the government in Greece and you're trying to figure out how to put an economic development plan together. All of your smart young kids have left. Like, what are you going to do, right? By the way, this is a potential, I know you care a lot about Ukraine, this is a potential crisis for Ukraine, in part because of this, because we enthusiastically recruit Ukrainians, of course, and so we've been brain draining Ukraine for a long time. But also, of course, war does tend to cause people to migrate out. And so, when it comes time for Ukraine to rebuild as a peaceful country, is it going to have the talent base even that it had 5 years ago? Is like a very big and important question. By the way, Russia, like we have brain drain a lot of really smart people out of Russia. A lot of them are here, right? Over the last 30 years. And so there's this thing. It's actually really funny to think about it. Like the one thing that we know to be the height of absolute evil that the West ever did was colonization and resource extraction, right? So we know the height of absolute evil was when the Portuguese and the English and everybody else went and had these colonies and then went in and we took all the oil and we took all the diamonds or we took all the whatever, lithium or whatever it is, right? Well, for some reason, we realize that that's a deeply evil thing to do when it's a physical resource, when it's a non-conscious physical matter. For some reason, we think it's completely morally acceptable to do it with human capital. In fact, we think it's glorious and beautiful and wonderful and, the great flowering of peace and harmony and moral justice of our time to do it. And we don't think for 1 second what we're doing to the countries that we're pulling all these people out of. And this is one of these things, like, I don't know, like maybe we're just going to live in this delusional state forever and we'll just keep doing it and it'll keep benefiting us and we just won't care what happens. But like, I think there may come, this is like one of these submarines under 10 feet under the waterline. Like, I think it's just a matter of time until people suddenly realize, oh my God, what are we doing? Because like, we need the rest of the world to succeed too, right? Like, we need these other countries to like flourish. Like, we don't want to be the only successful country in the middle of just like complete chaos and disaster. And we just extract and we extract and we extract and we don't think twice about it.
Well, this is so deeply profound, actually. So what is the cost of winning, quote unquote, if these countries are drained in terms of human capital? On the level of geopolitics, what does that lead to? Even if we talk about wars and conflict and all of this, we actually want them to be strong in the way we understand strong, not just in every way, so that cooperation and competition can build a better world for all of humanity. It's interesting. This is one of those truths where you just speak and it resonates, and I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is what you were saying during the holiday season, just boiling over. So all that said,
yeah,
there's still, to you, some good to the H-1B.
Okay, so then you get this other. Okay, so then there's
come all the way around.
There's another nuance. So there's another nuance, which is mostly in the Valley we don't use H-1Bs anymore. Mm-hmm. Mostly we use O1s. Mm-hmm. So there's a separate class of visa, and the O1 is like this. It turns out the O1 is the super genius visa. Mm-hmm. So the O1 is basically our founder. Like when we have somebody from anywhere in the world and they've like invented a breakthrough new technology and they want to come to the U.S. and start a company, they come in through an O1 visa, and that actually is like it's a fairly high bar. It's a high acceptance rate, but it's like a pretty high bar, and they do a lot of work, and there's like you have to put real work into it, really prove your case. Mostly what's happened with the H-1B visa program is that it has gone to basically two categories of employers. One is basically a small set of big tech companies that hire in volume, which is exactly the companies that you would think. And then the other is it goes to these, what they call kind of the mills, the consulting mills, right? And so there's these set of companies with names, I don't want to pick on companies, but, names like Cognizant that, hire, basically have their business model is primarily Indian, being in primarily Indians in large numbers. And, they often have, offices next to company-owned housing. And they'll have, organizations that are, organizations that are literally thousands of Indians, living and working in the U.S. And they do basically call it mid-tier, like IT consulting. So, these folks, they're making good wages, but they're making $60,000 or $80,000 or $100,000 a year, not the, $300,000 that you make in the Valley. And so, like in practice, the startups, basic, like little tech, as we call it, or the startup world, mainly doesn't use H-1Bs at this point. And mainly can't, because the system is kind of rigged in a way that we really can't. And then again, you get to the sort of underlying morality here, which is it's like, well, Amazon's I love Amazon, but like they're a big, powerful company. They've got more money than God. They've got resources. They've got long-term planning horizon. They do big, profound things over decades at a time. They could, or any of these other companies could launch massively effective programs to go recruit the best and brightest from all throughout the country. And, you'll notice they don't do that. They bring in, 10,000, 20,000 H-1Bs a year. And so you've got a question there. And then these mills, like there's lots of questions around them and whether they should, whether that's even a ethical way, I don't want to say they're unethical, but there's questions around like exactly what the trade-offs are there. And so, this is like a Pandora's box that really, nobody really wanted to be opened. to play devil's advocate on all this in terms of like national immigration issues, none of this is like a top end issue just because the numbers are small, right? And so, I don't think the administration has said like this is not like a priority of theirs for right now. But I guess what I would say is like there is actually a lot of complexity and nuance here. I have a lot of friends, like I said, I have a lot of friends and colleagues who are, who came over on H-1Bs or O-1s, green cards. Many are now citizens. And, every single one of them was, not every single one, a lot of them were enthusiastic to, defend the honor of immigrants throughout this whole period. And they said to me, it's like, well, Mark, how can we more clearly express, the importance of high skilled immigration to the U.S.? And I was like, I think you can do it by advocating for also developing our native born talent. And because, like, do you want to inflame the issue or do you want to diffuse the issue? Mm-hmm. Right. And I think the answer is to diffuse the issue. Let me give you one more positive scenario, and then I'll also beat up on the university some more. Do you know about the National Merit Scholarship System? Have you heard about this?
Not really.
So there's a system that was created during the Cold War called the National Merit Scholars, and it is basically it was created, I forget, in the 50s or 60s when people in government actually wanted to identify the best and the brightest, as heretical an idea as that sounds today. And so it's basically a national talent search for basically IQ. Its goal is to identify basically the top 0.5% of the IQ in the country, regardless of other characteristics. So there's no or any other aspect to it. It's just going for straight intelligence. It uses the PSAT, which is the preparatory SAT that you take, and then the SAT. So it uses those scores. That is the scoring. It's a straight PSAT-SAT scoring system. So they use the SAT as a proxy for IQ, which it is. They run this every year. They identify. It's like they get down to like 1% of the population of the kids, 18-year-olds in a given year who scored highest on the SAT, and then they get down to they further qualify down to the 0.5% that also replicate on the SAT. And then it's like the scholarship amount is like $2,500, right? So it's like it was a lot of money 50 years ago, not as much today. But it's a national system being run literally to find the best and brightest. Mm-hmm. How many of our great and powerful universities use this as a scouting system? Like our universities all have sports teams. They all have national scouting. They have full-time scouts who go out and they go to every high school and they try to find all the great basketball players and bring them into the NCAA, into all these leagues. How many of our great and powerful and enlightened universities use the national merit system to go do a talent search for the smartest kids and just bring them in?
Let me guess, very few. Zero. As you say it, that's brilliant. There should be that same level of scouting for talent internally.
Go get the smartest ones. I'll give you one more kicker on this topic if I haven't beaten it to death. The SAT has changed. So the SAT used to be a highly accurate proxy for IQ. That caused a bunch of problems. People really don't like the whole idea of IQ. And so the SAT has been actively managed over the last 50 years by the College Board that runs it. And it has been essentially like everything else, it's been dumbed down. And so in two ways. Number one, it's been dumbed down where an 800 from 40 years ago does not mean what an 800 means today. And 40 years ago, it was almost impossible to get an 800. Today there's so many 800s that you could stock the entire Ivy League with 800s, right? And so it's been deliberately dumbed down. And then two is they have tried to pull out a lot of what's called the G loading, and so they've tried to detach it from being an IQ proxy because IQ is such an inflammatory concept, and the consequence of that is, and this is sort of perverse, they've made it more coachable. Right, so the SAT 40 years ago, coaching didn't really work, and more recently, it has really started to work. And one of the things you see is the Asian spike. You see this like giant leap upward in Asian performance over the last decade, and I think looking at the data, I think a lot of that is because it's more coachable now, and the Asians do the most coaching. So there's a bunch of issues with this, and so the coaching thing is really difficult because the coaching thing is a subsidy then to the kids whose parents can afford coaching. Right, and I don't know about you, but where I grew up, there was no SAT coaching. So there's like an issue there. I didn't even know what the SAT was until the day I took it, much less that there was coaching, much less that it could work. So much less we could afford it. So number one, there's issues there. But the other issue there is think about what's happened by the dumbing down. 800 no longer captures all the smart. 800 is too crude of a test. It's like the AI benchmarking problem. It's the same problem they have in AI benchmarking right now. 800 is too low of a threshold. there are too many kids scoring 800. Because what you want is whatever, if it's going to be 100,000 kids, I don't know what it is. It's going to be 50,000 kids a year scoring 800. You also then want kids to be able to score 900 and 1,000 and 1,100 and 1,200. And you want to ultimately get to, you'd like to ultimately identify the top 100 kids and make sure that you get them in MIT.
Mm-hmm.
And the resolution of the test has been reduced so that it actually is not useful for doing that. And again, I would say this is like part of the generalized corruption that's taken place throughout this entire system, where we have been heading in the reverse direction from wanting to actually go get the best and brightest and actually put them in the places where they should be. And then just the final comment would be the great thing about standardized testing and the national merit system is it's like I said, it's completely race blind, it's gender blind, it's blind on every other characteristic. It's only done on test scores. And you can make an argument about whether that's good or bad, but it is, for sure, it's the closest thing that we had to get to merit. It was the thing that they did when they thought they needed merit to win the Cold War, and of course we could choose to do that anytime we want. And I just say I find it like incredibly striking and an enormous moral indictment of the current system that there are no universities that do this today. So back to the immigration thing, just real quick, it's like, okay, we aren't even trying to go get the smart kids out of the center and south, and even if they think that they can get into these places, they get turned out. And the same thing for the smart Asians, and the same thing for the smart Jews, and the same thing for the smart Black people. And like it's just like I don't know how, I don't know how that's moral. I don't get it at all.
As you said about the 800, so I took the SAT and the ACT many times, and I've always gotten perfect on math 800. It's just, and I'm not special. Like it doesn't identify genius. I think you want to search for genius, and you want to create measures that find genius of all different kinds. Speaking of diversity, and I guess we should reiterate and say over and over and over, defend immigrants, yes, but say we should hire more and more native born.
Well, you asked me in the beginning, like, what's the most optimistic forecast, right, that we could have? And the most optimistic forecast would be, my God, what if we did both?
So that's the reasonable, the rational, the smart thing to say here. In fact, we don't have to have a war.
Well, and it would diffuse the entire issue.
Yeah.
If everybody in the center and the south of the country and every Jewish family, Asian family, Black family knew they were getting a fair shake, like, it would diffuse the issue. Like, how about diffusing the issue? Like, what a crazy radical. Sorry, I don't mean to really get out of my skis here, but
I think your profile on X states it's time to build. It feels like 2025 is a good year to build. So I wanted to ask your advice, and maybe for advice for anybody who's trying to build. So who's trying to build something useful in the world. Maybe launch a startup, or maybe just launch apps, services, whatever, ship software products. So maybe by way of advice, how do you actually get to shipping?
So, I mean, a big part of the answer, I think, is we're in the middle of a legit revolution. And I know you've been talking about this on your show, but like AI coding, I mean, this is the biggest earthquake to hit software in certainly my life, maybe since the invention of software. And I'm sure, we're involved in various of these companies, but, these tools, from a variety of companies are just like absolutely revolutionary. And they're getting better by leaps and bounds right every day. And you know all this, but like, the thing with coding, like there's like open questions of whether AI can get better at, like, I don't know, understanding philosophy or whatever, creative writing or whatever, but like for sure we can make it much better at coding, right? Because you can validate the results of coding. And so, there's all these methods of, synthetic data and self-training and reinforcement learning that for sure you can do with coding. And so everybody I know who works in the field says AI coding is going to get to be phenomenally good. And it's already great. And you can, YouTube and look at AI coding demos, get little kids making apps in 10 minutes working with an AI coding system. And so I think it's the golden age. I mean, I think this is an area where it's clear that the tool set is extraordinary. In a day, as a coder, for sure, in a day, you can retrain yourself, start using these things, get a huge boost in productivity. As a non-coder, you can learn much more quickly than you could before.
That's actually a tricky one in terms of learning as a non-coder to build stuff. I feel like you still need to learn how to code. It becomes a superpower. It helps you be much more productive. Like you could legitimately be a one-person company and get quite far.
I agree with that up to a point. So I think for sure for quite a long time, the people who are good at coding are going to be the best at actually having AIs code things, because they're going to understand they're very basic. They're going to understand what's happening, right? And they're going to be able to evaluate the work, and they're going to be able to, literally like manage the AIs better. Like even if they're not literally handwriting the code, they're just going to have a much better sense of what's going on. So I definitely think like 100%, my 9-year-old is like doing all kinds of coding classes, and he'll keep doing that for certainly through 18. We'll see after that. And so like for sure that's the case. But look, having said that, one of the things you can do with an AI is say, teach me how to code. Right. And there's a whole bunch of, I'll name names, Khan Academy. There's a whole bunch of work that they're doing at Khan Academy for free. And then, we have this company, Rabbi, which was originally specifically built for kids for coding. That has AI built in that's just absolutely extraordinary now. And then, there's a variety of other systems like this. The AI is going to be able to teach you to code. The AI, by the way, is, as you know, spectacularly good at explaining code. Mm-hmm. Right. And so, the tools have these features now where you can talk to the code base. And so you can literally ask the code base questions about itself. And you can also just do the simple form, which is you can copy and paste code into ChatGPT and just ask it to explain it, what's going on, rewrite it, improve it, make recommendations. And so there's dozens of ways to do this. By the way, you can also, even more broad load, okay, you want to make a video game. Okay, now you can do AI art generation, sound generation, dialogue generation, voice generation, right? And so all of a sudden, you don't need designers, you don't need, voice actors, so there's just unlimited. And then, a big part of coding is so-called glue, it's interfacing into other systems. So it's interfacing into, Stripe to take payments or something like that. And, AI is fantastic at writing glue code. Really, really good at making sure that you can plug everything together, really good at helping you figure out how to deploy. It'll even write a business plan for you. So it's just this, it's like everything happening with AI right now. It's like this latent superpower. And there's this incredible spectrum of people who have really figured out massive performance increases, productivity increases with it already. There's other people who aren't even aware it's happening. And there's some gearing to whether you're a coder or not, but I think there are lots of non-coders that are off to the races. And I think there are lots of professional coders who are still the blacksmiths were not necessarily in favor of, car business. There's the old William Gibson quote, "The future is here, it's just not evenly distributed yet." And this is maybe the most potent version of that I've ever seen.
Yeah, there's the old meme with the bell curve. The people on both extremes say AI coding is the future. Right. It's very common with the programmers to say, if you're any good of a programmer, you're not going to be using it. That's just not true. I consider myself a reasonably good programmer, and my productivity has been just skyrocketed, and the joy of programming skyrocketed. Every aspect of programming is more efficient, more productive, more fun, all that kind of stuff.
I would also say code is, code has of anything in industrial society, code has the highest elasticity, which is to say the easier it is to make it, the more it gets made. I think effectively there's unlimited demand for code. In other words, there's always some other idea for a thing that you can do, a feature that you can add, or a thing that you can optimize. And so overwhelmingly, the amount of code that exists in the world is a fraction of even the ideas we have today, and then we come up with new ideas all the time. And so I think that I was in the late 80s, early 90s when sort of automated coding systems started to come out, the expert systems, big deal in those days. And there was a famous book called The Decline and Fall of the American Programmer, that predicted that these new coding systems were going to mean we wouldn't have programmers in the future. And of course, the number of programming jobs exploded by a factor of 100. My guess is we'll have more coding jobs probably by an order of magnitude 10 years from now. That will be different. There'll be different jobs. They'll involve orchestrating AI. We will be creating so much more software that the whole industry will just explode in size.
Are you seeing the size of companies decrease in terms of startups? What's the landscape of little tech?
All we're seeing right now is the AI hiring boom of all time.
For the tech.
People and little tech.
Everybody
trying to hire as many engineers as they can to build AI systems. It's just, it's 100%. There's a handful of companies, there's a little bit, there's customer service. We have some companies and others, I think it's Klarna that's publicizing a lot of this in Europe. where there are jobs that can be optimized and jobs that they can be automated. But like for engineering jobs, like it's just an explosion of hiring. That at least so far, there's no trace of any sort of diminishing effect. Now, having said that, I am looking forward to the day. I am waiting for the first company to walk in saying yes, like the more radical form of it. But so basically, the companies that we see are basically one of two kinds. We see the companies that are basically sometimes use weak form, strong form. So the weak form companies, I sometimes use the term, it's called the sixth bullet point. AI is the sixth bullet point on whatever they're doing.
Sure.
Right, and it's on the slide, right? So they've got the, whatever, dot, 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 and then AI is the sixth thing. And the reason AI is the sixth thing is because they had already previously written the slide before the AI revolution started. And so they just added the sixth bullet point on the slide, which is how you're getting all these products that have like the AI button up in the corner, right? The little sparkly button.
Yeah.
Right. And all of a sudden Gmail is offering to summarize your email, which I'm like, I don't need that. Like I need you to answer my email, not summarize it. Like what the hell? Okay, so we see those, and that's fine. That's like, I don't know, putting sugar on the cake or something. But then we see the strong form, which is the companies that are building from scratch for AI, right? And they're building it. I actually just met with the company that is building literally an AI email system as an example. So just
nice. I can't wait.
Yeah, they're going to completely right. So the very obvious idea, very smart team. It's going to be great. And then Notion just another, not one of our companies, but just came out with a product. And so now companies are going to basically sweep through, and they're going to do basically AI first versions of basically everything. And those are like companies built, AI is the first bullet point. It's the strong form of the argument.
Yeah, Cursor is an example of that. They basically said, okay, we're going to rebuild the thing with AI as the first citizen.
What if we knew from scratch that we could build on this? And again, this is part of the Full Employment Act for startups and VCs. Is it's just like if a technology transformation is sufficiently powerful, then you actually need to start the product development process over from scratch, because you need to reconceptualize the product, and then usually what that means is you need a new company, because most incumbents just won't do that. And so that's underway across many categories. What I'm waiting for is the company where it's like, no, our org chart is redesigned as a result of AI, right? And so I'm waiting for the company where it's like, no, we're going to have and the cliche, here's a thought experiment, right? The cliche would be we're going to have like the human executive team, and then we're going to have the AIs be the workers, right? So we'll have a VP of engineering supervising 100 instances of coding agents, right? Okay, maybe. Right, by the way, or maybe the VP of engineering should be the AI, maybe supervising human coders who are supervising AIs, right? Because one of the things that AI should be pretty good at is managing, because it's like not, it's like a process driven. It's the kind of thing that AI is actually pretty good at, right? The performance evaluation coaching. And so should it be an AI executive team? And then of course the ultimate question, which is AI CEO. Right. And then maybe the most futuristic version of it would be an actual AI agent that actually goes fully autonomous. Yeah. What if you really set one of these things loose and let it basically build itself a business? And so I will say, like, we're not yet seeing those. And I think there's a little bit of the systems aren't quite ready for that yet. And then I think it's a little bit of, you really do need at that point, like a founder who's really willing to break all the rules. And really willing to take the swing, and those people exist, and so I'm sure we'll see that.
Some of it is, as you know, with all the startups, is the execution. The idea that you have a AI first email client seems like an idea, but actually creating one, executing it, and then taking on Gmail is really difficult. I mean, Gmail, it's fascinating to see Google can't do it because why? Because of momentum, because it's hard to re-engineer the entirety of the system. It feels like Google's perfectly positioned to do it. So, same with Perplexity, which I love. Like Google could technically take on Perplexity and do it much better, but they haven't, not yet. So it's fascinating why that is for large companies. I mean, that is an advantage for little tech. They can be agile.
Yeah, that's right.
They can move fast.
Yeah. Little companies can break glass in a way big companies can't.
Right.
This is sort of the big breakthrough that Clay Christensen had in the Innovator's Dilemma, which is sometimes when big companies don't do things, it's because they're screwing up, and that certainly happens. But a lot of times they don't do things because it would break too much glass. It would interfere with their existing customers and their existing businesses, and they just simply won't do that. And by the way, responsibly, they shouldn't do that. Right. And so sure. They just get, this is Clay Christensen's big thing is they often don't adapt because they are well run, not because they're poorly run. but they're optimizing machines. They're optimizing against existing business, and as you kind of just said, this is like a permanent state of affairs for large organizations. Like every once in a while, one breaks the pattern and actually does it, but for the most part, like this is a very predictable form of human behavior, and this fundamentally is why startups exist.
It feels like 2025 is when the race for dominance in AI will see some winners. Like it's a big year. So who do you think wins the race? OpenAI, Meta, Google, XAI. Who do you think wins the AI race?
I would say I'm not going to predict. I'm going to say there's questions all over the place, and then we have this category question we call the $1 trillion question, which is like literally depending on how it's answered, people make or lose $1 trillion. And I think there's like, I don't know, $5 or $6 trillion question right now out there, which is an unusually large number.
Yeah.
And I'll just hit a few of them and we can talk about them. So one is big models versus small models. Another is open models versus closed models. Another is whether you can use synthetic data or not. Another is chain of thought. How far can you push that, and reinforcement learning? And then another one is political $1 trillion questions, policy questions, which the U.S. and the EU have both been flunking dramatically, and the U.S. hopefully is about to really succeed at. And then there's probably another half dozen big important questions after that. And so these are all just like, say, this is an industry that's in flux in a way that even more dramatic, I think, than the ones I've seen before. And look, the most obvious example of flux is sitting here in the summer, sitting here less than 3 years ago, sitting here in December of 22, we would have said that OpenAI is just running away with everything. And sitting here today, it's like, there's at least 6, world-class God model companies and teams that are, by the way, generating remarkably similar results. That's actually been one of the most shocking things to me is like, it turns out that once you know that it's possible to build one incredibly smart Turing test passing large language model, which was a complete shock and surprise to the world. It turns out within a year you can have 5 more. There's also a money component thing to it, which is to get the money to scale one of these things into the billions of dollars. There's basically right now only 2 sources of money that will do that for you. One is the hyperscalers giving you the money, which you turn around and round trip back to them, or foreign sovereigns, other countries' sovereign wealth funds, which could be difficult in some cases for companies to access. So there's maybe another $1 trillion question is the financing question. Here's one. So Sam Altman has been public about the fact that he wants to transition OpenAI from being a nonprofit, being a for-profit. Mm-hmm. The way that is legally done is that, and there is a way to do it. There is a way in U.S. law to do it. The IRS and other legal entities, government entities, scrutinize this very carefully because the U.S. takes foundation nonprofit law very seriously because of the tax exemption. And so historically, the way that you do it is you start a profit and then you raise money with the for-profit to buy the assets of the nonprofit at fair market value. And the last financing round at OpenAI was $150-some billion. And so logically, if the flip is going to happen, the for-profit has to go raise $150 billion out of the chute to buy the assets. Raising $150 billion is a challenge. So, is that even possible? If that is possible, then OpenAI maybe is off to the races as a for-profit company. If not, I don't know. And then, obviously the Elon lawsuit. So just because they're the market leader today, there's big important questions there. Microsoft has this kind of love-hate relationship with them. Where does that go? Apple's, lagging badly behind, but, they're very good at catching up. Amazon, is primarily hyperscaler, but they now have their own models.
And then there's the questions like you laid out briefly and brilliantly, of open versus closed, big versus little models, synthetic data. That's a huge, huge question. And then test time compute with chain of thought, with all of that. And it's just fascinating. And these are, I think it's fair to say, $1 trillion questions.
Yeah, these are big. Like, look, it's like, here's a $1 trillion question, which is kind of embedded in that, which is just hallucinations, right? Like, so if you are trying to use these tools creatively, you're thrilled because they can draw new images and they can make new music and they can do all this incredible stuff, right? The flip side of that is if you need them to be correct, they can't be creative. And that's the term hallucination. And these things do hallucinate. And there have been court cases already where lawyers have submitted legal briefs that contain made-up court citations, case citations. The judge is like, wait a minute, this doesn't exist. And the very next question is, did you write this yourself? And the lawyer goes,
I mean, that's why with Elon with Grok,
yes,
looking for truth. I mean, that's an open technical question. How close can you get to truth with LLMs?
Yeah, that's right. And my sense, this is a very contentious topic in the industry. My sense is if to the extent that there is a domain in which there is a definitive and checkable and provable answer, and you might say math satisfies that, coding satisfies that, and maybe some other fields, then you should be able to generate synthetic data. You should be able to do chain of thought reasoning. You should be able to do reinforcement learning, and you should be able to ultimately, eliminate hallucinations. But by the way, that's $1 trillion question right there, is whether that's true. But then there's questions like, okay, is that going to work in the more general domain? Like, so for example, one possibility is these things are going to get truly superhuman at like math and coding, but at like discussing philosophy, they're basically as smart as they're ever going to be. And they're going to be kind of, say midwit grad student level. And the theory there would just be they're already out of training. Like they literally, if you talk to these people, like literally the big models are like within a factor 2x of consuming all the human generated training data, to the point that some of these big companies are literally hiring people like doctors and lawyers to sit and write training data by hand. And so does this mean that like you have to, if you want your model to get better at philosophy, you have to go hire like 1,000 philosophers and have them write new content? And is anybody going to do that? And so, maybe these things are topping out in certain ways and they're going to leap way ahead in other ways. And so anyway, so we just don't. This is maybe my main conclusion is I don't anybody telling you these big sweeping conclusions, this whole all of these abstract generalized superintelligence AGI stuff, like it, maybe it's the engineer in me, but like no, like that's not that's too abstract. Like it's got to actually work. And then by the way, it has to actually pay for it. I mean, this is a problem right now with the big models. The big models that are like really good at coding and math, they're like actually very expensive to run. They're quite slow. Another $1 trillion question: future chips, which I know you talked a lot about. Another $1 trillion question. I mean, all the global issues. Oh, another $1 trillion question: censorship. Right, like and all the, as they say, all the human feedback training process. Exactly what are you training these things to do? What are they allowed to talk about? How long do they give you these? How often do they give you these incredibly preachy moral lectures? Here's a $1 trillion question. How many other countries want their country to run its education system, healthcare system, news system, political system on the basis of an AI that's been trained according to the most extreme left-wing California politics? Right, because that's kind of what they have on offer right now. And I think the answer to that is not very many. So there's like massive open questions there about like what, and by the way, like what morality of these things are going to get trained on
And that one we're cracking wide open with what's been happening over the past few months. Censorship on every level of these companies, and just the very idea what truth means and what it means to expand the Overton window of LLMs or the Overton window of human discourse.
So what I experienced, how we started, what I experienced was, all right, social media censorship regime from hell, debanking, right, at like a large scale, and then the war on the crypto industry, trying to kill it, and then basically declared intent to do the same thing to AI, and to put AI under the same kind of censorship and control regime as social media and the banks. And I think this election tipped in America. I think this election tipped us from a timeline in which things were going to get really bad on that front to a timeline in which I think things are going to be quite good. But look, those same questions also apply outside the U.S. And the EU is doing their thing. They're being extremely draconian, and they're going to lock in a political censorship regime on AI right now that's so harsh that even American AI companies are not even willing to launch their products in the EU right now. Like that's not going to last. But like what happens there? Right, and what are the trade-offs? What levels of censorship are American companies going to have to sign up for if they want to operate in the EU, or is the EU still capable of generating its own AI companies, or have we brain drained them so that they can't? So big questions.
Quick questions. So you're very active on X, a very unique character, flamboyant, exciting, bold. You post a lot. I think there's a meme, I don't remember it exactly, but that Elon posted something like, inside Elon there are two wolves. One is please be kind or more positive, and the other one is, I think, doing the take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face guy. How many wolves are inside your mind when you're tweeting?
To be clear, a reference from the comedy classic Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder, yeah. Legendary movie.
Yes. Any Zoomers listening to this who haven't seen that movie, go watch it immediately.
There's nothing offensive about it.
Nothing about it at all. Tom Cruise's greatest performance. Yeah. No. Look, just start by saying like I'm not supposed to be treating it all. So.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but
So how do you approach that? Like, how do you approach what to tweet?
I mean, I don't. I don't well enough. It's mostly an exercise in frustration. Look, there's a glory to it, and there's an issue with it, and the glory of it is like it's instantaneous global communication. In X in particular is like the town square on all these social issues, political issues, everything else, current events. But I mean, look, there's no question the format of at least the original tweet is prone to be inflammatory. I'm the guy who at one point the entire name of India hated me. Because I once tweeted something, it turned out that it's still politically sensitive, and the entire continent. I stayed up all night that night as I became front page headline and leading television news in each time zone in India for a single tweet. So like the single tweet out of context is a very dangerous thing. Obviously, X now has the middle ground where they now have the longer form essays, and so probably the most productive thing I can do is longer form, is longer form things.
You're not going to do it though, right?
I do from time to time.
Sometimes
I should do more. And then I mean, look, and obviously X is doing great. And then like I said, like Substack, has become the center for a lot of the I think the best kind of deeply thought through certainly intellectual content. Tons of current events stuff there as well. And then so and then there's a bunch of other a bunch of new systems that are very exciting. So I think one of the things we can look forward to in the next 4 years is number one, just like a massive reinvigoration of social media as a consequence of the changes that are happening right now. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen with that. And then it's happened on X, but it's now going to happen on other platforms. And then the other is crypto's going to come. Crypto's going to come right back to life. And actually, that's very exciting. Actually, that's worth noting is that's another $1 trillion question on AI, which is in a world of pervasive AI, and especially in a world of AI agents, and imagine a world of billions or trillions of AI agents running around, they need an economy. And crypto, in our view, happens to be the ideal economic system for that, right? Because it's a programmable money. It's a very easy way to plug in and do that. And there's this transaction processing system that can do that. And so I think the crypto AI intersection, is potentially a very, very big deal. And so that was going to be impossible under the prior regime. And I think under the new regime, hopefully it'll be something we can do.
Almost for fun, let me ask a friend of yours, Jan LeCun, what are your top 10 favorite things about Jan LeCun? I think he's a brilliant guy. I think he's important to the world. I think you guys disagree on a lot of things, but I personally like vigorous disagreement. I, as a person in the stands, like to watch the gladiators go at it. And
no, he's a super genius. I mean, look, I wouldn't say we're super close, but casual friends. I worked with him at Meta. He's the chief scientist at Meta for a long time, and is still works with us. And as obviously is a legendary figure in the field and one of the main people responsible for what's happening. It's my serious observation would be that it's the thing I've talked to him about for a long time, and I keep trying to read and follow everything he does. Is he is the, I think, see if you agree with this, he is the smartest and most credible critic of LLMs as the path for AI. He's not, there's certain, I would say, troll-like characters who are just like crap and everything, but like Jan has like very deeply thought through basically theories as to why LLMs are an evolutionary dead end. And I actually I try to do this thing where I try to model, I try to have a mental model of like the two different sides of a serious argument. And so I try to like internalize that argument as much as I can, which is difficult because like we're investing it behind LLMs as aggressively as we can. So if he's right, like that can be a big problem, but like we should also know that. And then I sort of use his ideas to challenge all the bullish people, to really kind of test their level of knowledge. I like to kind of grill people. Like I got my CS degree 35 years ago, so I'm not like deep in the technology, but like if to the extent I can understand Jan's points, I can use them to to really surface a lot of the questions for the people who are more bullish, and that's been, I think, very, very productive. It's very striking that you have somebody who is like that central in the space, who is actually like a full-on skeptic. And again, this could go different ways. He could end up being very wrong. he could end up being totally right, or it could be that he will provoke evolution of these systems to be much better than they would have been.
Yeah, he could be both right and wrong. First of all, I do agree with that. He's one of the most legit and rigorous and deep critics of the LLM path to AGI. You know, his basic notion is that AI needs to have some physical understanding of the physical world, and that's very difficult to achieve with LLMs. And that is a really good way to challenge the limitations of LLMs and so on. He's also been a vocal and a huge proponent of open source, which is a whole nother, which you have been as well.
Which is very useful, yeah.
And that's been just fascinating to watch.
And anti-doomer.
Anti-doomer. Yeah, he's
very anti-doomer.
He embodies, he also has many wolves.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
So it's been really, really fun to watch.
The other two, okay, here's my other wolf coming out.
Yeah.
The other two of the three godfathers of AI are like radicals, like full on left, far left, I would say like either Marxists or borderline Marxists, and they're like, I think, quite extreme in their social and political views, and I think that feeds into their doomerism. And I think they are lobbying for like draconian government. I think what would be ruinously destructive government legislation, regulation, and so it's actually super helpful to have Jan as a counterpoint to those two.
Another fun question. Our mutual friend Andrew Huberman. Yes. First, maybe what do you love most about Andrew, and second, what score on a scale of 1 to 10 do you think he would give you on your approach to health?
Oh, 3.
Is it 3? You think you score that high, huh? Okay.
Exactly.
10. That's good.
Exactly. Well, so he convinced me to stop drinking alcohol, which was a big
Successfully.
Well, it was like my favorite. Other than my family, it was my favorite thing in the world. Yeah. And so it was a major reduction. Like having like a glass of scotch at night was like a major, like it was like the thing I would do to relax. And so he has profoundly negatively impacted my emotional health. I blame him for making me much less happy as a person, but much physically healthier. So that I credit him with that. I'm glad I did that. But then his sleep stuff, like I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah,
I have no interest in his sleep shit. Like no, this whole natural light, no. We're not doing it.
Too hardcore.
I don't see any natural light in here.
It's all covered. It's all horrible.
And I'm very happy. I would be very happy living and working here because I'm totally happy without natural light.
In darkness. That must be a metaphor for something.
Yes, it's a test. Look, it's a test of manhood as to whether you have a blue screen in your face for 3 hours and then go right to sleep. Like I don't understand why you should want to take short.
I now understand what they mean by toxic masculinity. All right. So let's see. You're exceptionally successful by most measures. But what to you is the definition of success?
I would probably say it is a combination of two things. I think it is contribution. So, have you done something that mattered ultimately? And specifically mattered to people. And then the other thing is, I think happiness is either overrated or almost a complete myth. And in fact, interesting, Thomas Jefferson did not mean happiness the way that we understand it when he said pursuit of happiness in the Declaration of Independence. He meant it more of the Greek meaning, which is closer to satisfaction or fulfillment. And so I think happiness is. So I think about happiness as the first ice cream cone makes you super happy. The first mile of the walk in the park during sunset makes you super happy. The first kiss makes you super happy. The 1,000th ice cream cone, not so much. The 1,000th mile of the walk through the park. The 1,000th kiss can still be good, but maybe just not right in a row. Right, and so happiness is this very fleeting concept. And the people who anchor on happiness seem to go off the rails pretty often. Sort of the deep sense of having been, I don't know how to put it, useful.
So that's a good place to arrive at in life.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, like, who was it who said that the source of all the ills in the world is man's inability to sit in a room by himself doing nothing? But like, if you're sitting in a room by yourself and you're like, all right, they're 4 a.m, it's like, all right, have I lived up to my expectation of myself? Like if you have, the people I know who feel that way are pretty centered, and generally seem very, I don't know how to put it, pleased, but proud, calm, at peace. the people who are, sensation seekers. By the way, some sense, there's certain entrepreneurs, for example, who are like into every form of extreme sport, and they get huge satisfaction out of that. Or there's sensation seeking in sort of useful and productive ways. Larry Ellison was always like that. Zuckerberg was like that. And then there's a lot of entrepreneurs who end up drugs. Like sexual escapades that seem like they'll be fun at first and then backfire.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you're able to be at peace by yourself in a room at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
I would even say happy, but I understand. Thomas Jefferson didn't mean it the way, but maybe I mean it. But I can be happy by myself at 4 a.m. with a blue screen.
That's good. Exactly.
Staring at cursor.
Exactly.
As a small tangent, a quick shout out to an amazing interview you did with Barry Weiss, and just to her in general. Barry Weiss of the Free Press. She has a podcast called Honestly with Barry Weiss. She's great. People should go listen. You were asked if you believe in God. One of the joys, we're talking about happiness. One of the things that makes me happy is making you uncomfortable.
Thank you.
So this question is designed for, many of the questions today are designed for that. You were asked if you believe in God, and you said after a pause, you're not sure. So it felt like the pause, the uncertainty there was some kind of ongoing search for wisdom and meaning. Are you in fact searching for wisdom and meaning?
I guess I put it this way. There's a lot to just understand about people that I feel like I'm only starting to understand. And that's certainly a simpler concept than God. That's what I spent a lot of the last 15 years trying to figure out. I feel like I spent my first 30 years figuring out machines, and then now I'm spending 30 years figuring out people, which turns out to be quite a bit more complicated. And then I don't know, maybe God's the last 30 years or something. And then look, I mean, just like Elon is just like, okay, the known universe is like very complicated and mystifying. The time I pull up in astronomy and get super into astronomy, and it's like Daddy, how many galaxies are there in the universe? And how many galaxies are there in the universe?
100 billion.
Okay, how?
Yeah.
Like how is that freaking possible? Like what? It's such a staggering concept that
I actually wanted to show you a tweet that blew my mind from a while back. He said, Elon said, as a friend called it, this is the ultimate skill tree. This is a wall of galaxies, 1 billion light years across.
Yeah.
So these are all galaxies.
Yeah. What the, how is it that big? How the hell? And I can read the textbook and the this and the that and the whatever, 8 billion years and the Big Bang and the whole thing. And then it's just all right. Oh, and then it's all right, the Big Bang. All right. What was before the Big Bang?
You think we humans will ever colonize a galaxy and maybe even go beyond?
Sure. I mean, in the fullness of time. Yeah.
So you have that kind of optimism, you have that kind of hope that extends across thousands
in the fullness of time. I mean, all the problems, all the challenges with it that I do, but why not? I mean, again, in the fullness of time, it'll take a long time.
You don't think we'll destroy ourselves?
I doubt it. And fortunately, we have Elon giving us the backup plan. So I don't know. I grew up, rural Midwest, sort of just conventionally kind of Protestant Christian. It never made that much sense to me. Got trained as an engineer and a scientist. I'm like, oh, that definitely doesn't make sense. I'm like, I know. I'll spend my life as an empirical, rationalist, and I'll figure everything out. And then, and then again, you walk up against these things. You bump up against these things, and just all right, I okay, I guess there's a scientific explanation for this, but wow. And then all right, where did that come from? Right, and then how far back can you go on the causality chain? Yeah, and then even just experiences. It's hard to rationally explain it all. And then so yeah, I guess probably never know. This happened, and maybe the more practical answer to the question is now of the role that religion plays in society that I didn't have when I was younger. And my partner Ben has a great, I think he quotes his father on this. He's like, if a man does not have a real religion, he makes up a fake one. And the fake ones go very, very badly. And so there's this class. It's actually really funny. There's this class of intellectual. There's this class of intellectual that has what appears to be a very patronizing point of view, which is, yes, I am an atheist, but it's very important that the people believe in something, right? And Marx had like the negative view on that, which is religion is the opiate of the masses. But there's a lot of like right-wing intellectuals who are themselves, I think, pretty atheist or agnostic that are like, it's deeply important that the people be Christian or something like that. And on the one hand, it's like, wow, that's arrogant and presumptive. But on the other hand, maybe it's right. Because, what have we learned in the last 100 years is in the absence of a real religion, people will make up fake ones. There's this writer, there's this political philosopher who's super interesting on this named Eric Vogelin. And he wrote in the sort of mid part of the century, late part of the 20th century. He's like born in, I think, like 1900 and like died in like 85. So he saw the complete run of communism and Nazism. And himself, fled I think he fled Europe and the whole thing. His sort of big conclusion was basically that both communism and Nazism, fascism were basically religions. But like in the deep way of religions, like they were, he called them political religions, but they were like actual religions, and they were what Nietzsche forecasted when he said, God is dead, we've killed him, and we won't wash the blood off our hands for 1,000 years, right? Is we will come up with new religions that will just cause just mass murder and death. And like you read his stuff now, and you're like, yep. That happened, right? And then, of course, as fully, elite moderates, of course, we couldn't possibly be doing that for ourselves right now, but of course we are. And, I would argue that Eric Vogelin for sure would argue that the last 10 years, we have been in a religious frenzy. The woke has been a full-scale religious frenzy, and has had all of the characteristics of a religion, including everything from patron saints to holy texts to, sin. It's at wokeness is at every aspect of a wokeness is at every single aspect of an actual religion other than redemption, right? Which is maybe like the most dangerous religion you could ever come up with, is the one where there's no forgiveness, right? And so I think if Vogelin were alive, I think he would have zeroed right in on that, would have said that. And we just like sailed right off. I mentioned earlier, like we somehow rediscovered the religions of the Indo-Europeans. We're all into identity politics and environmentalism. Like, I don't think that's an accident. So anyway, like there is something very deep going on in the human psyche on religion that is not dismissible and needs to be taken seriously, even if one struggles with the specifics of it.
I think I speak for a lot of people. It's been a real joy, and for me an honor to get to watch you seek to understand the human psyche as you described. You're in that 30-year part of your life. And it's been an honor to talk with you today. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Lex. Is that it? That's only. How long is that?
4 hours with Mark Andreessen. Okay. Is like 40 hours of actual content.
I'll accept being one of the short ones.
For the listener, Mark looks like he's ready to go for 20 more hours. And I need a nap. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Andreessen. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Thomas Sowell. It takes considerable knowledge just to realize the extent of your own ignorance. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I mean, look, we're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days right now, and it's now passing the size of the Defense Department budget, and it's compounding, and it's pretty soon it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 90 days, and then it's going to be adding $1 trillion every 80 days, and then it's going to be $1 trillion every 70 days, and then if this doesn't get fixed at some point, we enter a hyperinflationary spiral, and we become Argentina or Brazil, and
The following is a conversation with Mark Andreessen, his second time on the podcast. Mark is a visionary tech leader and investor who fundamentally shaped the development of the internet and the tech industry in general over the past 30 years. He's the co-creator of Mosaic, the first widely used web browser, co-founder of Netscape, co-founder of the legendary Silicon Valley venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, and is one of the most I hope the Kiev airport will open soon. Then it will be easier to fly in.
Yes, I think that the war will end and President Trump may be the first leader to travel here by airplane. I think it would be symbolic by airplane.
Again, January 25th, around that date, right? Flying in, meeting the Air Force One.
That would be cool.
There is a perception of corruption. People like Donald Trump and Elon Musk really care about fighting corruption. What can you say to them to gain their trust that the money
Have enough on the front lines, and yet we have to provide proof to defend ourselves. Because when there's an abundance of such misinformation, distrust starts to grow. And you're right, people listen to various media outlets, see this, and lose faith in you. In the end, you lose trust, and with it, you lose support. Therefore, believe me, we are fighting more against disinformation than against particular cases, although I still emphasize once again, at the everyday level, such things are still important. We catch these people and we fight them. As if Putin wants to sit down and talk, but Ukraine does not. This is not true.
I think that, yes, he is in fact ready to talk.
Did you talk to him?
On the phone or what?
How do you normally talk to him?
I don't know. Normally by the sea. The same as with you. He invites you to the sea with me. Just the three of us.
No, one of us may drown.
Who? Are you good at swimming?
Yes, I'm a good swimmer.
You're a good swimmer. Well, if you think that the president of a country is completely crazy, it is really hard to come to an agreement with him. You have to look at him as a serious person who loves his country and loves the people in his country And he conducts, yes,
Who are
destructive
you?
military
Who are
actions.
you talking about now? Who loves his country?
Putin. Do you think he doesn't love his country?
No. What is his country? He happened to consider Ukraine his country. What is his country?
When do you think there will be presidential elections in Ukraine? The following is a conversation with Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. It was an intense, raw, and heartfelt conversation, my goal for which was to understand and to do all I can to push for peace. Please allow me to say a few words, first about language, then about the president, and finally about history. Please skip ahead straight to our conversation if you like. We spoke in a mix of languages, continuously switching from Ukrainian to Russian to English. So the interpreter was barely hanging on. It was indeed, in many ways, a wild ride of a conversation. As the president said, the first of many. Language, like many other things in a time of war, is a big deal. We had a choice, speak in Russian, Ukrainian, or English. The president does speak some English, but he's far from fluent in it. And I sadly don't speak Ukrainian yet. So Russian is the only common language we're both fluent in. In case you don't know, the Russian language is one that the president speaks fluently and was his primary language for most of his life. It's the language I also speak fluently, to the degree I speak any language fluently, as does a large fraction of the Ukrainian population. So the most dynamic and powerful conversation between us would be in Russian, without an interpreter, who in this case added about 2 to 3 second delay, and frankly, translated partially and poorly, for me at least, taking away my ability to feel the humor, the wit, the brilliance, the pain, the anger, the humanity of the person sitting before me, that I could clearly feel when he was speaking fluently in the language I understand, Russian. But all that said, war changes everything. The Ukrainian language has become a symbol of the Ukrainian people's fight for freedom and independence. So we had a difficult choice of 3 languages. And faced with that choice, we said yes to all 3, to the consternation and dismay of the translators. We make captions and voice-over audio tracks available in English, Ukrainian, and Russian. So you can listen either to a version that is all one language or to the original mixed language version with subtitles in your preferred language. The default is English overdub. On YouTube, you can switch between language audio tracks by clicking the settings gear icon, then clicking audio track, and then selecting the language you prefer, English, Ukrainian, Russian. To listen to the original mixed language version, please select the English UK audio track. Big thank you to 11 Labs for their help with overdubbing using a mix of AI and humans. We will continue to explore how to break down the barriers that language creates, with AI and otherwise. This is a difficult but important endeavor. Language, after all, is much more than a cold sequence of facts and logic statements. There are words, when spoken in the right sequence and at the right time, that can shake the world and turn the tides of history, that can start and end wars. Great leaders can find those words, and great translators can help these words reverberate to the outskirts of a divided civilization. On another note, let me say that President Zelensky is a truly remarkable person and a historic figure. I say this as somebody who deeply understands the geopolitical complexity and history of the region. I am from this region. My parents were both born in Ukraine, Kiev and Kharkiv, both my grandfathers too. I was born in Tajikistan and lived for a time there, then in Kiev, then Moscow, then United States. And while I am now, for almost 30 years, and to the day I die, am a proud American, my family roots grow deep in the soil of nations that comprised the Soviet Union, including Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, and Tajikistan. I've gotten to know and have spoken for hours with members of the president's team and people close to him. I spoke to hundreds of Ukrainians since 2022, including soldiers, civilians, politicians, artists, religious leaders, journalists, economists, historians, and technologists. I've listened to hundreds of hours of programs that both support and criticize the president in Ukraine, in Russia, in the United States. I've read countless books about this war and the long arc of history that led up to it. If forced to recommend two, at this moment, I would say The Russo-Ukrainian War by Serhiy Plokhy and The Showman by Simon Schuster, which is a good personal behind-the-scenes biography of the president focused on 2022. But there are many, many more. This is why I can comfortably say that he is a truly singular and remarkable human being. It was an honor and pleasure to talk with him on and off the mic. Now, it is true that I plan to travel to Moscow and to speak with President Vladimir Putin. And I hope to be back in Kiev as well. As President Zelensky said, this was our first of many more meetings. In all these cases, I seek to do my small part in pushing for peace. And in doing all this, I'm deeply grateful for the trust people have given me on all sides. For the people attacking me, sometimes lying about me, for the critics in the stands, chanting the latest slogans of the mass hysteria machine like the sheep and animal farm. I love you too. And I assure you that drawing lines between good and evil on a world map is much easier than seeing that line between good and evil in every human being, including you and me. This is what I try to do. I'm simply a human being who seeks to find and surface the humanity in others. And as I've said, no amount of money, fame, power, access can buy my opinion or my integrity. Now, finally, please allow me to briefly overview some history to give background for several topics that President Zelensky references in this conversation. I recommend my conversation with Serhiy Plokhy and many others about the history of the region. But here, let me start with 1991, when Ukraine declared its independence and the Soviet Union collapsed. From this point on, Russia-Ukraine relations were defined in large part by whether Ukraine aligned more with Russia or with the West, meaning Europe, United States, NATO, and so on. In 2004, with the Orange Revolution, a pro-Western candidate, Viktor Yushchenko, became president. In 2010, it went the other way. A pro-Russia candidate, Viktor Yanukovych, became president. The internal tensions grew, and in 2013, Euromaidan protests broke out over Yanukovych's decision to suspend talks with the European Union in favor of closer ties with Russia. This set forward a chain of important events in 2014. On the politics front, Yanukovych was ousted and fled to Russia, leading to the election of a pro-Western president. Also, in 2014, on the war front, Russia annexed Crimea and war broke out in the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine, which eventually killed over 14,000 people and continued all the way to 2022, when, on February 24th, 2022, Russian forces initiated a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. This is when the world started to really pay attention. Now, some history of peace talks. Volodymyr Zelensky won the presidency in 2019, and he discusses in this conversation the ceasefire agreements he made with Vladimir Putin in 2019, which was one of many attempts at peace, from the two Minsk agreements in 2014 and 15 to a series of ceasefire agreements in 2018, 19, and 20, all of which failed, in part or in whole. All this shows just how difficult ceasefire and peace negotiations are, but they are not impossible. It is always worth trying over and over again to find the path to peace. I believe that Presidents Zelensky, Putin, and Trump should meet soon after January 20th this year and give everything they got to negotiate a ceasefire and security guarantees that pave the way for a long-lasting peace. We discussed several ideas for this in this conversation. As I said, this was one of my main goals here, to push for peace. This trip to Kiev and this conversation was a truly special moment for me in my life. It is one I will never forget. So to reflect, I say a few more words and answer some questions at the very end if you like to listen. But here, let me say thank you to everyone for your support over the years. It means the world. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. If we can explain why the Ukrainian language is very important, our conversation will be most effective and impactful if we speak in Russian.
I speak Russian perfectly, of course, and I understand everything you are talking about. However, I can't respond in Russian the entire interview. It's because this is how it is today. I am not making anything up. You can see it all for yourself. You can feel and hear it. Today, there were 73 missile attacks against us, and people were killed. There were over 100 drones today, and this is a daily occurrence. The people who attack us, they speak Russian. They attack people who were only recently told that this was actually in defense of Russian-speaking people. And this is why I respect neither the leader or director of today's Russia, nor the people. That's it. And I don't think that you can just pretend that nothing's happening and give Putin a pass once again for saying that we are one people, that we speak one language, etc. They speak the language of weapons. That is a fact. And we are peaceful people who want to protect themselves and defend their freedom and their human choice. You know, at the beginning of the war, I addressed Russians in Russian. Zero effect. They're mute. They do not listen. They did not listen. Some are afraid. Some have other issues. They have different reasons. It's like when a person is drowning, and people walk by because they can't hear them. And someone walks on by crying, afraid to save them. It doesn't change anything for the one drowning. They need someone to help them. This is why I honestly despise these people as death. They began the occupation in the supposed defense of the Russian language. And that's why, with all due respect, I would like to give an interview in Ukrainian. This is very important to me. If there are some points that you want me to explain in Russian, I can certainly do that. I can certainly occasionally speak Russian. But in general, no. I'm not sure that you will understand me completely, despite your Ukrainian roots. You are a citizen of the United States, right?
Yes.
That's why I'm surprised that you don't understand. Well, it was a long time ago. I understand that it was a long time ago. Moreover, a lot has changed. A lot has changed.
If I may please allow me to say this in Russian. Yes, many things have changed, but I have hope. I hope that today many Russians will hear this, that Vladimir Putin will hear this, that the American president, Donald Trump, and the American people will hear this, that everyone will hear this. And yes, Ukrainian language is important symbolically, but what is also important is that we understand each other well.
For Donald Trump? Is it important for Donald Trump whether I speak Russian or not?
Yes, because unfortunately, and it hurts to admit, but I cannot speak or understand Ukrainian yet. So your wit, dynamism, and your humanity will not come through as well and as quickly. Remember, I need to wait for 2 to 3 seconds to hear it. You have a great sense of humor, great stories. With an interpreter translating, I simply won't see this, but I understand that it's painful. Another reason is that I hoped we could show that even though it is sometimes said that Russian is banned in Ukraine.
This is not true. I'm speaking Russian now, right? We have people who speak Russian. This is not true, really. It's not. It's really not true. We disrespect Russian now because of Russians. That's all. When they were saving Russian speakers, they killed Russian speakers. Many people who actually, many of whom are in the East, right? In the East, they lived in the East. They destroyed their houses, destroyed their lives. It's not a rhetorical thing. It's not all talk and blah, blah, blah. I don't have time for blah, blah, blah. Yes, so it's a very, very important and sensitive moment. The message is that we are not one nation. We are not, the same country. We're different countries. Yes, different countries. And I think what is most important is what we're talking about, not how we're speaking about it. This is what I think. You're a smart guy, so you have a lot of experience in dialogue of this kind. That's why I think you will understand me. Yeah, anyway, I think it is far better for Donald Trump to hear my English, not my Russian.
Your English is much better than my Ukrainian. You're getting better and better.
That's true. I'm a very honest guy. That's why I will be very honest with you.
Okay.
Your Ukrainian is not very good, but we will work on it.
Yes. I have many flaws. That's one of them.
Sometimes I can speak English. Sometimes, as I understand, we can be very flexible, right?
Very flexible. Spanish, Swahili.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah.
We are
Javier
very
Malay needs to
flexible.
understand this. So
By the way, Javier understood me without any words.
the language of love,
Yeah.
maybe.
Of respect. I
Respect.
respect him.
Yeah.
I had a very good conversation with him. Really brilliant.
May I sometimes speak Russian and sometimes English?
Yes. You can use any language you like. And I think that's a very good rule for this first meeting between us. As you said, maybe we will meet in the future for the second time.
Second and third and fourth?
Yeah, this is good. You can ask questions in the language you'd like, and I will answer in the language I can.
Well, you said you wanted to meet by the sea at some point. So for our next meeting, let's meet by the sea.
With pleasure. Next time, it would be much better to meet by our Ukrainian Black or our Azov Sea.
I've been to I have traveled to many cities in Ukraine, but I have never been to Odessa. And everyone tells me that, and I don't know why.
You have to.
Can you explain to me why everyone loves Odessa so much? What's there?
You know, what's in Odessa? That's how they say it. What's there? In Odessa, we've got it all.
Okay.
Odessa. I love Odessa because of its particular temperament. People have their own accent, and it's so. There are many nationalities. There are a lot of stories. Authentic Odessa cuisine. By the way, the cuisine is very different from others. The dishes are not like any other dishes, and everything is very tasty. Also, there are beautiful people, and today, you understand people very well, especially after the attacks on Odessa. You understand what the people are like, just how Odessites are, very Ukrainian. And that's very cool. I love Odessa. I go there several times a year. Now because, now because of strengthening of air defense systems, because of this grain corridor, etc. I go there more often. They have the sun there. They have the sea. It's Ukraine, and it's very cool there.
Well, when you come and visit me in Texas as a guest for the third time,
With pleasure.
let's do this. How about you, my friend Joe Rogan, and I will go get some Texas barbecue together?
Who will pay?
It's a good question.
Putin. For everything. He has to pay.
Well, yes, we'll invite him too.
No.
Okay.
Without him.
Okay, I get it. Understood.
But if the Rome Statute will be accepted by your government before this moment.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Joe has a great comedy club in Austin.
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan, yes. And I think that as a person who respects comedy and stand-up comedy, it would be interesting for you to have a look at it.
No, he is. I know him. him, and I saw a lot of different videos. He's a very talented person. So it would be a pleasure if you invite me and I'm able to do it. I am a little bit busy.
Yeah.
But if I'll be in the United States, I hope that I will have a conversation meeting with President Trump. And of course, during my visit, if I'll have the time, it would be a pleasure if you'll invite me. With pleasure.
You know what? I will pay.
Good.
Yeah. I had to think about it, but you are the president.
Yes, with you, with pleasure.
When the war is over, please come.
Thanks
and
so
when you're
much.
less busy.
Thanks so much.
If we can go back many years, World War II. Tell me the story of your grandfather who fought in World War II.
My grandfather, he graduated from the military academy, and from the very beginning of the war, he went to fight. He was in the infantry, and he fought through the entire war. He had many wounds, as they used to say back then. His chest is covered in medals, and it's true. He had more than 30. Yes, more than 30. He was the kind of man. He was such a serious man. I loved him very much, and we had a very close relationship. He didn't like to tell details about the war. He never boasted. Although I asked him, as a boy would, how many fascists did you kill? He never talked about it. He believed that the war was a great tragedy, a tragedy for everyone. And Ukraine was occupied, and it was a tragedy for Ukraine, a tragedy for Europe, and a tragedy for the Jewish people. His own brothers, his entire family were executed. They were tortured by fascists who had occupied Ukraine and their village. His father was the head of the village, and he was killed. They were shot. It was a mass grave, right? Yes, it was a communal burial. Some of them were killed outright, and others were buried alive. His 4 brothers, they all went to war. As soon as the war began, they were all there. He was the only one who had a military education, and they all died in the war. He was the only one who came back. He had nobody. He came back, and he found my grandmother, his future wife, and she managed, what was it called then? I don't know. They don't have them anymore. It was a childcare facility, an orphanage, so to speak, a place where orphans lived, children who don't have parents, children of war. And she managed this childcare facility with difficult children, as they used to call them, difficult children who went through the war, who saw their parents killed, and this is how they met, because these difficult children, they sometimes behave differently. They could steal something, do something bad. There were many children in the orphanage. Yes, that's how she met my grandfather. And I loved him very much. And I think that my grandfather, frankly, would never have believed that this war is possible. He would never have believed it, because he worked in the police after the war. He was a colonel. He worked in criminal investigation all his life. So he fought with bandits all his life after the Second World War. But also, I believe he fought for justice all his life. And we all lived in one apartment. And even after his death, I lived with both both of my grandmothers and my parents, two grandmothers, who both lost their husbands. Both of them died. Well, it was an ordinary family that that lived like everyone lived back then in the Soviet Union, and even after the Soviets in the 90s. We lived in one apartment all together. What else is there to say? But I think the most important thing was values, respect. They gave me an education. My parents gave me an education. No one left me money or apartments, so I didn't inherit anything material. But I believe that our real inheritance is here in our minds, and in our hearts. I believe that.
There's 1 second delay.
Yeah,
So if I'm sorry, if you
it's fine.
tell a joke, I will laugh about 1, 2, or 3 seconds later. There's a delay. So, ordinary family, but not an ordinary time. World War II. World War II. Speaking of mass graves, I was at Babin Yar yesterday. A large part of my family died there. In moments like this, such a place serves as a stark reminder of the profound historical gravity of the Second World War. I remember this song from my youth. On June 22nd at 4 o'clock, Kyiv was bombed and the war began. I always wondered how it would feel to live in a moment when everything changed. The path of humanity completely shifts in a single moment, just like that. What do you think about that moment in 1941? Now, after the 2022 invasion, how do you perceive the Second World War after you have witnessed all of it?
Well, firstly, the war actually started earlier. It started here in Ukraine. Kyiv was bombed, as you quoted. But the war had already begun before that. And I think I perceived it as a start of the full-scale invasion. Well, I think it's hard. It's hard to understand why nobody wants to listen, look at, and analyze history. War, the rise of fascism and Nazism, the emergence of Hitler, Goebbels, and their entire team. At the time, this wasn't just about one party or even one country. It was essentially a wave of hatred, a wave of one race above the rest. They were, in fact, constructing and ultimately implemented a theory around this idea, later seizing Europe. They created a theory of one nation, one race, one world. Their world. Of course, this idea is absolutely senseless, but it has become radicalized over the years and even gained support. A vision of one world. And in principle, the so-called Russian world, the ideology Putin promotes and imposes, it wasn't originally like that. He was a different person back then, or maybe he was always like this, but his rhetoric was different. At the beginning, remember, he talked about the EU and even about Russia's future being tied to NATO. There were even talks of joining the European Union, NATO. He spoke about shared values with the West. That's how it all sounded back then. And we must also look at Hitler, who was seriously, before the radical idea of taking over the whole world, he actually made certain steps, and everyone believed he was helping the economy. And to be fair, he did take some steps in that direction, but he was a terrifying person. None of those actions justify him, nor do they excuse his actions. And that's why we cannot look at the Second World War as if it started in 1939. It didn't begin in 1941 either. We need to draw conclusions. When did it start? With the weaknesses of the world. The division of European states, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. All of this happened before 1941. People who were more informed, those who dug deeper, whether they were politicians or not, whether they were from different walks of life, including business, which was different back then, were speaking about all of this. Hitler won't stop. There'll be a world war. Hitler will destroy.
Welcome. How are you? Serena, welcome. How's your day going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm amazing. Did you happen to, thank you for asking, did you hear about me from Blue Sky?
I think that's where I was. Yeah, I was just in another server. So, your server environment.
Oh, very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been live streaming on YouTube since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online archived than any person in global history. Essentially, it's a time capsule for society. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Oh, yeah, I've seen the Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, I'm a real life Truman Show. I do so because I don't want war anymore, and I want to give myself a platform to be able to discuss peace. I also want to help end wonder through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Caninu. I know that's a mouthful. It's worth $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in Nigeria. I also am an advocate for the Lifestar program and desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
I agree. And if you weren't aware, data, according to The Economist, is Earth's number one resource. And I have more data online than any person ever. And what does that mean? That means that I may be an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, and your family all very wealthy. And I'm going to give you all the money that you need to be able to start charities of your own and philanthropic organizations. How does that sound, Serena?
That's awesome. Very good.
Excellent.
I think you have you're very ambitious, and I admire the steps you're taking for your steps.
Well, thank you so much. I am going to go viral perhaps within the next month. And you're like, month, you're just sitting here, with one other person here. Well, it is late, but nevertheless, the reason why I say that is people are, I've created robots on a platform known as Blue Sky, which is like a Twitter alternative. And people are tweeting about me or whatever you want to call it, blue skying about me. And so that's really good. They're doing it about once every 10 minutes or so. So that's just incredible. I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. I'm really into futurology, AI, artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, de-extinction. People don't know this, Serena. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates, which I just think is mind-blowing technology. I don't know why we're not talking about it more often. They just recently had a successful direwolf project of reintroduction. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird following the woolly mammoth, which I just think is just really cool. I'm really into science. I'm really into the future. And so these are some projects that are on their agenda. I also talk about things that directly affect you. And this is all with your consent. I'm really big about consent. If you just want to live your normal life and not take any of this futurology on, that's you. But if it is interesting to you, there may be opportunities for you, with your consent, to be able to utilize a type of technology known as life extension technology. When you were born, Serena, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technologies such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you may get to be 20 years old and you may say, Rabbi, I've had a wonderful life. You've been able to make all my dreams come true. My friends, my family, we started charities. You completed it all. What's the next step? And again, this is with your consent, Serena. If you want, there may be an opportunity that we may be able to utilize known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Serena, is there may be an opportunity for you to experience digital immortality. I think that's very cool. What are your thoughts?
That is, yeah, that is very cool. Sorry, I'm just like trying to process all that. Like, I'm like, wow.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
You're not alone. It is a lot to take in. That, like, wow, I just met a random person on Discord, and they told me that basically they're going to take care of my friends and my family, and I'm never going to have to work again, and I'm going to be able to live longer and perhaps live forever. I mean, I know I basically am setting up a big goal here, but that's what I truthfully want to do. And you're never going to meet anybody else like me, at least not on Discord nor anywhere else. And if you're like, okay, so let me get this straight. How are you going to make me rich? Because that's what I'd be asking. Like, how is this going to happen? I have more data than any person ever. And essentially, I'm live right now on 18 different YouTube streams. I'm live, and I have been on multiple YouTube streams going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially a time capsule or a timeline for society. And people are going to study this in the future. Like we studied people's diaries or journals hundreds of years ago. They're going to do the same with this video. They're also going to be able to use this in academia, at a university level, basically understanding the human body biologically. They'll be able to train AI using this data. Essentially, we just see something on a two-dimensional screen right now. But in the future, you'll be able to know my heartbeats per minute, my breath per minute, my blinks per minute, my swallows per minute. You'll be able to know my eating habits, my bathing habits, my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythm. Everything about it will be able to be essentially dissected on this. And I know that that's going to make me a very influential person. And with that, I'm going to do my best to push for peace globally and help the world, help the less fortunate. I know I might not be able to save everyone, but I do know that with technology, we'll be able to accomplish many of these dreams. And really, I want to help you and help your family. If you're like, Rabbi, I don't want your help, you're absolutely entitled to that as well. But I do want you to know that I'm here to help you. And more than anything, Serena, of all of the great things about which I talk, I'm here to just be a friend. If you ever need anybody, you need a positive person in your life, I'm here for that. I'm an optimistic individual, and I'm just here to give people hope. I really appreciate you being so nice to me, coming in and having the courage to talk with me.
Of course, yeah. Like, I'm interested.
Absolutely. So if you're wondering, okay, so what are you doing right now? My friend Miss Aquarius and I, we play games until she goes to bed generally, or I go to bed. And we have some friends here and play games. So I do play games in here, but generally I watch a lot of podcasts. So right now we're watching the Lex Friedman podcast. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's like an AI podcast, but it also talks about like international relations and such. And he is interviewing the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. And so I'm watching this, and but really happy to be able to speak with you. We have Eugene here. Eugene, how are you? I'm wonderful. Thank you for coming. Eugene, if I may ask, how'd you find out about me?
One of my friends told me about this server.
Amazing. Your friend is an amazing person. Serena, do you mind if I tell Eugene about what I do? It may be a repeat of what you just heard. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
Excellent. Eugene, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. Eugene, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I know the Truman Show, but like I know the concept and some stuff.
Excellent. That's great that you know the concept. That's essentially what I am. I stream my life because I don't want war anymore, and I want to have a platform to be able to discuss world peace. Additionally, I'm going to be able to discuss ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like perhaps hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Million. It's worth over $100 million. And we build wells in Nigeria and other developing areas to better people's lives there. I'm also a major advocate for the Life Share program and desalination technology, pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If I may ask Eugene, does this sound interesting to you?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, other things that I do, I do have more data online than any person ever. And what that may mean for you, and I just explained to Serena, is that I may be able to one day be a very influential person and give you all the money that you need and to help your friends and your family become very wealthy and also to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like alien disclosure, nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, things like geothermal power, things like tidal power, things like space tourism and terraforming other planets, interstellar travel. I talk about things like artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about de extinction. I talk about things that are pertinent perhaps to you. When you were born, Eugene, your average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as things like perhaps oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, I've had a wonderful life. My body's starting to break down. That's the next plan. And this is all with your consent. If you don't want this, you want to live just a normal life and die at a normal age, you absolutely can. But if you want, there may be the opportunity at something known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. To later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Eugene, that I just said to Serena, is that there may be an opportunity for you to experience digital mortality, which means you don't die in the traditional sense. What are your thoughts on all of this?
It's not interesting. I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of neutral. Everything if I think about it.
Absolutely. As Serena and I were just discussing, it's a lot to take in. Like, I'm just some random person in a Discord who just basically says that they're going to change your life. And I have intentions to do that. I can imagine you may be like, okay, well, how are you going to go viral? I create robots. So I've got robots here that are currently promoting me on a platform known as Blue Sky, which is like the Twitter alternative. And people are tweeting about me or Blue Sky or posting about me about once every 10 minutes. And that's phenomenal. I've seen some really incredible growth over the course of the last 2 months or so in this server. We have over 1,700 people in here, and it just continues to grow. And more than anything, as I said to Serena, and I want you to know, is aside from all of the things that I talk about, the futurology and helping you and your family and making you live longer and all of that, I'm here to be a friend. If you ever need anything, I'm here. I'm always live. I want you to know that I'm a positive individual, that I have an optimistic spirit, and just overall want to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, Eugene, I'm here to help you, okay?
All right.
Excellent. Do you have any questions?
Honestly, not really. It's just like a lot to think about.
Absolutely. I completely understand. I know if I were in your boat, I would be completely overwhelmed. I would be like, okay, I believe it when I see it, is probably what I would say. But if anything, I would know that this person, with whatever person I was talking to, had a lot of data and they have a lot of potential to be very influential. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels right now. I have over 100 YouTube channels in total. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in Amaranth Discord. Number one streamer all time in Kaisenat's Discord. Number one streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord. I'm friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick on Discord, and have a really good opportunity to really have some amazing things happen over the course of the next perhaps as soon as within a month or so. So if anything, I want you to know that you're here in the ground level. Get your popcorn ready because some exciting things may happen. How's that sound?
That sounds interesting.
Excellent. Well,
Actually,
go.
I have a question. I do have I'm wondering, why do you stream on so many different accounts?
That's a great question. So when I first started, it was just one account like a normal person. But you'll find that you do stream that much, you'll get things like copyright strikes, or perhaps they'll flag you for some unknown reason. I've watched the Super Bowls on here. I've watched 3 different Olympics. I've watched the World Series and the Stanley Cup and the WNBA Championship and the NBA Championship, Little League World Series. I've watched every major motion picture, including all the Oscar winners going back from 1927. I've watched, listened to every major music album and every major audiobook. And when you do all that, a lot of it's copyrighted. So in order to avoid getting my one account banned, I do my best to multi-stream and be on as many different platforms simultaneously as possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I do some IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I have streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. I've really streamed everywhere within Southern California. Usually, I generally just stream at my house because few reasons. Data, it's really easy to get throttled when you're out and about. It's very expensive to do, and additionally, like I run into issues that my phones overheat or I have to keep power. And so it's just much easier when I keep things in a climate controlled area. But I do some IRL streaming. I've had people who've met me on the stream, and we've had picnics in the local park, and I've met fans, and just generally think that we've got a really exciting opportunity here. And just you should know again, you should thank your friend for having them send the link to you, and please do your best to continue to spread the word. Okay.
All right.
Excellent. I was telling Serena that other things that we do in here, I watch podcasts. I'm watching right now the Lex Friedman podcast. He's interviewing the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. I watch AI podcasts. I watch stand-up comedy podcasts. I just did a marathon of every Kill Tony episode, if you know what that is. If you don't know what that is, it is the largest live podcast in the world. It just went from YouTube to Netflix, so it's becoming bigger and bigger. I've watched quite a few of the library of the Joe Rogan Experience, watched a lot of the Hardcore History podcast. Whatever it is, I just like to learn. So we're always doing something interesting in here. I also play games, so every night, well, more than that, I probably play like 10 hours of games a day. I have people from Australia who come in to play. I have people from Canada who come in to play. I have people from the United States who come in to play. All over the world, people come and we play mini games together, sometimes in Discord, usually on another app that we use called Play-Doh. And we play things like mini golf and darts and things like Go. And they have some other different kinds of mini games in there. We've got archery and like soccer and all kinds of fun things. So if you're ever bored, this is a fun place to be. Excellent. Well, with that, if you don't have any other questions, feel free to stay as long as you'd like. I'm going to continue watching this podcast, and if you ever need anything again, I'm here to help you, okay?
All right. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Nation. And that's what happened. Someone looked the other way. What I told you about. Europe was sinking then. I gave you an example of it. But the whole world looked the other way and didn't pay attention and said, no, we can negotiate with him. I'm telling you, he is okay. We can negotiate with him. He's just more right-leaning. Or it does not matter what they said. He's just very pro-nationalist. This is all nonsense. And this is not the first time. And Hitler isn't the first such case in history. We're dealing with a person who is allowed to stick to this desire to destroy. He was consumed by it and enjoying it. And what happened to Hitler? Now, what about Putin? This invasion was also at 4 in the morning. Around 4 in the morning, there were missile strikes on Ukraine. This is the same. I believe that intentions are also the same, but more on that later. By the way, you tell me if this is too long, you can stop me.
Never long enough. It's beautiful.
Okay, so it happened here around 4 in the morning. Before this, I must honestly say, everyone said something, predicted something, etc. But I asked only for one thing, primarily from the United States. If you are sure, if you have the evidence, if you talk to him and he tells you that there'll be an invasion, if all this scares you, I only asked for 2 things. Send us weapons, or better yet, strengthen us with preventive measures so there would be no war. It wasn't the weapons that I was asking for. I asked for sanctions. Intimidate him. Please don't say that. If he comes, if he crosses borders, if he kills, we're imposing sanctions. Well, this is complete bullshit. Sorry, but really?
Oh, I understand this.
Oh, wonderful. Yes.
I understood one word.
Yeah.
So they did not help.
I believe that no, and this is a fact. We didn't receive help. If we assume that words are help, well, then yes, we received a lot of it because there were plenty of words, even more than plenty. Yes? At 4 in the morning, there were strikes. Morally, is it possible to prepare for war? No. It doesn't happen like you read in books, see in movies, and so on. What happens to you? I was just looking at my wife and children. My children were asleep, but my wife was awake. There were strikes, missile strikes. We heard them. To you, as a living person, how can this be? You just can't fully believe this. You just don't understand. Why now? Given everything that happened in World War II, when millions of people died, none of it mattered. Still at 4 in the morning, around 3:40, 3:45. Remember, around this time, yes, there were missile strikes. And later, by the way, a few days after the first days of the war, I spoke with Lukashenko on the phone. And he apologized. And he said that it was not me. Missiles were launched from my territory and Putin was the one launching them. These are his words. I have witnesses. And I apologize, he said. But believe me, that's what he told me. Volodya, this is not me. I'm not in charge, he told me. I'm not in charge. These are just missiles. This is Putin. I told him, don't do that. This was done without me. That's it. He just On the phone, I remember this conversation. I told him that I believed. You are a murderer too, I'm just saying. And he told me, you must understand, you can't fight the Russians. I told him that we never fought them. I said, it's war. The missiles came from your land, from Belarus. How did you allow this? Then he replied, all right, retaliate then. I still remember him telling me, hit the refinery. You know how much I care about it. Moser Oil Refinery, is that it? Can't recall. Moser Oil Refinery. I told him, what are you on about? What retaliation?
Forgive me, Volodya.
Yes.
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 This was at 5 in the morning?
No. This was during the first or maybe the second or third day of the war.
Ah,
yes.
I see.
Well, after that, I went back home. I was home with my children, with my wife. I just went to my wife very quickly that night at 4:00. Yes, and just told her, get the children, get ready. You'll probably need to go to my office very soon. And I left. That's it. At this moment, you're no longer a father. What happened to me, unfortunately, because I believe that this is, and not only do I believe, I understand, especially now that all of this is the most important thing, because your country is your family. The strength is in your family. And this is the most important thing. And I'm the president, and therefore I had to stop being a father in my own family. And my wife had to do everything. She had to do everything regarding children, regarding safety. And I had to deal with the state because I'm the president, and this is my duty. And I, by the way, am taking this very seriously. I went to the office, and here we are now. You're very welcome.
Well, at that moment, on February 24th, 2022, everything changed again. Just like in June 1941. Everything changed. And history took a turn. The history of humanity took a turn. And for you too. Well, you were the president. You were talking about fighting corruption, about the country's freedom, about interesting and innovative reforms. But that morning of February 22nd, everything changed. Could you tell me about that morning, the details of your actions? When you had to quickly make difficult decisions. What was the process for you? How did you make these decisions? Did you discuss them with people you trust to understand how to respond to this invasion in every technical, political, and military aspect? What was the process for you? How did you make the decision?
According to our legislation, in principle, I'm the supreme commander of the armed forces of Ukraine, so I had to give corresponding orders. Yes, I have a military office, and then later there was a military headquarters where all key people gathered. This is not only about the military, it's about energy, etc., all key things. But at that moment, I made the decisions quickly and without a doubt. And I cannot say that I am just that kind of person. I'm just a living person who believes that if help is needed right now, to help evacuate people, help with children. Several cities were blocked. I was only thinking about how to deliver food there within a day. We did a lot of things, although we understood that they, in fact, occupy part of our state. And we distributed weapons to people. That's how it was. Trucks came and simply distributed weapons to people so that they could defend the capital, to ordinary people, just on the street, to ordinary people who understood that if the Russians enter the city, then we would have the same thing that's happening in other cities per the information we received. Thanks to digitalization, by the way, we had very good digitalization before this. We preserved a lot, and even when they were surrounding certain cities, a lot of things still worked. The banking system, the internet, we had television, and thanks to this, I made several decisions to ensure that people are united and have all the information. Russia is very good at spreading large-scale disinformation. Fortunately, I have 2 decades of experience, 2 decades of experience managing a production studio, TV channels, and large media resources. I understood that we needed to build an information network very quickly. Thanks to this, I began to address the people constantly. This happened several times, 3 to 5 times a day. In fact, I became that an information source for people who were in cities that were cut off from other information. And it was very important for me to keep all things digital, to keep the internet, to stay in touch with everyone, with all the people. Initially, that's the contact we had, and then we also built a media platform, so where we had all the news agencies of Ukraine, and this net called Marathon. And it was also very important for the people to trust us, and people had to receive information. Why? There were waves. There were waves of Russian on the first day who said he ran away. I had to go out the street. I left office and went outside because I was showing that this was no green screen, to show that it was the street, not some digital manipulation. I mean, I did these things, then I touched various objects. Now people might think that these are small things, but I was actually showing that I was in a real place. All of this had an impact. I was absolutely sure of my actions. And these contacts, several contacts, and then I spoke to the Russians, I addressed Russians, I really did. And then only after that, I gathered, it was the first day when I invited all of the journalists here, wasn't it? That was on the first day, I think, well, not here, to the press center in this building. I talked to the journalists, I asked them not to leave because we needed weapons. Moment, they were handing out rifles to people. And for me, journalists and media platforms were essential voices. There were various journalists from different countries here, and they were essentially stuck. And I asked them for contacts, those who had access to Russians, Belarusians, Kazakhs who understood everything, the same information. And I spoke to them. And I spoke to them and spoke in Russian. I told them, you must stop Putin. This is terrible. This is horror. This is war. You must stop him. And if you stand up now, if you speak out, and if you go out into the streets, this was very important. I spoke to them in Russian to show them that there was no problem and that all of these pretexts were made up. This is why it's so painful to talk about the Russian language too, because look, if a person does not want to listen, they will not listen, no matter what language we speak.
I disagree with you here. I think and hope that many people in Russia will hear us today.
They blocked YouTube recently. Are you aware of this? In their country.
I know. I simply guarantee that this conversation will travel fast on the internet. Everyone will hear you. They will hear you. Including the president of Russia will hear you. This is why
he is actually deaf, even if he speaks to you. He is deaf by his very nature. Do you understand the difference? For instance, when you talk to Musk, You're talking to an innovator, a scientist about rockets. You talk about how to save on costs and how they land. And on the other hand, Putin doesn't launch rockets to save money, but to kill people. Do you think you can talk to Putin about technology? Your guys were interviewing him, and he told them about tribal history. Do you understand? Imagine a Russian man in his country listening to him. You know what Musk is about? Technology, Mars, artificial intelligence. And this guy, Putin, is standing there bare-assed, pontificating about tribes. You've got to understand. You think when you do interviews, like Mr. Tucker, who did an interview there, that you're about to make them friends. How could you? What does this have to do with friends? He's different. He is simply different.
But it's still necessary.
A mammoth stands before you.
By the way, I must say that when you said bare-assed, it was not translated. Could the interpreter please translate?
This is so that
Thank
you can understand.
Now he explained everything to me. I understand.
Yeah? That's
now
great.
I fully understand.
That's
Anyway,
great.
but we still need to talk.
One should always speak with someone who listens. And you must speak when you know that this will benefit you, bring peace and to the world, not the other way around. I love President Trump's message when he speaks. I think that we share a position on peace through strength. That is very important. It means that if you are strong, you can speak. And we need to be strong. And Ukraine has to be strong. Strong enough. Other what for? So you know who, like Voldemort, who must not be named. Yes, he's like Voldemort. He thrives, subsists, and lives on being subjectivized. Instead of isolation, he is offered to step out into the light. He's darkness personified, and you offer him, as it were, to be subjectivized. Why? There's only one reason. Fear. And you say, we need to talk. Listen, we need to be in a strong position and not talk, but end the war. Yes, it is possible through dialogue. We're not opposed to it. You just need to be in a strong position to make the other person want it. Do you think he wants to end the war? That's what you suggested. I think this is naive. I'm sorry. With all due respect, it's naive to think he wants to finish the war. It's
Tell you what.
the circumstances. Sorry for interrupting. There's something we need. I think that President Trump not only has will, he has all these possibilities, and it's just talk. I really count on him, and I think that our people really count on him. So he has enough power to pressure him, to pressure Putin not into wanting to stop it. No, he will not want to pressure him to stop it. That is the difference. Don't rely on his will, Putin's will to stop. You won't see it. That's what I think. Sorry.
No, sorry, I interrupted you first. But what I would want, I do have what some might call a naive dream of you sitting down with Putin and Trump and negotiating a deal about a ceasefire and together finding a path to long-term peace. And I think this requires strength, requires negotiations. There are a lot of carrots and sticks here that can be used to make a real deal. And Trump is very keen on making a deal and ready to negotiate.
Can I ask you a question? Yep. I just really want you and I to be on the same page. It's very important to be in the same information space, extremely important. Let's talk a bit about the ceasefire. Let me describe the situation to you. In December 2019, in Normandy, in Paris, at the Élysée Palace, Macron, Merkel, Putin, and I agreed on the ceasefire. The US wasn't there. And this, by the way, was the weak point of the meeting. If you'd like, we can later discuss why they weren't there. It's a security guarantee thing in general. It's Germany's position, etc. We agreed on an exchange of hostages and all for all exchange. We made a deal to exchange everyone for everyone. I think you know that. And there was also a meeting, many hours, a meeting we made a deal with him. Everyone was tired. It was just the two of us in the end. And I proposed a ceasefire. By the way, no one in Ukraine believed. If you believed in the ceasefire and he wanted troop withdrawal, I calculated that if there were a withdrawal of troops from the line of contact the way Russians proposed, it would take 20 years. I proved it to him just in terms of time. Square kilometers, namely the length of the line of contact or delimitation line. And we agreed on what I told him, that it will not work out. But I had many points because I was deeply involved in the issue. I was involved very deeply. It's my thing in general. If I start doing something, I can't stand there like that guy I spoke about with my ass out, you know? I must be dressed. I must be prepared. I must be prepared better than anyone in front of me. You do sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
I practiced for many years, and we know what fights are like, what boxing is, what Thai boxing is. This is what I did, and I loved it very much. When you step into the ring, you understand everything pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And so I stepped into it, and I was definitely well prepared. But he wasn't. No. He was not deeply involved in the process. What border? Where is it? How long will it take to disengage troops? And why wasn't he involved? You want to know? Because he wasn't going to do any of this. This is what confused me. If you are not deeply involved in the issue, well then it's as if you don't really need the result. That's what I think. So what happened? We agreed that there will be gas continuation, gas transit. In 2019, we agreed with him. This was the security for Europe. Merkel asked me for it. And this was extremely important for Germany. We agreed with him. Secondly, we agreed that for him it was just money. So secondly, we agreed on an exchange. For me, this was the most important thing. For them, gas was, for me, was the people. And this is a fact, because I wanted to have a humanitarian advantage so that there would be further meetings that would lead to sustained peace. And third, ceasefire. Ceasefire you spoke about. What happened? Gas contract was signed because he needed it. And by the way, he knew everything about it. As for exchange, we took the first step and exchanged the people. Regarding the ceasefire, well, they started killing us in about a month. So I called him and I told him, we agreed on a ceasefire, didn't we? Well, it wasn't a piece of toilet paper, was it? This is serious business. Or so it seemed. It really was serious. Merkel, Macron, you and I, we all agreed on this together. A ceasefire is important, isn't it? Not for New Year's, because everyone was celebrating New Year's. And now they're offering us a Christmas ceasefire. It's all the same. A ceasefire for 2-3 days just to get some praise. But this isn't a performance. This isn't some kind of theater. No, this is about people's lives. And that's what happened. After that, I called him a few more times. I think I only had 2-3 calls with him in total. I asked him for a ceasefire. He told me it couldn't be. We will figure it out now. People from the occupied territory, Russians and separatists, they were all there together. They continued to shoot and kill our people. Yes, the front lines were quiet, but they killed people. They were killing people. And I kept calling him. I called again and again, but there was nothing. Until after a few months, the Russians stopped answering the phone. We did not have any contact since. I wanted another meeting, like we had in Normandy. I wanted the next meeting. I wanted to find a solution, but the Russians refused. We tried to make it happen through various European countries, and not only European, but the Russians refused. They passed along some kind of bullshit, made excuses. They didn't want it. Meanwhile, they were sending their snipers. We had evidence, living proof, even video evidence, because some of them were captured back then. Those were the snipers in training. They were training them. And later those snipers operated in Syria and Africa. These snipers were training in our country, in the east. Ukrainians were living targets. They were shooting from the other side, killing people, women, people, children. They were shooting. It was a hunt. By the way, it was in the Russian-speaking region, in the east, where, according to him, everyone is speaking Russian. That's where they were shooting, where the situation currently is the most tense. They killed people. We sent this information, sent pictures. We sent them to the UN, sent them everywhere. We worked very hard, very persistently. I met with everyone, but who thought of Ukraine back then?
Welcome.
They didn't notice it much. They didn't pay much attention to Crimea being illegally occupied either. And to be honest, the United States of America too. Everyone was somewhat silent about this issue. That's how it was. It was like that before a full-scale war.
How are you? Hope you're doing okay.
Or I want to ask you a question about the ceasefire.
Are you okay?
For example,
Sweet dreams.
in Mariupol today, there are American and Ukrainian journalists, and everyone will tell you who has contact now with Mariupol, who fled from there in the last minutes just before the occupation, or who was able to leave, to escape after the occupation. Chernov, who won an Oscar, was among them. And the journalists that left Mariupol, they are here. By the way, we had a conversation. They will tell you that 20,000, 30,000 civilians were tortured and buried there. We do not know the number of victims. People who didn't want to work with them, who refused to cooperate with them, people who went on strikes to protest, people who did not want to work with the Russians who occupied Mariupol. And this is one example, just with this city. And I have a question for you. What about the millions of children? And I will ask you in Russian so that you hear this with a. What about the millions of children? What if we just arranged a ceasefire without understanding what would happen next? Without understanding what will happen to Ukraine's security guarantees? What about the millions of children in the occupied territories? What should I tell them? What am I to tell them? What is it I should tell them? What? Whatever? Hey, all of you over there, see ya. And those tens of thousands of people buried there, they were, is that what we want? Are we ready to forgive them for this? We must at least take the first step. If this is a ceasefire, we must know that there is a security guarantee for the part of Ukraine under our control. We need it so that he will not come back. This is very important. And what do we say to the people who live in those territories? These are millions of people. Did you know that since 2014 in Donetsk, in the Crimea, this is happening in Melitopol as well, as in Berdyansk now. They are making all these kids of drafting age go and fight. And if they don't go, they will be killed. This is, do you understand what's happening? That is why a ceasefire, everything I said, what I wish for, and I believe in President Trump's power to use all of this information to come up with a way to make Ukraine strong. And be strong. Why am I saying that? I will give you an example. President will be in the same situation as I was in 2019. Precisely the same situation. I want to end the war. We want a lasting peace for Ukraine. We must do this. The ceasefire, exchange people, and then diplomatically return all territories. And we will do this through diplomacy. What will happen next with President Trump? If the ceasefire happens without security guarantees, at least for the territory we control, what does he get? If he manages to make a ceasefire deal, and 3 months later, Putin launches a new wave of attacks, what will Trump look like? What will Ukraine look like? What will everyone look like? Putin will just do it. And why would Putin do it? Because today he's afraid of Trump. But once Trump manages, for example, to do a ceasefire deal without serious security guarantees for Ukraine, he will give a pass to Putin. Not that he wants to. No, he does not want that. I believe in what he says. But he will give Putin an opportunity. Because in Putin's head, he wants me to fight with Trump. Putin's plan is to end the occupation of our territory. This is in his sick head. And I'm absolutely sure of this. That is why I told you, don't wait for Putin to want to stop the war. Pressure him so that he is forced to stop the war. That's important.
It's important to say that what you said about the children is a tragedy. War is hell. But let me say again, we must find a path to peace.
There is one.
What is it?
There is one. Before ceasefire, strong Ukraine. Strong Ukraine's position? Yes, we can speak about it with Trump. For me, we can speak about security guarantees, but a quick step is NATO. A partial membership NATO. Yes, I understand. I understand Trump's feelings about NATO. I heard him. He's thinking through all of it, of course. But anyway, yes, NATO is a strong security guarantee for all the people, for us. Part of security guarantees. The second part is the arms aid package, which we will not use. If a ceasefire works, nobody will use the weapons. For what? But it has to stay. But with all due respect to the United States and to the administration, not like before, I don't want the same situation like we had with Biden. I ask for sanctions now, please, and weapons now. And then we will see. If they start it again, of course, we'll be happy if you'll give us more and you will stand with us shoulder to shoulder. Of course, that is right. But it's different when you have weapons. Putin wouldn't have been able to occupy so much territory. It was very difficult for us to push him out. But we didn't have weapons before, and that is the same situation. It can be the same situation. I'm just sharing this with you. Like I said at the very beginning, I want to be very honest with you and with your audience. Yes, it's true. If we do not have security guarantees, Putin will come again.
To make it clear, let's describe the idea that you are speaking about. I would like to offer you other ideas too, but right now, your idea is that NATO accepts Ukraine minus the 5 regions of Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and Crimea.
Just so you understand the situation, the invitation to NATO is legislatively issued to Ukraine. So to us, all those territories are still Ukraine. But NATO so far can only act in the part that is under Ukrainian control. This can be negotiated. I am sure about that. Yes, this would not be a great success for us, but if we see a diplomatic way to end the war, this is one of the ways. So it is. Sorry, that is a start. Secondly, weapons, arms aid package. I'm not ready to discuss this publicly right now. It's all written down. And President Trump might have seen it or not, but we've got no secrets from him. Yes. So, but mostly it depends on the willingness of the United States, because some of it will come from the EU, some from the United States, of course, together. So not just from the United States. No. We need unity with this package. So the package and sanctions. Yes, sanctions. But I think it's in the interest of all the smart people to not have Russian energy on the market in general. So he has to stop it. That's all. It's fine. American oil, American gas is okay. Why not? And it's cheap. So it will be cheaper for the whole world. The money will go to the United States. And I think he will be happy. And the president and your people will be happy. But it's your decision. I'm just sharing. Yes, and cheap oil. So Putin won't have so much money for the war. And that's it.
But this is difficult because it's a lot. You're saying to continue the sanctions on Russia to accept Ukraine into NATO. I need to ask you some difficult questions about this.
Yes, go on.
I trust and respect your words today. Many people respect and love you in America. Trump respects you.
Loves me?
Oh, come on now. Remember last time you corrected me? When I said that you love Javier Milei, you said, no. I respect him. So let's not talk about love today. But could we talk seriously about guaranteeing Russia's security?
Okay, can I interview you a little? Question is, what land is the war happening on? And where did it start? On our soil, on our territory. International law was violated. The sovereignty of our country was violated. Civilians were killed. Tens of thousands of our people were taken hostage. And everyone will tell you this happened. This is what happened. When I speak with the global South, which is trying to balance the two sides because of the history, because of their roots, and because of their shared economic interests with Russia in the past, and now, of course, when you talk to them, they are speaking a little bit like you. I mean, they're balancing a little bit, a little bit in between, but we will work on it.
Yeah.
It's our first meeting. During the second one, you will be more on our side.
Yeah.
But it's just
You're very convincing.
We will.
Very charismatic.
Yeah, thank you. But when I speak with them, it's very important. Even with their balancing up attitude towards the war, they all recognize that this is a war. This is not just internal conflict. This is a full-scale war that Putin began. And all of them, if you talk to them, they say, but then they all recognize that it's his own big mistake, Putin's mistake, and that he's not right. That's why I said, no, he's not right. And you have to begin from this. If you begin at the middle, between Ukraine and Russia, of course we can speak like this. You are in the middle and say, okay, what's going on? There is a fight. Where is the fight? It's not the fight like in Europe, when Napoleon is fighting against somebody in the middle of Europe. No, this is not in the middle of somewhere of the planet, not the planet. It's concretely on our land. So one country with one army, one person came to another. That's it. It's very clear.
Again, I would like us to find a path to peace. So let us nevertheless try to start in the middle. What other ideas do you think might? You are a very, very intelligent person. And
your Russian isn't that good either. And I told you
yes,
that this is only eating.
My English is not very good either.
Your English is very good.
Thank you. To be honest, I'm terrible at speaking in every language. Well, there are other ideas. For instance, sorry to say this, it sounds crazy,
Please.
But what if both Ukraine and Russia are accepted into NATO?
Putin himself spoke about Russia, maybe about NATO. What you just said is very correct. What are the guarantees for Russia? It's not like I'm even interested what happens to them. To be honest, I don't care what will happen to them in the future after the war ends. But these are our borders, and we must understand what is going on there. Well, the NATO guarantees for Ukraine. Actually, this is also a security guarantee for the Russians. Frankly, I talked about this many times before. Sorry, I'm speaking figuratively, but as an example, if you were a father who lost his children, a grown man, a man, an adult, and the war has ended, and he never got justice for real. For example, somebody decides to freeze support. We won't give you anything. You can't fight. You can't continue. So we stop when we stop, without any guarantees, without any support, without financing, okay. And nobody is held accountable, but the man lost his children. He will not get anything. None of the killers will be in prison. All the sanctions will be removed. And he lost his children. And we have thousands of such people. Why do you think they will not go to Russia? We'll find a way and will not kill the Russian soldiers there or somebody there. Why wouldn't they? It's human nature. It's not about us. It's everyone. Read American writers. Always after any war, if there is no justice for people, there must be punishment for the crime. It is only justice. How come my child was taken away? The war took him. This is very scary. And even whether it was my son who was fulfilling his constitutional duty or simply a missile that struck a civilian child, and if there is no justice and the killers are not punished, why wouldn't these people come back with hate? They will definitely come back. So when we talk about NATO is not only stopping Russia. Do not forget, NATO is stopping us too. Because there will not be justice for everyone. We know that NATO does not have the right to solve certain issues with war. NATO is a security alliance. It is protection, not brainwashing. What Putin claims that this is offensive is not true. NATO is a defensive alliance, a security alliance, and it is security for Russia.
But unfortunately, there are many options for peace that don't involve NATO inviting Ukraine as a member. Can you imagine security guarantees without NATO membership? For example, if America simply leaves NATO, I believe there is a high likelihood that Donald Trump would do such a thing.
I think it's very bad for that's the end. That's the death of NATO. It is a pity because I think that it's a very good alliance. Maybe not everything is good there from the bureaucracy or money, etc. But totally, countries who are in NATO, they don't fight. There is no war on the land of any of these NATO countries. I think that is the answer. It works or not. It works politically or militarily. I don't know, but it works. So without Trump, without the United States of America, there will not be NATO. That is the first. So, and you say, can we imagine that? That what?
That there could be security guarantee without.
No, we don't need guarantees without the United States. That's it, because the United States is a very strong, powerful country. The United States puts the point. Of course, Putin said that it's just the Soviet Union, where, by the way, Ukraine was the second strong republic militarily. Yes, by the way, but he of course, always forgets about it. But during the World War II, without help of the United States, support of your troops, support of your industry, industrially, militarily, without your money, without your people, Hitler could win. So the United States helped a lot. Of course, Europe, USSR, and of course everybody fought. Everybody did a lot. But without the United States, it couldn't be such. I don't use the word success because I think that there is no war which ends, because this is a war. 7-figure losses, heavy losses in World War II, millions of people. And that's why without the United States, security guarantees are not possible. I mean, these security guarantees which can prevent Russian aggression. Of course, we have security guarantees bilaterally with some countries, financing, support of our internal military and defending and humanitarian issues, and demining, which is very important, and helping our children in the school networks. By the way, this is a very sensitive point. How many bomb shelters? How many bomb shelters we built with the partners for the children? And it's a pity that they are underground, but can you imagine their eyes? When they came after COVID, you understand what does it mean, COVID, but they had COVID and the war, and together they didn't see each other for so many years. And when they saw each other, even underground, they were very happy and smiling. So we have such security guarantees, but it's not enough to prevent. Yes, preventive measures also work to prevent the aggression of Putin. No, to stop.
You're right. English is better than my Russian. This is wonderful.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I'm just giving you a compliment.
Thank you. No,
thank you. Do that kind of thing to a president.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Once again,
come on.
Without NATO guarantees, I have a dream that, let's say, on January 25, or sometime at the end of January this year, you will sit down with Donald Trump, with Vladimir Putin, and together negotiate a ceasefire with strict security guarantees. And an agreement will be signed. What will this look like without NATO?
I will make it clear. And so, first of all, I think January 25th or some other day. Well, you just call it January 25th. And I don't mind. It's my birthday. And we sit down. First of all, with Trump. We agree with him on how we can stop the war, stop Putin. It is important for us to sit down with him. Secondly, it is very important for us that Europe, which is very important for us because we are part of Europe, and not only geographically, geopolitically, but also in the European Union where we will be. For us, it is very important that Europe also has a voice. It's the second thing. It won't be long because Europe will be looking at us and we'll be looking at Trump. And by the way, I now see that when I talk about something with Donald Trump, whether we meet in person or we just have a call, all the European leaders always ask, how was it? This shows the influence of Donald Trump. And this has never happened with an American president. I tell you, from my experience, this also gives you confidence, that he can stop this war. That is why we in Trump come first, and Europe will support Ukraine's position, because they understand that Ukraine has every right to have its voice heard in this, because we are at war. Trump and I will come to an agreement, and then and I am sure that he can offer strong security guarantees together with Europe, and then we can talk to the Russians. That's right. Not just three of us sitting down at once. And you still talk to me like that? Do you know how? As if Putin wants to sit down and talk, but Ukraine does not. This is not true.
I think that, yes, he is in fact ready to talk.
Did you talk to him?
On the phone or what?
How do you normally talk to him?
I don't know. Normally by the sea. The same as with you. He invites you to the sea with me. Just the three of us.
No, one of us may drown.
Who? Are you good at swimming?
Yes, I'm a good swimmer.
You're a good swimmer. Well,
and I would like to add that if you have any contact with them, I just want to hear what happens then.
I have never talked to Vladimir Putin, but I have a feeling that he is ready, because Donald Trump is ready. I hope you're ready. And this is not just a feeling, but a dream. I have a dream here that the three of you will get together in a room and make peace. And I want to understand what it looks like, what security guarantees look like that will satisfy Ukraine, that will satisfy Russia.
Ukraine needs security guarantees first and foremost. We are in danger. That is why they are called so. This is no joke to me. Let's take a few steps back. Interesting. Why are security guarantees, a strong position of Ukraine, strong weapons, and so on so important? I will give you a little history lesson. Although I think you have prepared yourself and know everything perfectly, well, you can correct me on that. Yes, Ukraine had security guarantees. The nuclear weapons are the security guarantees that Ukraine had. Ukraine had nuclear weapons. I do not want to characterize it as good or bad. Today, the fact that we do not have them is bad. Why? Because this is war. Today we are at war. Because you have unleashed the hands of a nuclear power. A nuclear power is fighting against us, against Ukraine, and doing what it wants. By the way, even you are now talking about ceasefire. Just a ceasefire. Maybe give flowers to Putin, maybe to say, thank you so much for these years. That was a great part of my life. No, we are not just ready for this. Why? The Budapest Memorandum, nuclear weapons, this is what we had. Ukraine used them for protection. This does not mean that someone attacked us. That doesn't mean that we would have used it. We had that opportunity. These were our security guarantees. Why am I talking about this in detail? Because if you take the Budapest Memorandum, by the way, I discussed this with President Trump. We have not finished this conversation yet. We will continue it. Regarding the Budapest Memorandum. The Budapest Memorandum included security guarantees for Ukraine. At first, three. The most important security guarantors for Ukraine. 3 strategic friends and partners of Ukraine. This was in agreement. United States of America, Russia, Britain, France, and China joined. There were 5 states that these are not even security guarantees. We now understand that this is not a guarantee of security because on the one hand, these are security guarantees, but there was an English word, as far as I understand, assurance. It is translated as assurance, right? And in Russian, it will be, and what? Assurance. That is, give up nuclear weapons because you were under pressure of the US and Russia for Ukraine to give them up. These two powers were exerting pressure. These two states negotiated to ensure that Ukraine does not have nuclear weapons. Ukraine agreed. These are the largest states. This is the nuclear five that does not even provide security guarantees. Now we just need to find these people and we just need to put in jail all of those who, frankly, invented all this. So confidence, assurance that Ukraine will be territorially integral with its sovereignty. It was a piece of paper. If you are curious, by the way, that after occupying part of our Donbas and Crimea, Ukraine sent diplomats 3 times. I don't think I remember, 3 times within a few years. We sent letters to all security guarantors, to all members of the Budapest Memorandum. What did they send? That what was written on the piece of paper? Consultation. Ukraine holds consultations if its territorial integrity is violated. And everyone should be in consultation. Everyone must come. Everyone must meet urgently. USA, Britain, Russia, France, China. Did anyone come? You ask? No. Did anyone reply to these letters, official letters? They are all recorded by diplomats. Did anyone conduct consultations? No. And why not? They didn't give a fuck. This is understandable in Russian, right? That as Russia didn't give a damn, neither did all the other security guarantors of the Budapest Memorandum. None of them gave a damn about this country. These people, these security guarantees, etc. We take a break. This will be a Budapest Memorandum. The last time with me, imagine how many years it was with me, in February 2022. In February 2022, the war began. A full-scale war. Letters for consultations have been sent. No one answers. Next, we are taking a break from the Budapest Memorandum. The question is simple about Budapest. Can we trust this? No. Whichever country out of these 5 sat at the negotiating table, just a piece of paper. Believe me, we will save you. No. Another. This is a train. This is a train with waste paper, with security guarantees, which Ukraine has been riding for many years. The second car on this train is the Minsk Agreements. The Normandy format and the Minsk Agreements, where it was written, where the signatories were. The United States of America was no longer there. I understand that Obama was here at the time. And as far as I know, I think they were simply not interested in what happened to Ukraine and where it was in general, where it was located. Well, somewhere there. Part of something. People, and let it be. Let it be with these people. The United States simply did not participate in the Minsk Agreements. There are no claims to the US because they were not guarantors. Where is the claim? A step back. 2008, Bucharest. Everyone has already learned from the Budapest Memorandum. Bucharest, 2008, Bucharest. Mr. Bush, President of the United States, Republican, says that Ukraine should be in NATO. This is the voice of Republicans. Check it out. Ukraine should be in NATO. Everybody's looking at the US, always, all in favor. Who is against? Merkel. So she opposes, and she forced everyone not to give Ukraine an invitation to join NATO because that would be a step. Seriously, Republicans were in favor. The US was in favor because Republicans and Bush were not afraid of anyone. They were not afraid of anyone, and they knew that Ukraine rightly wanted to join NATO. She chooses so. And what is the question? Well, people made their choice. Well, and the Russians will not look that way. That was not the case then. Why? Because the Russians were different. Next, Minsk. We didn't succeed. After the Minsk agreements, as I told you, hundreds of meetings were held. I have had hundreds of meetings since 2019. We would not think about a ceasefire. A ceasefire is our offer. This is not somebody's suggestion. This is mine. I wanted to. In Ukraine, society was divided. Not everyone wanted to. Half did not want to. Half were against. Half were in favor. Some of them shouted, "Do not believe it." Some of them shouted, "Believe it." I am the president of Ukraine. I was given a mandate of trust by 70% of the population to take appropriate steps, and I made them. This is not a joke. We'll just sit the three of us. I am simply telling you what is. This is, how can I tell you? These meetings must be serious and prepared. And prepared with those who want peace. Ukraine wants peace. US wants peace. We have to sit down with Trump, and that is 100%. First and foremost, number one. Moreover, he told me on the phone that he is waiting for us to meet, and there will be an official visit, and my visit would be the first or one of the first to him. And for him, this topic is very important. I know that he has his own matters, American issues, I understand. I heard his election program, but regarding international affairs, I think our issue is one of the most pressing issues for President Trump. Therefore, I believe very much, I trust his words, and I hope we will meet again. We need to prepare. We have many plans to build on, and they exist, and they are supported by many countries. But we need his vision. He needs to look at all these details, but his vision, please, because he can stop Putin, because Putin is afraid of him. That's a fact. But Trump is a president of a democratic country, and he does not come for life. He is not Putin. He will not come for 25 years. He will come for his term. Please tell me. Well, for example, he came for 4 years, and for the 5th year, Putin came with a war. Will it make Trump feel better that there was no war during his time and that Ukraine was destroyed after him? Why destroy? Putin is whoever, a killer whoever, but not a fool. He will be prepared. He knows all mistakes. He understands how we defeated his army after the invasion began. He realized that this was not a Soviet war and that this would not happen with us. He will prepare. He will let everything into arms production. He will have lots of weapons, and there will be a very large army. And you think that after such humiliation, 4 years without a war, he did not finish us. He will return and fight only against Ukraine. He will destroy everything around. And if you say that there is a risk that Trump, President Trump, will withdraw from NATO, for example, this is a decision of the United States. I'm simply saying that if it does, Putin will destroy Europe. Calculate the size of army in Europe. It's just that I say it for a reason. Do the calculation. Why did Hitler conquer all of Europe then? Almost. Just count, remember, his armies of millions. Calculate what Europe has. What are the largest armies? We have the largest army. The Ukrainian army is the largest in Europe. The second place after us is 4 times smaller than us.
France.
Yes, 200,000. I think the French have about 200,000. We have 980.
So this powerful coalition of European nations.
That will not be enough.
Yes, it's not going to be enough. But you're a smart man. There's a lot of ideas. Partnerships with Global South, India, Middle East, Saudi Arabia, economic partnerships, political partners. It all protects you.
First of all, look at one example. North Korea. Just look at this example. 12,000 has arrived. Today, 3,800 killed or wounded. They can bring more. 30, 40,000. Or maybe 500. They can bring many people. Why? Because they have order, autocracy, and everything. Can Europe bring people together? No. Will Europe be able to build an army consisting of 2 to 3 million people? No, Europe will not want to do this. And for what? We definitely don't want a world war with you. There is no such purpose. There is no such purpose as gathering everyone. We do not want any war. We want to stop the Russians, and they invite North Korean soldiers. Invited. Their faces are burned. They themselves burn their faces. Those who cannot escape, injured or killed. There's a video. Everything I'm telling you, there is evidence of this. So that they are not recognizable, right? It means, what does it mean? It's out of values which share Europe. Europe counts. It means that those guys, they don't count. Rahuyut, it's count, yes? They don't count the number of people. That is the answer. Can they move more? Yes. Can they move dozens of thousands? Yes, because we see what they have. Last year, for example, Europe gave us 1 million artillery rounds. We produced a lot ourselves, but they gave us initiative. It was initiative, 1 million artillery rounds, and of 155 and etc. We produced more. But North Korea gave Putin 3.7, just gave him. So he also has a deficit for today. It means he needs what? He needs time.
But the number of soldiers,
yes,
and the number of artillery rounds is not everything. As you have said, let's say Donald Trump guarantees security for 4 years. You can form partnerships with India, with Saudi Arabia, that enforce punishment, the stick, on oil prices, for example, if any aggressive action is taken. You can actually even build, I've met a lot of incredible Ukrainian tech people, IT people. You can build great companies that form partnerships with the United States, partnerships with China. And that is a big leverage against aggression of however many million artillery rounds. And that sheet of paper, you don't need a sheet of paper of protection.
Ah, that's you. Well, when you speak
in English.
In English, yeah, you don't even need answers, because when you now were talking, you already answered on all the questions. The first one is that during this time, you need just cooperation, a lot of money for this military industry. In Ukraine or in Europe, with India, Saudi Arabia, Saudi, and the United States, you need a lot of money. So the question is where you will get it. So my answer was to Trump. I said, this is one of the security guarantees. Take 300 billion of frozen Russian assets. We will take it. Take money, what we need for our interior production, and we will buy all the weapons from the United States. We don't need gifts from the United States. It will be very good for your industry. For the United States, we will put money there, Russian money. Not Ukrainian, not European, Russian money, Russian assets. They have to pay for this. We will put it and we will make it. This is one of security guarantees? Yes, of course. Because this is a military guarantee, yes. But then the second you said that energy price and a lot of sanctions on products and the Russian shadow fleet and etc. That is the second answer we spoke about before. Yes, put more sanctions on that. More sanctions. It's okay. Not
okay.
to take off sanctions.
It's okay with you, but it's not going to be okay with the president of Russia.
Yes, but I'm not thinking how it will be very good for him. He's still a killer.
I understand, but unfortunately, the reality is that a compromise is needed in order to reach an agreement.
In your understanding, the fact that he is in jail after all the murders, he is not in jail assuming all the murders, and no one in the world is able to put him in his place, send him to prison. Do you think this is a small compromise?
This is not a small compromise, and to forgive him will not be a small compromise.
To forgive, if no one will forgive. This is absolutely possible to forgive him. We cannot the head and soul of a person who lost their family. Nobody never will accept this. Absolutely impossible. I don't know, do you have children?
No, not yet,
Okay.
But I would like to.
Yes, God bless. And this is the most important thing in life. And they simply took away the most precious thing from you, will you ask? Who ruined your life before going to rip their head off? I'm just curious. They took your child away. Are you going to ask, who did this? And they will answer that dude did this. You will say, oh, well, then there are no questions. No, you will go fucking hell and bite their head off. And it will be fair. Can murderers be forgiven? That's why you make security guarantees. What I told you for those who are here and what we control and what will not happen. And that those who lost, we will never forget. In a matter of time. But when you gave us NATO, I just said, this means that after a while, everything I said about NATO, after a while, Ukraine will not go against Russia. And Russia will not go against Ukraine because you are in NATO. I am just saying is not a compromise. So NATO is a compromise. This is not just a security guarantee, in my opinion. Look, when rockets were attacking Israel, and Israel is not in NATO, NATO countries' aircrafts were deployed. Air defense. The air defense worked, operated by different Middle Eastern countries. These are also security guarantees. And by the way, Israel has nuclear weapons. So why do they need NATO when in fact they have more than NATO has? The American, British, and the French aviation stepped in. There was ADA. I don't remember from Jordan. Listen, thousands of missiles were shot down that way. This is what is this? So it's a guarantee of safety. It's just that it's not called NATO. Is some Uncle Vova irritated by the word NATO? There's a problem with the word. And I think he's simply irritated by people who are alive and living here.
If you believe this, it will be very difficult to negotiate. If you think that the president of a country is completely crazy, it is really hard to come to an agreement with him. You have to look at him as a serious person who loves his country and loves the people in his country. And he conducts, yes, destructive military actions.
Who are you talking about now? Who loves his country?
Putin. Do you think he doesn't love his country?
No. What is his country? He happened to consider Ukraine his country. What is his country? Explain it. Tomorrow he will say that it's America. No pity for the Chechens? Do they look like Russians? Do they speak Russian? Of course. Of course they learn in schools, like anywhere there's been Russification. Who are the Chechens? A different people. Another faith, other people, another language, a million. Eliminated. And eliminated how? How did he kill them? With love? I know, fuck. By hugging. In Ukrainian, as we say, strangling by hugging. I love you so much. I love you so much that I want to kill you. That's his love. And that's not love. You're mistaken. He does not love his people. He loves his inner circle. It's only a small part of the people. He doesn't love. Why? I'll explain. You cannot send your people to another land to die, knowing that they will die. Children, my daughter, she is 20 years old. For me, this is a child. She is already an adult, of course, but she is a child. The boys he sends are 18 years old. 18 years old. They are children. He sends them. It's not that fascists came to his land and he needs to defend it. He came to ours and he sent them. Chechnya, he sent them. Syria, he sent them. Africa, he sent them. Georgia, he sent them. Moldova, Transnistria, that was before him. Fine, we can leave that aside. He has enough sins of his own. And then there's Ukraine, the largest part. 780,000. 788,000 killed or wounded Russians. He calls them all Russians, even those who don't know how to speak Russian. On his territory of Russia, everything they've enslaved. Yes, proud Varangians. So I wonder, is that love? What love is this? And for what? Does he love his people? No. Does he love his land? His country is bigger than America. How much land do you need? America is huge. America is simply an outstanding country. Outstanding country. Russia is bigger. Well, just bigger. So ask yourself, does he love them? What is he doing? And what does he love? Do you think he's been everywhere in his Russia? It's impossible to get around it. He hasn't been everywhere. He just hasn't.
Well, I believe that Donald Trump loves America, and I don't think he has been to every single American city.
No. I saw his rallies. So many
Yes.
rallies. No, let's be honest. Let's be honest. He had it and I saw it, and it's very difficult. He's not 18. Yes, but he's strong. And this is his will. Everywhere where the war is. I'm sure. I pray to God it never will be on your land, yes, and I'm sure that it will not be. But I'm sure that if you have in some region the problems, how to say earthquake, hurricane, you have it all. Well, I'm sure that President Trump would be there. After one day, 2 or 3 days, I don't know the security of all these things, but he will be. Otherwise, how will people look at him? Yes, of course he will. Of course. The same about me. I'm not comparing myself with him. I'm just, where it is difficult for people, I have to come. The next question is very simple. Region. Kursk region. The operation there. Was Putin in Kursk during 4 months. No.
Listen, I have tremendous respect for you, admiration for many reasons, one of which is you stayed in Kiev, and another one is that you visit the front and you talk to the soldiers in the front and you talk to people all across Ukraine. Absolutely tremendous respect for that. So, and not enough people say that, you know, I had a conversation with Tucker Carlson, for example, and, you know, I said that you're a hero for staying in Kiev. And he said, well, he just did a thing that every leader should do. But I think not enough leaders do the thing that every leader should do. So, tremendous respect. I agree with you totally. Yes, a leader should go to the front of a war. You know, that said, America has waged wars all across the world. That has the war in Afghanistan and Iraq cost $9 trillion and killed over 1 million people. War is hell, and just because war is waged in terrible ways that it is, does not mean the leader does not love their country. But I take your point. I once again have a dream that even if there's hate, that you sit down with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and you find a way to peace. Let me ask you a question. What do you think? Will there ever be a day when the Ukrainian people forgive the Russian people and both peoples will travel back and forth again and marry each other, rekindle and form friendships? Will there be such a time in the future?
I think history has long answered this question. I don't know how it will be for us. It will be in the future. Without a doubt, history has shown this time. And again, after every devastating war, one generation, one country recognizes that it was an aggressor, and it comes to realize this is impossible to forgive. This is precisely the kind of education they've had in Germany for many years, even though these children had nothing to do with it. It was their grandfathers who participated, and not all of them were participants of Nazi Germany's war essentially against the world. Yes. And against life. And therefore, they're still apologizing. Apologizing is not easy. They know that they were the aggressors. They were guilty. They do not look for compromise in history. Compromise in itself buys time. And they understand this. There are convicted murderers, condemned both historically and by their own people. Reparations have been paid, and security guarantees have been established, by the way, and all this is done. And when all this is done and recognized, in any case, people develop relations with each other. That's clear, but it can only happen the way it always has in history. Russia will have to apologize. It will. This will happen because they are guilty. They are guilty. And as I told you, the guilty are different. Both those who participated and those who remain silent, because silence is also about participating, in my opinion.
Can I ask about Donald Trump? We've already mentioned him a lot, but let's focus there. What do you admire? What do you respect about Donald Trump? And also maybe why do you think he won overwhelmingly the election in 2024, that American people chose him?
He was strong. He was much more stronger than Kamala Harris, Biden first, and then Kamala Harris. Yes, he showed that he can intellectually and physically. It was an important point to show that if you want to have a strong country, you have to be strong. And he was strong. And this number of rallies, what I said, is not a simple thing. He showed that he can. He is strong. So he doesn't have any questions. This age and etc. Nothing. He is young. He is young here, and his brains work. So I think it's important, very important, and of course a lot of interior questions. I understand the prices and etc. Economic questions, and the questions of you have the questions with other things,
Immigration, yeah.
a lot of things. I understand. So maybe he answered on those questions which people had.
One of the questions
That he will finish the war.
that he will finish the war.
Yeah, for me, this is the main question. But I said that for him, he's the president of the United States. For him, his priority is his questions in the United States, and I understand and I respect it. But the second he was speaking about the world, yes, he said that he will finish the war. And I hope very much, because I think that our people really support his idea. And that's why I said it is for me. It's very, very important to have enough people around him who will have connections with him with the right things. For me, the truth is very right thing. What's going on really? The battlefield. What's going on really with Putin and Russia? What he really wants. And that is just to have it. Before any decision, you have to be at the same level of information.
Cancel.
And we need
Sanction.
him to
Sanction.
know everything from us, from you,
Sanction.
from people in Ukraine, from people around who are really afraid that
Sanction.
Putin doesn't want to stop the war, afraid that he will come back with his aggression.
So first of all, I should mention that our conversation today will be translated and dubbed into Ukrainian, English, Russian,
Sanction.
other languages, Spanish. So you're in your voice. So there are great guys originally from Poland. It's a company called 11 Lips. They've trained an AI. Artificial intelligence sounds truly remarkable in your voice. You have the freedom to speak in any language you choose, but no matter what, you will always find yourself returning to speaking in Ukrainian. That is, when you talk about Donald Trump, you can do it in Ukrainian or Russian.
Well, frankly, I was just going to
Everybody
show.
understands.
But some loser douches.
You said that there's some
Blue
things
Sky.
about the war.
They're trying to get me canceled on YouTube, and I'm like, bring it. Yeah, go back to sleep, kiddo. Yeah. No, not again. Please fall asleep.
War that maybe Americans don't understand. So we talked about Putin. We talked about the security guarantees, but the reality of war. What's happening on the ground? What do you think that people should understand?
First of all, they have to understand the idea of Putin's war important for him. I consider this process. I think it is very important for him not to give Ukraine independence. To prevent Ukraine from developing as an independent country, for him, influence Ukraine cannot be lost. And for him it is, I think for him, this is such a goal. And this last mile, and certainly for him, the last mile and of his political life. And I think that this is the goal for him. The second story, I do not want to talk about these banalities, that he wants to return all the territories of the Soviet Union, influence over them. He does this little by little. I just don't want to. People need to know details. For example, Georgia, which was headed towards the EU and NATO, completely turns towards Russia, regardless of the fact that they have frozen conflicts. They have in Abkhazia what we have with Donbass, which is controlled by militant rebels. Abkhazia is not developing, it's just a very beautiful part of Georgia. That has died. And if you have the opportunity, then go there someday. You will understand it simply died because Putin wanted to. He wanted not to allow them to develop because a frozen conflict means that you will not be accepted in the EU and certainly will not be accepted into NATO because right now, yes, they do not take you because of a frozen conflict. And this is what Putin did. It's very important for him not to lose this influence. That is, he turned back Georgia, young people, students, everyone leaves, and this is a fact. Georgia is quite small, and they will leave. They want to live in Europe. They want to develop. Somebody in the United States, somebody in Europe, somebody in the EU, somebody in Britain. He will now fight for the Moldovan parliament. This is his second step. You will see in April what happens. You will see, he will start turning Moldova away from Europe. Although they want to go there, he does not care. They will be a pro-Russian, and they will do something with the current president because she has won the election. She's pro-European, but he will turn this back. The next steps are completely clear. He will do everything wherever he has lost influence, where there was influence of the Soviet Union. He'll turn it back as much as possible. And understand at what price. You have seen Syria. You saw these tortures, what we saw in Bucha, what we saw everywhere we came, and where our territories were occupied. In Syria, the same happened. There were 1,000 people there, and you have seen it. Scientists were found, doctors were found. It is clear that any people are capable of generating their own opinion.
Welcome.
Show their skills.
How are you?
Develop society. Everyone who can express an opinion.
What's good?
What is that room about?
I stream my life for world peace. May I ask? How'd you find out about me?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
How'd you find out about me?
Through the regular Discord, the social Discord.
Okay, very cool. We're just watching podcasts. What's good in your neck of the woods? All right, well.
You got so many computers laid out, dude.
100%, man. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. This is like a Rick Truman show.
Wait, what does that mean? How much, like, data archive? What does that mean?
I mean, I've been live streaming my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for the last 3.5 years. Like, for world peace, it gives me a platform to be able to discuss peace. But additionally, data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine, and that may make me a very influential person someday. And if that's true, I'm going to make you, your friends and family, all extremely wealthy so that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own.
Oh, that's lit.
It is lit. I'm live on 18 different YouTube channels. I have over 100 YouTube channels, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any single individual in global history. Word, dog.
That's cool.
Excellent. Tell your friends it's a big deal, my friend.
Got you, bro.
If you ever need me, I'm here for you. Okay, big man? Yes.
an opinion. Everyone who can shape the independence and maturity of society, such people are not needed. And he wants this in Ukraine. And therefore, everyone should understand that Ukraine is like a large wall. From that, Europe, and if, God willing, President Trump does not withdraw from NATO. Because again, I believe that this is the biggest risk. I think two steps. Two steps that Putin would like to see is a weak NATO. And this without Trump, and a weak Ukraine, which cannot survive on the battlefield, simply cannot survive, and prevent me from building a strong relationship with Trump. I think these two steps, leaving NATO and Ukraine's weakness, will lead to a large-scale war, which Putin will wage on all the territories of that Europe, post-Soviet Europe. I mean Soviet Europe, not post-Soviet, but post-World War II period. That is Soviet Europe, Soviet-era Europe, in order to completely control everything there. This is what he will do. And besides this will happen in any case, even if the US is thinking about leaving NATO. This war will affect the United States because North Korea is the first sign. North Korean skills, North Korean knowledge, which they are now gaining from this war. These include mastering new technologies, large-scale drones, missiles, how it works, the kind of technological war we have today, cyber war, etc. All these skills Korea will bring home and scale up in that region. And this will be a risk for the Pacific region. Security first and foremost. For Japan and for South Korea, they will face these risks 100%. And it will be clear that Taiwan will also have to face them. Without this, it is impossible. This is already happening. This is already happening. Therefore, I think that when Trump has all power to stop Putin and give Ukraine strong security guarantees.
We've been talking for 2 hours. At the pause. You want to take the
Yeah,
break?
we will make a pause. We can have coffee, right? Coffee?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
And give the interpreter.
Yeah.
He's
Some water.
struggling.
Some water.
We'll keep switching languages.
Like a dragon, you know? 3 heads, 3 translate.
So one of the difficult decisions you had to make when the war began is to enact martial law. So when you won the presidency, you were the warrior for freedom. In fact, this war is for freedom. For freedom of the individual, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom. But a lot of freedoms had to be curtailed, sacrificed in this fight because there's so much focus on the war. Do you see the tension? Do you feel the tension of that, the sacrifice that had to be made in democracy, in freedom, in fighting this war?
In any case, this war is for our freedom. Generally speaking, to be honest, when you understand over time, when the war passes, you understand that your main values are at home. This is your home, your children, your love. God willing, parents are alive. And if not alive, then their memory, visiting their graves, choosing how to work, how much, preferably choosing where to work. All this is freedom. Freedoms are not just a desire, they are an opportunity. In any case, You are right, because war is a limitation of opportunities. In any case, you fight for these opportunities. Your parents and God gave you life, right? You fight for your life. But we need to know that first there is a war, and then martial law is introduced. Martial law is not introduced because someone wanted to. You say, this is not Pinochet, and so on. This is a completely different story. An aggressor came, and according to your legislation, if the border is violated, if there is armed aggression, you have all this written down, long ago written out in legislation. You introduce martial law, and the introduction of martial law everywhere at all times means, in any case, a restriction of opportunity. If opportunities are limited, rights and freedoms are restricted, therefore the war itself restricts rights and freedoms. Yes, and you can't do anything about it. We try honestly to balance as much as possible. I believe that the business sector works despite the difficulties of the war, and we do everything somewhere, there somewhere to reduce some load. Unfortunately, we cannot reduce taxes. On the contrary, a military tax is used for war. You need to take money somewhere. This, by the way, is about the fact that the US gave us a lot, and Europe too. But compared to how much we needed for the war, this is not all. As for military salaries, you know that we could not pay the salaries of a million-strong army. We could not pay it using the money from our partners. These are all expenses. This is money that the country and people have accumulated. You can't do anything. I really want to reduce taxes. I will tell you frankly, I really want to. Well, I think that the whole new tax system, new deregulation, new steps, new reforms, all this be after the war. Although there is something to brag about, this is proof. And this is a document, because if you want to get a candidacy for European Union, you must implement the appropriate number of reforms. We do everything. During the war, we voted for many reforms, including anti-corruption, banking reforms, land reforms, major reforms. We started a large privatization, and the war didn't. Yes, it slowed down, but we went through a lot.
When do you think you'll hold elections? Because for people who don't know, part of the martial law, elections were suspended and they were delayed and delayed and delayed. And I think the next set of plan is in February of 2025. But when do you think there will be presidential elections in Ukraine?
Elections were postponed once. They were not delayed, to be clear. Elections did not take place in 2024. That year, first of all, we need to understand the Constitution. They were scheduled to be held in the spring of 2024. Due to martial law, under the Constitution, you cannot do this. These are the presidential elections. The parliamentary elections did not take place in the fall of 2024, according to the Constitution. Yes, there are security things. There is the Constitution, but there are security things. That is, everyone in Ukraine understands that this cannot be done until the war is over, or legislation needs to be changed. I bet that elections will take place immediately after the end of martial law. This is according to the law. Or members of the parliament need to get up and change legislation, which will be very difficult to do because society is against it. Why is society against it? It is understandable why. Because we want elections that we want to trust. 8.5 million people went abroad. The infrastructure needs to be created for these millions of people to vote. Millions of people in the occupied territories. I'm not even talking about the occupation of 2014. I'm talking about the occupation right now. What to do with these people? This is a difficult question. And one of the most unfair ones is how to vote without having 1 million soldiers. It is impossible. We need to think about how to change the system if the elections are held in times of war, change the legislation, which should include changes to the voting system. To think about online voting. Everyone is afraid because of certain attacks, like cyber attacks, and so on. But we need to think. I really think that it's possible that we can end the war in 2025.
In January.
Oh,
We've already agreed on it.
I would very much like to. I would very much like to.
After for the war?
And immediately. Yes, immediately. In the year of the end of the war. It's a fact. Why? Because when martial law ends, you can immediately vote in parliament to hold elections. And then everyone will vote. Because there are no restrictive measures. And after they vote, I think elections can be held in 90 days, something like that. Yes. And this means that immediately after the end of the war, elections may take place in 90 days.
Are you running for re-election?
Even I don't know, really. I don't know. It is a very difficult question. It depends on how this war will finish. It depends on what people will want. Mostly it depends on people. And of course, my family. We had no time to speak about it with my family, and of course, didn't have a chance because we don't think about it now. It's something, There are a lot of, not a lot of, but enough voices in Ukraine from politicians, opposition, and etc. about this, I guess. But we don't think really seriously. Didn't think seriously with my family about it. So this is war. I mean, how to think about what will be after? It's very difficult, really very difficult.
If we look at the field of candidates, maybe you can give your opinion about the set of ideas you see out there, including your own, about the future of Ukraine. As I understand, the candidates include Poroshenko, Zaluzhny, Arestovich, Budanov, Klitschko, and many others. This is the internet speaking to me. What do you think of the space of ideas that these candidates represent?
I think it can be, and there can be even a bigger number of candidates. Yeah, I don't really know what will be. They have rights to participate if they want to. Yes, if they really want to and can, they can go and do what they want, honestly. Most important is what are they doing now? I think that all these people are the famous Ukrainian people, and it's important for them to do everything they can today, not begin any election campaign. I think this what can divide our people to have the elections, during the war. I mean, this make steps, speak about elections a lot, make a big mess about it. I think this is not right. That's why I'm not agreeing with some of these people, but they can, and I think that they can, and maybe some of them will, and it's okay. Normal. It's very normal. Our system differs from the system in the United States. You have two parties, and the parties decide who will be the leader. And in Ukraine, everybody can participate. Let them.
You think you're going to win the debate? You versus Zaluzhny, Poroshenko, Arestovich, and you decide to run. Do you think you're going to win the debate? Or you're again focused on the war? And
I'm really focusing on the war, and
I understand.
I think the most difficult debate is what will be brought to the table. We spoke about it. It will be during the war. How to finish the war. I think That is my goal, because it will be one of my most complicated debates. And for any president who is in a war, of course, but I think this is my goal, to win those debates. And the other things are not for today.
As I said, the dream I have is it's a historic opportunity to make peace, to make lasting peace soon. So I'm glad you're focused on that. Let me ask a question about that a lot of people in the United States think about, and I care a lot about the future of Ukraine is corruption. This is something you have cared a lot about for a long time. You won the presidency in big part your message of fighting corruption. But there's a lot of accusations that during war, I mentioned $9 trillion in the United States, war breeds corruption. So can you speak to that, how you have been fighting corruption, and can you respond to the accusations that has been corruption in Ukraine?
It's very simple. First of all, we really have a very sophisticated anti-corruption system. Sophisticated not in the sense that it's difficult to understand, but in that it really consists of many elements. It's the most sophisticated in all of Europe. This is another requirement of the European Union. It was a requirement for Ukraine, and for many years Ukraine was not trusted. I want to tell you that under me, we all voted for bills, all the anti-corruption reforms, almost all reforms, and all anti-corruption bodies today are independent. They work as requested. I still believe that they are not perfect yet. There are many issues. There is a judicial system, but also a judicial reform that our partners, the United States plus the EU, demanded from us. This is all written out. This is written out in specific laws, in specific decrees, in specific decisions. We did this. We've done 99% of this. If something has not been done, it means that it is on the way. But in principle, all this exists, and there is no such system as we have in Europe. To say we do not have corruption would be lying. We just talk about it openly. We are genuinely fighting against it. Look, we have sitting in our prison Ihor Kolomoisky, who is the most influential Ukrainian oligarch since independence. And no one could do anything about him. The United States of America wanted to have Kolomoisky, and they went to great lengths because of money laundering, etc. There are criminal cases in the United States, I think in Delaware, something like that. Neither Europe could do anything about it. That is, we did a lot with oligarchs. Russian oligarchs, sanctions were imposed. They were thrown out. Some of them fled the state, but they are all under sanctions. We exchanged some of them for our soldiers, such as Medvedchuk, to whose daughter Putin is godfather. That is, we fought against the strongest influential oligarchs, which are and were in Ukraine, and we eliminated a lot of corruption. Of course, corruption exists in everyday life. It exists, but institutionally, I am sure that Ukraine will overcome all this. This takes a little time. I would say honestly that, listen, what we call corruption, and in some states of the world is called lobbyism, but this does not mean that there is no corruption there. Let's take the aid you mentioned during the war. First of all, we have no money. We have no money except for the war. We received weapons from the United States of America, from Europe. If we take, for example, money from the United States of America, during all this time of the war, around 177 billion have been voted for or decided upon. 177 billion. Let's be honest. We have not received half of this money. The second point, which is very important, just as an example, is it corruption? The first question, whose corruption? This is the second. Here is just one small example for you. When the United States began to transfer us weapons, it was American money, but American weapons. Money for these weapons. As a president, I had cargo jets. Not in Ukraine because of the war, we moved them very quickly to Europe. We had cargo. We have good cargo fleet. Very good. Because of Antonov. So I asked American side to grant me the opportunity because our jets are at another airfield. And I asked America to give me the opportunity to use our jets for transfer, not to pay a lot. To whom? To your companies, to American companies. No, I didn't get this opportunity. My jets stayed put. And the United States jets, cargo jets, move these weapons. But everywhere you have to spend money. So we could get more weapons, but we have to pay for this very expensive fleet. My question, is this corruption or not? Or lobbyism? What is it?
You mean corruption on the part of the U.S. companies?
Yes, making such decisions.
Yes, I got it.
The lobbying for such decisions involves some companies that make these decisions. But I can't be open about it, and I couldn't speak loudly about it. I didn't want, nor did I intend to cause any scandals to arise, because otherwise you can freeze the support, and that's it. And that's why when we talk about corruption, we must ask who is involved. If we had 177, and if we get the half, where is the half? If you will find the second half, you will find corruption.
There is a perception of corruption. People like Donald Trump and Elon Musk really care about fighting corruption. What can you say to them to gain their trust that the money is going towards this fight for freedom, towards the war effort?
In most cases, we did not receive money, we received weapons. And where we saw risks that something could be happening with weapons, we cracked down hard on everyone. And believe me, this is not only about Ukraine. Everywhere along the supply chain, there are some or other people and companies who want to make money. They try to make money on the war. We did not profit from the war. If we caught someone, believe me, we cracked down hard on them. And we did that, and we will continue to do so because to this day, when someone says that Ukraine was selling weapons, and by the way, Russia was the one pushing this narrative, we always responded. Our soldiers would kill such people with their own hands without any trial. Do you honestly think anyone could steal weapons by the truckload when we ourselves don't have enough on the front lines? And yet we have to provide proof to defend ourselves. Because when there's an abundance of such misinformation, distrust starts to grow. And you're right, people listen to various media outlets, see this, and lose faith in you. In the end, you lose trust. And with it, you lose support. Therefore, believe me, we are fighting more against disinformation than against particular cases, although I still emphasize once again, at the everyday level, such things are still important. We catch these people and we fight them.
I mentioned Elon Musk. I would be interested to hear what you think of him, why you respect him as a person, as an engineer, as an innovator, as a businessman. I would just like to hear from you. What do you think about Elon Musk?
First of all, I had a conversation with him at the beginning of the war. I talked with him. I respect him, first and foremost, I respect the self-made man, right? In English, I love such people. You know, no one and nothing fell into their lap, but the man did something, did it all himself. I worked myself, created a big production company, and I know what it means to make money, to select talented people, to impart knowledge to them, to invest money, and to create something important for certain people, you know. And I'm not comparing myself to Musk. He just, well, the man is a great leader of innovations in the world. And I believe that such people move the world forward. Therefore, I respect the result of his work. And we see this result. And for me, it has always been important that your result can be used, that these are not words, but facts. Let's take the war. We are very grateful for Starlink. It has helped. We used it after Russian missile attacks on the energy infrastructure. There were problems with the internet, etc., with connection. We used Starlink both at the front and in kindergartens. It was used in schools. It helped children. We used it in various infrastructure, and it helped us very much. And I would very much like Elon to be on our side as much as possible to support us. And yes, I am grateful to him for Starlink. Truly I am. First of all, so that our guys have a connection and children too. And I am really grateful to him for that. I would like him to come to Ukraine, to talk to people here, and to look around, and so on.
Has Elon visited Kiev or Ukraine yet?
No.
I hope the Kiev airport will open soon. Then it will be easier to fly in.
Yes, I am looking forward to it. Maybe we will open it, but only. And you must understand, if the war is over, there must be sustainable peace and air defense systems, to be honest. And we must ensure that they are long-lasting and effective. Let's take the airport, for example, and let's focus on the port in Rzeszów, which know very well, as it is handling important cargo for Ukraine in Poland. And there are Patriot systems there, because one understands what the risk is. Well, Russia is a risk, and therefore we need air defense systems. And today take, for example, the air defense system of one city or another that is being shelled, and move it to the airport. Well, that would be dishonest. People are more important than planes. But there will be a moment, and Trump, by the way, I think that the war will end, and President Trump may be the first leader to travel here by airplane. I think it would be symbolic by airplane.
Again, January 25th, around that date, right? Flying, meeting the Air Force One.
That would be cool.
Elon Musk. I will meet you there for the second time, too, on the plane.
With pleasure.
And you, by the way, before I forget, let me ask, are you coming on January 20th for President Trump's inauguration?
I would like to, of course. I will be considering what is happening then in the war, because there are moments of difficulties, escalation, many missiles, etc. But honestly, well, I can't come, especially during war, unless President Trump invites me personally. I'm not sure it's proper to come, because I know that in general leaders are, for some reason, not usually invited to the inauguration of President of the United States of America. Well, and I know there are leaders who can simply come, want to come, and will come. Yeah, I know. And I know the temperament of some of these people. They can come at their discretion. This is very, very difficult for me. I am the kind of person that cannot come without an invitation. This is Putin. We did not invite him, he came to us, so to say, and me. I can't do that.
No, but didn't he publicly say that? It would be great if you came to the inauguration, or you mean did he invite it officially?
No, wait, look. Listen, I am against any bureaucracy. I get rid of it as much as I can. But, well, there are some complexities involving security. I decide and I fly. And the United States of America officially provides security. Not that I need this, mind you. I do not ask for helicopters to fly around and protect, but they will simply do with themselves, the security service itself. They had to do it. I don't want it, and sometimes I don't need it, and I'm asking them. It was, for example, before the war. I think, yes, it was before the war. I had a meeting, yes, with President Trump. It was in 2019. I just wanted to go for a run early in the morning because I really wanted to exercise. And those tall bodyguards, a lot of them, they decided to join me, but I couldn't really do it because they were in suits. And I was in sportswear. I said, no, I can't. It's always funny. I don't want to, I don't want to disturb anybody, cause anyone problems with me. And that's why, if he will invite me, I will come.
I thought he invited you.
Yeah?
Yeah, I thought he publicly invited you. But okay, I hope to see you there.
I think they had to do some of their steps. I don't know, but
step. Yeah, the stamp was missing.
Yeah, but with pleasure with my wife, of course, and I think it's important. It's important.
All right, let's get back to a serious question. Sometimes they say it in America, this question of who is really in power. So let me ask, is someone controlling you? For example, oligarchs, American politicians. Yermak. I wanted to bring in this up because I have been here in Ukraine twice since the invasion of 2022. And one of the things I've learned, is that actually nobody controls you. And this is one of your strengths as a president, as a person, that oligarchs and other rich and powerful people like that cannot control you. Can you explain why that is, how you see it?
I think, and it is indeed true, that I'm generally difficult to deal with. I am an ambitious person. I can't submit to anyone. I can live by rules, by laws. I believe that this is the only thing that can control any person today. These are the rules and laws of the society or state where you live. And I believe that this is the most important thing. There's no person who will control me. As I once told President Trump, when we had a meeting, by the way, journalists asked if Trump influenced me during the phone call. I told the journalist the truth then. Who can influence me? Only my boy, my son. This is a fact. When he calls asking for something, then I lift up my arms. Yes, and I cannot do anything about it because children are children. I have so little time with them. And therefore, when there are these moments, they are precious and important to me. I am ready to do anything. Also, probably my parents, they are an authority for me. Beyond that, I view it more as a system. No one can control the president. Therefore, we have oligarchs who either fled or are in prison because oligarchs usually control cash flows and people and influence politics. And we have concrete examples. With sentences, they are not just under house arrest. Not just that, there are some judgments under which their assets were frozen or sanctions were imposed. There are specific people who are behind bars. I think this is the answer regarding the influence. Would they like to influence me in the same way as any president of Ukraine? Because finance and cash flows always influence politics. Well, at least they want to do this. This is regarding the influence. And other people on the vertical, they perform tasks as my managers. Andriy, you mentioned, is one of those managers. Well, I am glad that I have such people. Well, probably there is nothing else to add here.
I will just say that your team spoke with is an excellent team, excellent people.
Thank you.
Okay, one last question. The future of Ukraine. If you look 5, 10, 20 years into the future, what can help Ukraine flourish economically, culturally, politically in the future?
Digital, it's very important. Digitalization of all the process. We began this work. We have special Ministry of Digital Transformation. Yeah, so this is very good. And we also have our DIA. This is the name for all of these services. Yeah. So I think that is important. This is, again, this is not only convenient, that will cancel any possibilities for future corruption, because you don't have any, you don't have any personal connections with people in the government or elsewhere. So you're just on your phone or any other device. That's it. And I think we are doing very well. We are the best in Europe. All of Europe recognizes. Some countries of the African Union asked us to provide the same service, and we will do it after the war immediately. And I think that we can bring money to Ukraine from this. And I think what we also need, we need a tax reform. I think it will be very important for the business to return. A lot of support will come, I think, from USA business investment, not as direct aid to us, just to the private sector and resources. And I mentioned this to President Trump and to some European leaders who are our key strategic partners, that will be happy, especially with the Americans, will be happy to sign these contracts and engage in joint investments in many areas. And I think we can develop oil, gas, green energy, including solar power. And we already have the resources. We can invest money into this. We have oil reserves in the Black Sea that we can exploit. And we need your expertise and investment of your companies. We have gold and uranium reserves, the largest in Europe, by the way, which is also very important. For example, Russia has pushed France out of Africa. They urgently need uranium, which we have, so we are ready to open up for investments. And this will give us, of course, opportunities, jobs for people, revenue. I don't want cheap labor, honestly. What I truly want, especially after the war, to open up for those people who can really contribute and earn. Yes.
And give a reason to the 8 million people to come back.
Yes. It's so important. And they will come, and we will recover and rebuild Ukraine. We will be very open to companies, and of course we will welcome our people back. It's so important culturally. I think the most important thing is to remain open and not change our direction. Because culturally aligning with Russia, it's one idea, while aligning with Europe is another. Our people have chosen Europe. It's their choice. It's our choice, the choice of our nation. And I think it's very important.
But first you have to end the war.
Yes, you're right. And we will. We want peace, I mean, just to make it clear, we want peace. Just what I always say. You have to come to Ukraine and see for yourself, and people will tell you, no, we can't forgive those murderers who took our lives. But we still want to make peace. And honestly, I think that the highest approval rate of the President of the United States, of Trump, now is in Ukraine. People really believe that he can truly help bring peace. Now they have faith that he can make it happen, that he can support Ukraine, and he can stop Putin, and that he will make sure Putin doesn't get everything he wants. This is very important, and it's why we believe that we must not lose this opportunity.
I hope you find the path to peace Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for talking.
Thank you for coming.
Спасибо. Дякую за
Дякую. Yeah, you started.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And now, let me answer some questions and try to reflect on and articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you would like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to lexfriedman.com/AMA, or to contact me for whatever other reason, go to lexfriedman.com/contact. First, I got a bunch of questions about this. So let me chat about the topic of language and, let's say, the mechanics of multilingual conversation. Perhaps the details are interesting to some people. It also allows me to reflect back on the puzzle of it in this episode and what I can do better next time. I already explained in the intro the symbolic, historic, and geopolitical complexity of the choice of language in the conversation with President Zelensky. As I said, the Russian language is one that the president speaks fluently and was his primary language for most of his life. I speak Russian fluently as well. It's the only common language we are both fluent in. So any other combination of languages required an interpreter, including when I spoke English. He did need an interpreter when I spoke English. And just like I was visibly encumbered and annoyed by the process of interpretation. This is why I tried to speak in Russian to the president instead of English, so that he can directly understand me without an interpreter. I'm willing to take the hit for that, as I am for everything else. I'm not trying to protect myself. I'm trying to do whatever is best for the conversation, for understanding. Though it has been getting harder and harder to stay open, vulnerable, and raw in public, while the swarms of chanting internet mobs stop by with their torches and their color-coded hats, flags, frogs, pronouns, and hashtags. Anyway, there is a lot of nuanced aspects of the conversational language that I would like to explain here. I'll try to be brief. I can recommend a lot of books on this topic of language and communication that reveal just how amazing this technology of language is. For example, for a good overview, I recommend John McWhorter's books, and especially his lecture series for the great courses on language. There are several. In the Story of Human Language series, he gives a great discussion on spoken language versus written language, and that spoken language often relaxes the rules of communication. It uses shorter packets of words, loads in a bunch of subtle cues and meanings, all of which, like I'm trying to describe, are lost when there's an interpreter in the loop. Let me also describe some relevant characteristics of my peculiar language abilities, in quotes. I was never good at speaking. I listen, think, and understand better than I speak. For me, this is true for both English and Russian, but it is especially true for Russian. The Russian language allows for much more room for wit, non-standard turns of phrase, metaphors, humor, rhyme, musicality, and, let's say, deforming of words that create a lot of room for creativity in how meaning and emotion are conveyed. You can do the same in English, but it's harder. I actually find that Brits are sometimes very good at this. Like, one of my favorite humans to talk to is Douglas Murray. Setting the content of the conversation aside, the sheer linguistic brilliance and wit of dialogue with Douglas is a journey in itself. I think Christopher Hitchens had the same, and many others. Like I said, especially Brits. Anyway, I'm able to detect and understand a lot of dynamism and humor in the Russian language, but I'm slow to generate it, in part because I just don't practice. I have very few Russian-speaking friends. Funny enough, most of them are Ukrainian, but they speak with me and each other in Russian. But of course, as I mentioned, this is slowly changing due to the war. But I tried to speak to the president in Russian, so he would avoid needing an interpreter as much as possible. One of the things I want to improve for next time is to make sure I get very good equipment for interpretation and arrange for an interpreter I trust to be exceptionally good for the dynamic and the endurance of a 3-hour conversation in the style that I tried to do. Just to give you some behind the scenes details of the experience. So equipment-wise, funny enough, it's not actually so trivial to set up wireless connections from us, the two people talking to the interpreter, and then back to us, in a way that's super robust and has clean audio. The audio I had in my ear from the interpreter had a loud background noise. So the whole time, I'm hearing a shh sound with the voice of the interpreter coming in very quietly. What a wonderful experience this whole life is, frankly. Plus, his translation was often incomplete, at least for me, so I had to put together those puzzle pieces continuously. But again, it worked out. And hopefully our constant switching of languages and having a meta discussion about language provided good insights as to the complexity of this fight for a nation's identity and sovereignty that Ukraine is going through. Behind the scenes, off mic, on a personal level, President Zelensky was funny, thoughtful, and just a kind-hearted person. And really, the whole team were just great people. It was an experience I'll never forget. After the conversation was recorded, the next challenge was to translate all of this and overdub it and do it super quickly. Like, these words I'm speaking now have to be translated and dubbed into Ukrainian and Russian. 11 Labs were really helpful here, especially in bringing the president's voice to life in different languages. But even more than that, they're just an amazing team who inspired me and everyone involved. Please go support 11 Labs. They are a great company and great people. The translation is separate from the text-to-speech and was done in part by AI and a lot by human. This is where the fact that we had constant switching between 3 languages was a real challenge. So there are 6 transition mappings that have to be done. English to Ukrainian and Russian, and Ukrainian to English and Russian, and then Russian to English Ukrainian. Continuously, sentence by sentence, sometimes word by word. And each combination of language to language translation is best done by a person who specializes in that kind of mapping. So it was all a beautiful mess, all of it. And on top of all that, great, super hard. For example, I've read and listened to a lot of Dostoevsky in both English and Russian, and studied the process of how these books are translated by various translators. You can spend a week discussing how to translate a single important sentence well. Obviously, in this situation, we don't have weeks. We have hours for the whole thing. One of the things I regret is not putting enough time into the hiring and selecting great translators, from Russian to Ukrainian to English especially. I think translation is an art, so getting a good translator that works well with us is a process that needs more time and effort. I'll be doing that more than a month. By the way, we have a small but amazing team. If you want to join us, go to lexfriedman.com/hire. If you're passionate, work hard, and everyone on the team loves working with you, then we'll do some epic stuff together. I'd love to work with you. Like I said about 11 Labs, there are a few things as awesome in life as being able to work hard with an amazing team towards a mission all of us are passionate about. Anyway, I'll probably be doing a few more interviews in the Russian language. I do have a lingering goal of interviewing the mathematician Grigory Perelman, but there are also others. I will also work on improving my whole pipeline, both equipment-wise and interpreter-wise, in doing these conversations in other languages. Because there are many that I would like to do in languages I don't speak at all, like Chinese, Mandarin, or Spanish, Arabic, Hindi, Portuguese, French, German. I see language as both a barrier for communication and a portal into understanding the spirit of a people connected by that language. It's all a weird and beautiful puzzle. I'm just excited to get the chance to explore it. Alright, I got a question on how I prepare for podcasts. So this has evolved and expanded more and more over time. There are some podcasts that I prepare hundreds of hours for. In AI terms, let's say, first I'm training a solid background model by consuming as much variety on the topic as possible. A lot of this comes down to picking high signal sources, whether it's blogs, books, podcasts, YouTube videos, X accounts, and so on. For this conversation with President Zelensky, for example, since February 2022, I've spoken with hundreds of people on the ground. I've read Kindle or audiobook about 10 books fully, and I skimmed about 20 more. And I don't mean books about Zelensky, although he does appear in some of them. I mean books where this conversation was fully in the back of my mind as I'm reading the book. So, for example, I read Red Famine by Anna Applebaum. It's about Holodomor. Does it directly relate to Zelensky? Not on the surface, no, but it sort of continues to weave the fabric of my understanding of people, of the history of the region. But it's really important for me to read books from various perspectives. And I'm always trying to calculate the bias under which the author operates and adjusting for that in my brain as I integrate the information. For example, Anne Applebaum's book, Gulag, is very different from Alexander Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago. The former is a rigorous, comprehensive historical account. The latter is a literary, psychological, and personal portrait of Soviet society. Both, I think, are extremely valuable. On the bias front, for example, The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich by William Shirer is a good example. It is full of bias, but he was there, and to me, he has written probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest book on the Third Reich ever. But like I said, there's a lot of inaccuracies and biases. You can read about them online if you like. But my job in this case, and in all cases, is to adjust based on my understanding of the author's biases and take the wisdom from the text where it can be found, and putting the inaccuracies aside into the proverbial dustbins of history. So as I'm reading, I'm writing down my thoughts as they come up, always digging for some deeper insight about human nature. If I'm at my computer, I'll write it down in Google Doc, sometimes use Notion or Obsidian. If I'm not on my computer, I'll use Google Keep. So, for example, if I'm listening to an audiobook and I'm running along the river, if a good idea comes to mind, I'll stop, think for a few seconds, and then do speech-to-text note in Google Keep. By the way, I'm listening to audiobook at 1x speed. Old school. And eventually I get a gigantic pile of thoughts and notes that I look over to refresh my memory. But for the most part, I just throw them out. The background model building process. By the way, LLMs are increasingly becoming useful here for organization purposes, but have not yet been useful, at least for me, and I do try a lot for insight extraction or insight generation purposes. I should mention that my memory for specific facts, names, dates, quotes is terrible. What I remember well is high-level ideas. That's just how my brain works, for better or for worse. I realize that sometimes forgetting all of the details and the words needed to express them makes me sound simplistic and even unprepared. I'm not. But that's life. We have to accept our flaws and roll with them. Aside from books, I also listen to a lot of podcasts and YouTube videos where people are talking about the topic. So for the President Zelensky episode, I listened probably to hundreds of hours of content from his supporters and from his critics from all sides. Again, I choose who to listen to based not on their perspective, but based on SNR, signal-to-noise ratio. If I'm regularly getting insights from a person, I will continue listening to them, whether I agree or disagree. In the end, this turns out to be a lot of hours of prep, but to say that it's X hours per episode is not accurate because a lot of this preparation transfers from one guest to another, even when there's an insane level of variety in the guests. We're all humans, after all. There is a thread that connects all of it together, somehow, if you look closely enough. For more technical guests in STEM fields, I'll read papers, a lot of papers, and also technical blog posts and technical tweet threads. This is a very different process. For AI or CS related topics, I will run other people's code, I will write my own, implement stuff from scratch. If it's a software company, I'll use their tools and software if relevant. But in the actual conversation, I constantly am searching for simple but profound insights at various levels of abstraction. Sometimes this means asking a trivial question in hopes of uncovering the non-trivial, counterintuitive but fundamental idea that opens the door to a whole new way of looking at the field. And actually, every guest is their own puzzle. Like preparing for Rick Rubin was me listening to hundreds of songs he produced and even learning some on guitar, like Hurt by Johnny Cash. Preparing for the Cursor team episode meant, obviously, I had to use Cursor fully for several weeks, all of its features. So I switched completely from VS Code to Cursor. For Paul Rosley, round 2 especially, I literally went deep into the jungle with Paul and almost died, fully taking the leap toward adventure with him. When it gets close to the conversation, I'll start working on the actual interview questions and notes. And there I'm asking myself, what am I personally curious about? Like, I love podcasts. I'm a big fan of many, many podcasts. And so I ask myself, what would I want this person to explain on the podcast? And maybe what aspect of their thought process or their humanity would I want to be surfaced or have the chance to be surfaced? In the actual conversation, I always try to put my ego aside completely and do whatever it takes to have a good conversation and serve the listener. This means asking questions simply, trying to define terms and give context if needed, being open-minded, vulnerable, curious, and challenging the guest when needed. Despite the claims on the internet, I do ask a lot of challenging questions, including follow-ups, but always with empathy. I don't need to be right. I don't need to signal my moral or intellectual superiority to anyone. I try to do the opposite, actually, because I want the guest to open up, and I trust the intelligence of the listener to see for themselves if the guest is full of shit or not, to detect the flaws and the strengths of how the guest thinks or who they are deep down. A lot of times when interviewers grill the guest, it doesn't reveal much, except give a dopamine hit to the echo chambers who hate the guest. As I said in the intro, I believe the line between good and evil does run through the heart of every man. The resulting conversations are sometimes a failure. Sometimes because they are too short, sometimes because the chemistry was just not working, sometimes because I fucked it up. I try to take risks, give it everything I got, and enjoy the roller coaster of it all, no matter what. And as I said, I trust the listener to put it all together, and I trust the critic to tear it apart. And I love you all for it. All right, I got a bit of a fun question. It's a long one. So Delian, cool name, wrote in saying he spotted me out in the wild and had a question about it. He wrote, I saw Lex working at the Detroit airport between flights. I hesitated and ultimately decided not to interrupt since he was in focus mode. True. Lex had his headphones, earbuds on, listening to brown noise. Microsoft Surface propped up at eye level, Kinesis Advantage keyboard on the table. The use of Microsoft Windows is surprising, but it has been discussed in the past. True. The ergonomics of the setup, Surface at eye level, means that Lex cares about his health. But the anomalously large Kinesis Advantage keyboard seems like such a burden to lug around airports. I cannot help but ask, why is it that Lex is going through the hassle to bring this absolutely large keyboard with him as carry-on? It barely fits in a backpack. Carrying it around must be necessary for Lex for some reason. I love the puzzle of this. I'm trying to think through this. The pain of lugging this tool around must be much smaller than the problem it solves for him? What problem does this keyboard solve? What makes it necessary at the airport? Productivity, health, RSI? Good questions. Thank you, Delia. Great question. It made me smile, so I thought I'd answer. I remember that day. There was something else about that day aside from the keyboard that I miss. So I am filled with a melancholy feeling that is appropriate for the holiday season. So let me try to set the melancholy feeling aside, answer a question about my computer setup when I'm traveling. So whether I'm going to SF, Boston, Austin, London, or the front in Ukraine, I am always bringing the Kinesis keyboard. I don't have RSI or any other health issues of that kind that I'm aware of, even though I've been programming, playing guitar, doing all kinds of combat sports my whole life, all of which put my hands and fingers in a lot of precarious positions and situations. For that reason, and in general, ergonomics have never been a big concern for me. I can work on a crappy chair and table, sleep on the floor. It's all great. I'm happy with all of it. So why Kinesis, by the way, is right here.
Now, the first part is the details of the inside of the Dulce base itself.
I had to think about it. Your question actually made me reflect. And I was hoping as I'm answering it, the truth will come out on many levels. So it is true that I'm more productive with it. I can type and correct mistakes very fast compared to a regular keyboard, both in natural language typing and in programming. Fast enough, I think, where it feels like I can think freely without the physical bottlenecks and constraints of fingers moving. The bit rate in Neolink parlance is high enough for me to not feel like there is cognitive friction of any kind. But the real answer, maybe the deeper, more honest answer, is something else. I've used the Kinesis keyboard for over 20 years, so maybe it's like one of those love stories where a guy and a girl love each other, and you try to quit because it doesn't quite work, but every time you leave, you ask yourself why, and then you realize that when you're together, your life is just full of simple joys. So what's the point of leaving? What's the point of life if not to keep close to you the things that bring you joy? Delian, like this keyboard. It brings me joy. It's a bad metaphor, over anthropomorphized perhaps, but I never promised a good one. I'm like a cheap motel on a road trip. Low quality is part of the charm. I do have some good motel stories for another time. This does not feel like the appropriate time. All that said, to disagree with myself, I did use Emacs also for over 20 years, and in a single week, recently switched to VS Code, and then Cursor. Never look back. So take my romantic nature with a grain of salt. So yes, eventually I'll have to leave, but for now, you'll keep finding me on occasion in a random airport somewhere listening to brown noise, writing away the hours on this Kinesis keyboard. Now, if you see me without it, maybe it'll give you the same tinge of melancholy feeling I feel now in looking back to that airport in Detroit. Anyway, more about my travel setup, if anyone's curious. I usually do travel with a Windows laptop, but I am mostly using Linux on it through WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux. And in some cases, I'm dual booting Linux and Windows. I also need to be able to video edit, so on longer trips, I usually have a bigger laptop with a bigger screen, lots of memory, good CPU, good GPU. All of that helps with video editing on Adobe Premiere. In general, I'm extremely minimalist, except for the few, let's call them the sentimental things. Like, all my podcast recording equipment fits into a small suitcase. I try to keep it as simple as possible. Thank you for the question, and see you at the next airport. All right, I think it's time to bring things to a close. I'd like to give a big thanks to you for giving me your time and your support over the years. It means the world. If you want to get in touch with me, go to lexfreeman.com/contact. There you can give feedback, ask questions, request guests for the podcast, or submit the Coffee with Lex form if you just want to chat with me over a cup of coffee. I'll be traveling across the world a bunch this year, from Europe to South America and more. So it would be cool to do some small meetups and meet some interesting people. This has been a journey of a lifetime. Thank you for everything. On to the next adventure. I love you all.
Free victims did. They could be engineered to serve as a better sexual tool, but they were nearly mindless, and thus didn't react with fear as a young female would.
Yeah, it's disturbing. What kind of psychopaths?
What it sounds like to me is, well, I know we talk about Wayfair and we go into a lot of pedo shit, is that they try to artificially make things so maybe they didn't have to.
Following is a conversation with Jennifer Burns, a historian of ideas,
it's like going from the real thing to
including the evolution of economic, political, and social ideas in the United States in the 20th century to today. She wrote 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and the other on Ayn Rand, both of which I highly recommend. This was a super technical and super fascinating conversation. At the end, I make a few comments about my previous conversation with President Zelensky, for those of you who may be interested. This is a Let's Read on podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jennifer Burns. You have written 2 biographies, one on Milton Friedman and one on Ayn Rand. So, if we can, we will focus on each one separately, but first let's talk about the ideas that 2 of them held in common. The value of individual freedom, skepticism of collectivism, and the ethics of capitalism. Can you talk about the big picture ideas they converge on?
Yeah, so Milton Friedman and Ayn Rand, in the biggest picture, they're both individualists, and they're skeptical of collectivities and collectivism. So their unit of analysis is the individual, what's good for the individual, what works for the individual, and their understanding of society kind of flows from that. They also both use this focus on individualism to justify and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. So we can put them in a similar category. We can call them individualists, we can call them libertarians of a sort. They're also really different in how they approach capitalism, how they approach thinking. You know, Ayn Rand developed her own moral and philosophical system to justify individualism and to connect the individual to capitalism and to support capitalism as a social and economic system. Friedman struggles a bit more with how to justify capitalism, and he'll ultimately come down to freedom as his core value, his God, as he says. And so freedom does connect back to the individual, but he's not justifying capitalism for his own sake. He's justifying it for its ability to underwrite freedom in a social sense and also in the individual sense.
At a high level, are there interesting differences between them? You already mentioned a few, maybe in terms of who they are personally, maybe in terms of how they approach the justification for capitalism, maybe other ways.
Yeah, for sure. So beyond this idea that Milton Friedman takes a while to come to his justification of capitalism, whereas Ayn Rand kind of has it from the start. She really focuses on the core quality of rationalism and rationality. Rationality is the defining feature of human beings. And so she works from there, whereas Milton Friedman eventually converges on this idea of freedom. So that's one part of it. The other is their intellectual styles are really, really different. Their interpersonal styles are really different. So Friedman has big ideas, big principles that guide him, but he's also deeply empirical. He spends most of his career doing historical research, economic research, pulling data from how people actually make economic decisions and live in the world and using them to test and refine his theories. Where Rand, to some degree, we could say she's empirical in that she lives through the Russian Revolution and takes a very big lesson from that. But her style of thinking is really first principles, an axiomatic approach, going from the basic idea of rationality and then playing that out in different spheres. And so those are just very different intellectual approaches. And then they lead in some ways to really different ways of thinking about how you get things done in the world. Ayn Rand is a purist. She wants to start with the pure belief. She doesn't want it to be diluted. One of her favorite sayings was, it's earlier than you think. In other words, we're still moving towards a place where we can really hold and express these ideals purely. Friedman, although he didn't use this terminology, was much more half a loaf guy. Like, I'll take what I can get and then I'll try to move to where I really want to be. But he is able to compromise, especially when he moved from being an economist into being more of a political thinker. And so that's a really different intellectual style. And then it also plays out in their lives in that Ayn Rand is incredibly schismatic. I mean, she wants her friends to believe what she believes and support what she supports. And she's willing to break a relationship if it doesn't match. Milton Friedman, he also does tend to have friends who agree with him. Yet he's always willing to debate his opponents, and he's willing to do so with a smile on his face. He's the happy warrior, and he actually will win a lot of debates simply by his emotional affect and his cheerfulness and his confidence, where Rand will lose debates because she gets so angry in the face of disagreement. So yeah, they have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences, and it's been really fascinating to kind of dive deep into both of them.
I just re-listened to Ayn Rand's, I think, last lecture, or at least it's called that, and just the confrontational nature of how she answers questions or how she addresses critics and so on. There is a kind of charisma to that. So I think both of them are very effective at winning over sort of popular support, but in very different styles. It seems like Ayn Rand is very cranky, but it's the most charismatic, cranky person I think I've ever listened to.
Yeah, I mean, people talked about her, meeting her, and coming to believe in her ideas in a similar way as they did with Marxism, in that suddenly everything made sense. And that when they came to believe in objectivism, they felt they had this engine for understanding the entire world. Now, after a while, for most people, that then became confining. But yeah, that certainty. And Friedman had some of that as well. He clothed it differently. He clothed it in happiness, where Rand kind of clothed it, as you said, in crankiness or anger. I mean, there's also an arc to Rand. She gets kind of angrier and angrier and crankier over the course of her life.
Yeah.
What I enjoyed about my research is I was able to get into this early moment when she was different and a little more open. And then I kind of watched her close and her harden over time.
Would it be fair to say that Milton Friedman had a bit more intellectual humility, where he would be able to sort of evolve over time, be convinced by the reality of the world to change sort of the nuances of policies, the nuances of how he thought about economics or about the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Friedman believed in being able to say I was wrong. And there are some things he said he was wrong about. We'll delve more into monetarism and monetary policy, but he was able to talk about the ways his ideas hadn't mapped onto the world the way he thought they would. He does a really interesting interview at the end of his life where he's beginning to voice some doubts about globalization. Which was, he was sort of a prophet of globalization, a cheerleader of globalization. He really thought it would lead to a better world in all respects. And towards the end of his life, it's about 2 years before he dies, there's a note of doubt about how globalization unfolded and what it would mean, particularly for the American worker. And so you can see him still thinking, and that to me, I had sort of assumed he became crankier and crankier and more set in his ways. And of course, there's a phase where he does become that way, especially if he's in the public eye and there's not room for nuance. But to find in the last years of his life him being so reflective, that was absolutely not something Rand would do.
I think there's a thread throughout this conversation where we should actually also say that you're kind of a historian of ideas.
I am a historian of ideas, yes.
And so we're talking about today, in part, about two people who kind of fought for ideas, for an idea, like we mentioned, freedom, for capitalism, and they did it in very different ways. And it's so interesting to see sort of the impact they both had and how their elucidation, explanation of those ideas like reverberated throughout society, and how we together as a society figure out what works. The degree to which they have influence on the public, the degree to which they have influence on individual administrations like the Reagan administration, Nixon, and so on, and how it might return, like fade away and then come back in modern times. And it's so interesting if you just see this whole world as a game of ideas where we are like pushing and pulling and trying to figure stuff out. A bunch of people got real excited over 100 years ago about communism, and then they try stuff out, and then the implementation broke down, and we keep playing with ideas. So these are the two greats of playing with ideas. I think that's a thread that just runs through this.
Yeah, and of kind of pushing back against that movement towards communism, social democracy. But one difference that I really should emphasize, Rand is a writer of fiction. She's a philosopher, but she's also a writer of fiction. So she is working almost in a mythic register, much more in a psychological register. She's creating characters that people identify with and people relate to experiences they've had. And that's one of the reasons she hits so deep. And she's also offering people, I read all the fan letters to her. People would say things like, I read The Fountainhead and now I'm getting a divorce. Having just these incredible realizations.
Milton Friedman didn't get such
Milton Friedman didn't get those things. Or, I'll meet someone and they'll say to me, Ayn Rand is the reason I went to medical school. A couple of women said this to me a few years back. It never even occurred to me that I could be a doctor until I read Ayn Rand, and I said, I'm going to go to medical school. And so she has that really intense impact on people. So she thought of herself as rational, and she thought of rationality as kind of what she was doing, but she was actually doing a kind of mythopoetic psychological work as well. Whereas Friedman, on the one hand, was much more rational. There's a whole set of economic thinking, and he provides a rational framework for understanding the world. And it's the framework of neoclassical economics. At the same time, he does pull on mythologies, of the idea of America in the Gilded Age, the frontier mythology, the individual immigrant, the settler mythology. He pulls on these, but he doesn't create them. And he's more kind of playing a tune he already has. Whereas I think Rand really does something a little bit deeper in her ability to reach into people's psyches and then take that emotional, psychological experience and fuse it to an intellectual world and a political world. And that's really what makes her so powerful. And so I think she comes back in to relevancy in a different way than Friedman does, because I think in some ways she's tapped into a kind of more universal human longing for independence and autonomy and kind of self-creation and self-discovery.
Nevertheless, there's still pragmatic ideas that are still important today from Milton Friedman, even just on the economics level. So let's dig in. Let me try. I took some notes. Let me try to summarize who Milton Friedman is, and then you can correct me. Okay, so he is widely considered to be one of the greatest and most influential economists in history, not just the 20th century, I think, ever. He was an advocate of economic freedom, like we said, and just individual freedom in general. He strongly advocated for free market capitalism and limited government intervention in the economy. Though you do give, I've listened to basically everything you have on the internet. You give some more depth and nuance on his views on this and in your books. He led the famed Chicago School of Economics, and he won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1976. He greatly influenced economic policies during the Reagan administration and other administrations. He was an influential public intellectual, highly influential, not just among economists. He lived 1912 to 2006, so that means he lived and worked through some major world events where his ideas were really important. The Great Depression with the New Deal, World War II with post-war Reconstruction, the rise and fall of the Bretton Woods monetary system, we may talk about the Cold War, and all the conflicts involved in that, sort of the tensions around communism and so on. So the fall of the Soviet Union, and also he has some interesting relationships to China's economic transformation.
Yep.
So that's the 1970s, the stagflation of the 1970s, and I'm sure there's a lot more. So can you maybe continue this thread and give a big picture overview of the ideas he is known for?
Yeah, sure, and that's a great summary. You learn fast. So let me start with the economics, and then I can kind of transition to how he used those economic ideas to become a real voice in the American conservative movement, the American political realm. So I'll kind of highlight 4 ideas or contributions or episodes. One was his work with Anna Schwartz in revising our understanding of the Great Depression. And that's tightly of to the second, which is the School of Monetarism that he and Schwartz really become founders of. Then there is the prediction of stagflation and the explanation of that in the 1970s, which really is one of these sort of career-making predictions, and we can dig into that. And then in terms of technical economics, he's known for the permanent income hypothesis, which he develops with a group of female collaborators that I can talk about. So those are kind of 4 technical pieces end up being really brought together in what becomes the Chicago School of Economics. He's undoubtedly the head and the leader of the Chicago School of Economics. There's an earlier generation that he learns from. There's his generation. There's also a Chicago School of Law and Economics that's really profoundly influential. And then there'll be kind of a 3rd generation that he's somewhat distinct from, but that goes on to really shape economics. But let me go back to these kind of 4 pieces, and let me start with Great Depression. So Milton Friedman actually lives through the Great Depression. He's in college when it hits, and he's in college, it's 1928 to 1932, and he's aware of the Depression, and he's deciding, should I study mathematics or should I study economics? And he's had some good economics teachers, but it's really the context. It's looking around at the slow, dissolving of economic prosperity. So he decides to go to Chicago. He decides to study economics. And what's really interesting is that the Great Depression is so unexpected, it's unpredicted, it's unprecedented, and economists are really struggling to know how to respond to it. And so he's going to arrive at the University of Chicago when the field is struggling to know what to do. So he's in this kind of really open space where the institutional economics of the 1920s has failed to predict, which was focused on business cycles. This is the irony. Their big thing was charting and understanding business cycles. And then we have the biggest business cycle of all time, and they haven't seen it coming, and they don't have a good explanation for it. And what he will get at Chicago is the remnants of the monetary understanding of the economy. And so his teachers, they don't know exactly what's going on, but they look first to the banking crisis. They look first to the in 1933, it's bank runs, failures of maybe it's up to 1/3 of American banks. It's huge. Thousands of banks are failing per week. So they're focused on that. So that's the first kind of imprint he will have. The Great Depression has something to do with a banking system. The second imprint he will have is that all of his professors are profoundly concerned about the social crisis. They want relief programs. They want them now. They want bank regulation and financial reform. They're very active. This is not laissez-faire by any stretch of the imagination. So Friedman has that imprinting. And then he gets there in 32, 36, 37, the ideas of John Maynard Keynes from Britain, which has a different explanation. Keynes has a different explanation of the Great Depression. Will kind of make landfall in American economics and be very profoundly influential on most American economists. But Friedman it's too late for Friedman. He already has a different perspective. So Keynesianism unfolds. I can say more about that, but it basically leads to more active federal government participation in the economy. And what underlies a lot of that, its adaptation in America particularly, is the idea that capitalism has failed, capitalism has revealed itself to have a profound flaw in that its cycles of boom and bust create social instability, chaos. It needs to be tamed, it needs to be regulated. And so that becomes the kind of baseline of politics in the United States. The understanding of the New Deal, the understanding of the Democratic Party, even to some extent the understanding of the Republican Party. And Friedman never quite sure about that. He has a hunch that there's something else going on, and he does not buy that capitalism has sort of ground to a halt, or the other idea is that capitalism has gone through some sort of phase transition, and it worked great maybe while we had a frontier. This is a very serious argument that people make. The United States used to have a frontier, a place where, Europeans hadn't fully settled. Of course, they're pushing out native tribes. That's another story. But that this frontier is the engine of economic growth, and the frontier is now over, it's closed, and we're going to stagnate. There's a theory of secular stagnation. And so to deal with secular stagnation, we're just going to have a more active state. So Friedman is suspicious of all these assumptions. And he has this idea that it has something to do with money. Money is somehow important. And so he joins together with Anna Schwartz, who is an economist. She doesn't at this time hold a PhD. She's working for the National Bureau of Economic Research. And they come together to do the study of money in the U.S. economy. And it takes them 12 years to write the book. And they're releasing their ideas, and they're arguing, and Friedman is writing papers, giving talks, saying money's really important. And nobody's really believing him. He's a crank. He's at Chicago. He's out, Chicago's a well-known university, but he's sort of considered a crank. And then in 1963, he and Anna Schwartz published this book, and it's 800 pages. It's a reinterpretation of the history of the United States through money. Like, the central character is money, whether it's specie, greenback, or the U.S. currency. And they have a whole chapter on the Great Depression. And what they've literally done, Schwartz has done most of this. Schwartz has gone to banks and said, show me your books. And then she's added up column by column. How much money is in your vault? How much money is on deposit? How much money is circulating? And so they literally have graphs. You can see them in the book, of how much money has been circulating in the U.S. at various different points in time. And when they get to the Great Depression, they find the quantity of money available in the economy goes down by a third. And in some ways, this is completely obvious because so many banks have failed, and we don't have any type of bank insurance at that point. So if your bank goes under, your savings are there, the money essentially vanishes. And it's fractional reserve banking, right? So you've put in, they can loan up to 90% off on their deposits. And so Friedman and Schwartz present this argument that what really made the Great Depression so bad was this drop in the amount of money, the 30% drop in the money. They call it the Great Contraction. And then they go further and they say, well, how did this happen and why? And they pinpoint the Federal Reserve, which is a fairly new institution at that time. And they say, what did the Federal Reserve do? The lender of last resort. What did it do in the face of what they're depicting as a massive, unprecedented liquidity crisis? And they find it's not really doing much. And they really dig into the details, and they find that the Federal Reserve has gone through a sort of personnel change, and some of the key leaders in the 1920s, Benjamin Strong is one of them. He's now deceased. And the dominance of the New York Federal Reserve, which in their telling, is global, it's interconnected, it's seen a lot of financial things come and go, and they believe that the New York Fed had the understanding to recognize this is a liquidity crisis. We should be very generous. We should support all the banks. Their influence has diminished for the kind of banks that are more, they don't say like the Rubes and the Hicks, but it basically is. It's like people in charge don't know what they're doing. And so the Fed pursues this kind of policy of masterly inactivity. They don't see it as a problem. They don't do much. There's an enormous liquidity crisis. And that's their version of what the Great Depression is all about. that it's a financial system meltdown, it's a liquidity crisis, and that it, in some ways, well, in many ways, they argue very strong counterfactual arguments. The Federal Reserve could have prevented it, and it did not. And so it becomes then an institutional failure and a political failure, not a failure of capitalism as a system. And so this book comes out, it's a blockbuster, and even those economists who've been like, Friedman is a crank, I don't buy it, are like, Friedman and Schwartz are onto something. Milton Friedman and Anna Schwartz are onto something. And so that really changes the game. And this is also one of his most influential contributions, because Friedman and Schwartz becomes the playbook for the Federal Reserve. And we have lived through this, right? The financial crisis, the Federal Reserve is ready to loan. COVID, the Federal Reserve is all kinds of new things, because no Federal Reserve chair wants to be in Friedman and Schwartz 2.0 that somebody writes, or they're the bad guy who let the economy melt down. So, the specifics of what they say to do have obviously evolved as the system has changed, but this is a playbook for how to deal with economic crisis. It's Friedman and Schwartz. And so it's absolutely fundamental, and that is really going to be the place he makes his mark.
There's a lot of things to say here. So first, the book we're talking about is A Monetary History of the United States, in part for which Milton Friedman won the Nobel Prize. You've also mentioned the influence of the Great Depression. If you're going to just rewind to that.
Yes.
So he went to, I guess, college in Rutgers.
That's right.
And he was, mathematical proclivities. So he was kind of wanted to be a mathematician. And so it's kind of a cool crossroads. It's interesting how the right time, the right person arrives, right? So you described this really well, that so he had his choice to be a mathematician or an economist. And an economist is the University of Chicago, a mathematician is Brown University, whichever. And then this is also the beginnings, as you've described, of mathematical economics. So he fits in nicely into this using, I think you said the number of equations started going up per paper, which is a really nice way to put it. So really the right person at the right time to try to solve this puzzle of the economy melting down. It's so interesting. Just one human. It's just from just zooming in on a single human making a decision about life, and it's hard to know when you're in it that the world is melting down from an economics perspective, and that I could do something about this to figure out what it is. And also I'm going to reject the mainstream narrative about why this happened.
Yeah, so the other piece of the puzzle, when he goes to Rutgers, he thinks he'll be an actuary. So Milton Friedman's family, his parents are immigrants, Jewish immigrants from Eastern Europe. They're pretty atypical in that they don't stay in New York, and they move to Rahway, New Jersey, and they put together a fairly middle-class life as kind of, they have a shop, they do some wholesale buying and selling, and then his father dies when he's 16. His life becomes more precarious, but it's never as precarious as he makes it out to be. He's got 3 older sisters, they earn a good living. Incidentally, they all have better grades in high school than he does, but he's the one that goes to college. And but it's actually really important that he loses his father figure, because he's then looking for other father figures, and he meets 2 at Rutgers. One is Arthur Burns, who will go on to have a huge influence in his career. No relation to me, by the way. But Arthur Burns is like him, a fellow Jewish immigrant boy on the make. He's older, and he's making a career as an economist. And then there's Homer Jones, who has gone to the University of Chicago and is studying with Frank Knight at Chicago and says, you have to go to Chicago. So he has these 2 mentors, and Burns in particular suggests, I could be an economist. That could be my career path. The idea to be an actuary for an insurance company, I'm not sure where he got that idea, but he just thought that was something he could do as someone who was good at math. And so the college really opens the perspective, opens the door. And then I think it's really key that, again, he doesn't get an explanation that he buys for the Great Depression. So then he's looking for one. And the math part is a really interesting aspect of his career. Now, actually comes to Chicago to study with the mathematical economist Henry Schultz. But he gets there and he thinks Schultz is kind of dumb. He really does. He's incredibly arrogant, and he just thinks this guy's not that smart. And it seems that, I mean, Schultz did some really important work in the early stages of mathematical economics, but a lot of the oral histories about him are like, yeah, he wasn't that bright. So Friedman's maybe onto something. So he falls into the set of students who are really enthralled with his other professor, Frank Knight. And Frank Knight is against math and economics. Frank Knight is like, a neoclassical economist, but not a mathematical economist. He's an old school liberal. He's really concerned about liberal democracy, economic liberalism. And Friedman is very deeply influenced by Knight. And he continues to pursue mathematical economics. So he'll go, for part of his graduate career, he goes to Columbia University, where he actually gets his PhD from, and he works with a mathematical economist there. And so he comes out trained in what will eventually be econometrics, statistics and economics. His early publications are in statistics, but it's not really where his intellectual heart and soul are. And eventually he will turn very profoundly against mathematics and economics and become a sort of heterodox strain throughout 20th century economics that says simple models are better. We need to work off empirical data, not construct elegant models, and becomes really sort of countercultural within economics in that way.
And the test of a good model is it should actually predict stuff that happens.
It should predict stuff that happens. It should tie back to what's going on.
I'm wondering which direction to go. So first, actually, if we could zoom out on the different schools of economics.
Yeah.
Just the basics. You mentioned neoclassical. We mentioned Keynesian economics. We mentioned, what else did we mention? Well, the Chicago School of Economics.
Right.
Where does Austrian economics fit into that pile, and Marxian economics? And can we just linger and try to redefine Keynesian economics and Chicago School of Economics,
Yes.
neoclassical economics? Austrian economics, because there's some overlap and
For sure.
tension.
Okay, so schools of economics. So we could start with classical economics. Classical economics, we could think of Adam Smith as kind of your classical economist, the founder of the discipline. Classical economics does not really use math. It's very close to political economy. It's concerned with, as Smith puts it, the wealth of nations. It's concerned to some degree with distribution. It's concerned to some degree with what makes a good political system. And what tends to really define classical economics when you're looking from a great distance is what's called the labor theory of value. So where does value come from in classical economics? It comes from the labor that a person puts into it. So maybe this in some ways comes from Locke's notion of property, that you kind of mingle, your labor with the natural world. We can say labor theory of value. So classical economics concerned with, Smith is arguing against mercantilism for more free trade. Often goes by the name of political economy to show it's more capacious. It's thinking of politics and economics. You can still read these books today. The sentences are long, the words are different, but you can still follow along. So the real big transition from classical economics and political economy to economics, as it's understood today, comes with the marginal revolution. And the marginal revolution is a scientific revolution that happens in a couple of different places simultaneously, right? This is one of these things that you see in the history of science, like, there'll be some breakthrough, like Darwin has a breakthrough, but like somebody else has sort of the same breakthrough at the same time, totally, differently. So there's a version of marginalism that's continental. There's a version of the German-speaking lands in the French-speaking lands and in Britain, and they all kind of come together. And the shift is in the theory of value. So the theory of value in marginalism is on the margin. So say you have one apple and you want a second one, how much is going from one apple to two apples worth for you? Probably quite a bit. If you had 10 apples, maybe going to 11 apples doesn't matter that much. The marginal value is less. So what marginalism does, though, is it opens the door to math and economics, because it means you can graph this now. You can depict this relationship graphically. And there's some really interesting work in the history of economics that shows a lot of the people who developed marginalism were looking to physics as a model. Physics, the queen of the sciences. And so they were thinking, they imported terms from the natural world to describe the social world through the lens of economics. Terms like equilibrium. So the idea being that if you looked at a market would reach equilibrium when everybody is bought and sold all that they want, or the price will settle at an equilibrium price when it's really the demand and supply are matching up.
And some of these ideas are things we would pick up at a microeconomics class.
Oh yes, this is still out there. This is sort of the basic foundation of microeconomics, marginal analysis. And so in the German-speaking intellectual tradition, this is the root of Austrian economics. And people picking up the marginal revolution in the German-speaking lands are opposed to the historicists, who are thinking in a more evolutionary way about how societies kind of grow and change, and they have a vision of economic ideas as applying differently to different types of social arrangements, where the marginalists, remember, are inspired by physics, and this is a set of natural laws that applies anywhere to any sort of human society. So that's his first really big fissure that we'll see again and again. Are you historically minded? Do certain traits of economic life adhere and become expressed in certain types of societies? Or are there universal economic laws that flow through any type of society? So that's kind of a juncture, a break. And so marginalism, first, people start using really geometry to kind of graph things, but marginalism is also opening up to the possibility of calculus and the possibility of creating models. But at that point in time, late 19th century, a model is something like a physicist does. Like, think of like an inclined plane and how fast does the ball roll from one to the other. It's a physical representation of the world. And eventually economists will start to create mathematical representations of the world. But we're not quite there yet. So we're late 19th century. We have this fissure. We have this introduction of marginal analysis that marks the juncture from classical economics to economics. So let's say now we have economics, but we still have this fissure between historical thinking and, let's call it, natural law thinking. That's not quite right, but physical laws versus contingency. And then in the United States, this ends up mapping onto debates about capitalism. And so more historically minded economists tend to be interested in the progressive movement, and which is invested in taming and regulating industrial capitalism and changing its excesses, factory safety laws, wage laws, working conditions laws. Yet in general, American economists all use marginal analysis just in different ways. The ones who are more drawn to marginal analysis become known as neoclassical economists. They're neoclassical. The neo is because they're using marginal analysis. The classical is because they don't think we need to change the way the economy operates or the government operates. They're not progressive. Whereas the progressives are saying things like we need to use social control. The state and the people collectively and democratically need to control the way economics unfolds and make sure things are fair and equal. So that school of thought becomes known as institutional economics.